what they're doing on their side. They'll be continuing on from Stint 5. But I will be live for this lap unless they are literally just going to dive into the pits. Not 100% sure what the procedure is here. It could be the case that they end the race here because, of course, they do need to.
Part 2 is live on YouTube.
Are we still live?
We're live again. Sorry, I just had to switch the streams because of we have a maximum of 10 hours to save the race afterwards or the video. So.
Okay.
We divided into basically 3 8 hours, but we're just over that. And before the travel swap, I thought it was a good idea now to.
Okay, no problem. No problem. Yeah,
so,
just
okay.
Yeah, just let me know once we've got the next stream or the next round of broadcasters as well. Obviously, I can introduce them across. But yeah, certainly, guys, this has been an absolute amazing race. It does look like the restart is not going to happen here. We are waiting on. Let me try and get Cross up. So Cross. Oh, okay. We are going to get this last lap started then, guys. So we've come across the green zone 1. There will be 3 green zones before they can get the official green light to go. So Cross is just behind Shane. So Vale up into P10 now, guys. That is the beauty of the safety car. Vale was miles behind about half an hour ago, and now Vale is moved up into P10 with a shot at some decent positions. So we will go back on board with the race leader that is currently Caliber, and he'll be ahead of Simon and Razor to start off the race. Just waiting for.
Look at that! Simon's gamble totally paid off, not pitting for that.
Yes,
damage.
indeed. And as I don't know if you just heard me, but in terms of Vale, you know, this person was miles behind the pack. Now into P10 with a shot at some decent positions.
True, yeah. They were let down. Now, 2 safety cars later, they're back in the mix.
Okay,
and we are green.
And we're green.
Let's go.
Let's go. So, Kaliba will lead the trainer cars behind with Simon P3, Razor P3, Pole Sitter up into P3. Pole Sitter makes a move on the inside of Razor into P3. Razor down to P4. Nuchel with P5. Hammers UK P6. And Roadrunner P7. Incredible P8. Vale up to P9 ahead of Ray Racer in P10 with Shane. And it looks like Ray Racer side by side still. Can Shane get the move redone? No. Ray Racer back in front to P10. No. Sorry, Shane up into P10 now ahead of Ray Racer. Yes. It is literally head to toe racing right now, or bumper to bumper races, should I say. So really hard one to call, but we'll quickly look back on board with the front runners. So we got Simon 8 tenths behind of Kaliba, who leads the race by 8.5 tenths. 2 seconds is the gap between Simon and Pole Sitter and P3. Razor is just 2.5 tenths behind Pole Sitter, looking to snatch that last step on the podium from Pole Sitter. And then we've got Nuchel in P5 with half a second gap. So certainly there is a big fight for P3. It looked like Racer and Pole Sitter went side by side. Looked like Pole Sitter just backed out for the time being, but he's not going to give up, of course. And certainly Pole Sitter trying to grab back that position. We know that Pole Sitter is very competitive and doesn't ever give up. We've got Nuchel up into P5, up the inside of Roadrunner, it looks like. And just behind Pole Sitter is very, very... Oh, God! We had someone wide! I couldn't see who that was. I might need to have a look on the replay of that, because I couldn't really see who that was in the darkness.
I saw it as well, yeah.
It was a red car, that's all I saw. It was a red car. I don't know if it was P6, P5. I'm going to quickly scroll through. Oh, that is... Was it Roadrunner? I think it might be Roadrunner.
Roadrunner, yeah.
So Roadrunner lucky not to pick up damage there. And we've got another safety car? What? No way. Oh my god, we got Cross with engine damage. What has happened to his race? Oh, bang into square on into the barrier.
That's a massive one, yeah.
Yeah, cut across the grass, got out of control, and oh my god, he's literally just come out of the pits to get that car repaired, and we've got a safety car, and I feel like this might be the end of the race here, guys. Oh my god, this is absolutely crazy.
I will swap under yellow flags, it will be.
Yeah, it does look like the race may end on the safety car. I'm just trying to bring back my YouTube here. Just bear with me. There we go. Yes.
Good evening, Richie. Hello.
Yeah, good evening, Richie. Boy, oh boy, you have missed some exciting action in this race. This has been absolutely phenomenal, and it's a shame to end it this way, to be honest, because it was looking like we couldn't call it in terms of where the grid order was going to finish, but it does. Well, we've just got confirmation now, safety car to pits, so it's looking like then that Kaliber so let me bring up my spotters guide. So Kaliber in the do forgive me, guys, I'm going to quickly try and bring it up.
But also safety car to pits, that will be a crazy start to stint number 5. So
that is true.
Boy, not sure if you're listening already. You're ready to take over for stint 5 on comms. This will be absolutely crazy start for your stint.
That is very, very true. So yeah, Clockwork Motorsport BMW M6 GT3 car. That team will then lead out on stint 5. Distinct Simon, he is in is it Syndicate? Is it?
Yep. Simon's Syndicate.
Yeah, Syndicate Sector Racing in the McLaren 650S GT3 car. They will come out in P2. Then we've got Razor, who is the GT Finland Racers BMW M6 GT3 team. Car number 66. They will come out in P3. Then we got Nuchel, part of. I really wish it was light so I could see what car they are. That is the Porsche, isn't it? Yeah, so that is Eric's Racing Porsche 911 team will come out in P4. Then we've got the AMG in Track Design Racing, AMG GT3 team. They'll come out in P5. Then pole sitter is Team Syndicate Sector Racing.
Second team, yeah.
Yeah, second team.
There's both two teams entered.
Yeah, they'll come out in P6. Then P7 is. I keep forgetting to look at that diagram. Right, so that is Scuderia Pantera Lexus RCF team. They'll come out in P7, and then P8 is the Gran Turismo Italia Audi R8 LMS team. Out in P8, where it was looking like doom and gloom for that team, but all of a sudden they're going to be starting from P8 in the next stint. So it just shows you all can happen in a very, very short space of time. Then we've got in P9, then we've got is it Medway Racing League team? Yeah, out in P9 for the car number 33. Then we've got the CLR Ray Racing R8 Audi. They'll come out in P10. DCT Incredible is it the DC Team GTR GT3 Evo Team P11, and then Cross finally is the Clockwork Motorsport M6 GT3 team, and they will come out in P12. We do actually have two other drivers that are missing on the grid, but probably, I would imagine, will be in the split 5. So that will be Tavernello Racing Team Hurricane, and finally, what have I not read out? Finally, is it New Velocity Racing?
NVR.
Yeah, there'll be the other 2 teams to join in split 5.
Exactly.
Okay.
What an end to
Unbelievable.
to end this one. I mean, it's also like the first time I witnessed a safety car into the pits. So
Yeah, I mean,
crazy.
It's been a crazy race. This is my first time ever broadcasting and commentating on behalf of the Endurance Racing Federation channel. It's been an absolute pleasure, guys. It's, I mean, I couldn't have wished for any more action, and I do apologise that I couldn't quite keep up with some of the racing action, but I do know that you guys have been appearing in your droves when it comes to the attendance, the likes, the amount of people subscribing to the channel. So hopefully I did you guys justice. Hopefully you enjoyed my commentary. More importantly, hopefully you enjoyed the race as well. And we'll be shortly handing you over to... have we got... is it you commentating, Jago, or is it somebody else?
I'm doing Stint 6. Stint 5 is Pony Boy, who will be taking over. Okay. So I did listen in on Pony, and he was a very entertaining commentator, and he will definitely keep you inundated with all the racing action here at the Nürburgring 24-hour layout, and he'll be taking you through hours 10 to 12 of split 6. So yeah. Thank you very much, guys. As we see the drivers enter into the pits, I do believe that the drivers will be coming out on the next broadcast. So I'm going to hand you over to Pony Boy. Pony Boy, I don't know if you can hear me. He's not in the voice chat. He is on the PlayStation, but we will
okay.
stick on the live broadcast.
Okay.
And then I will do the...
Okay, so surely we'll be handing you over to Pony Boy, who will have all the racing action for you on Stint 5. It looks like it's going to be a fast and frantic start, I believe. And in fact, I can see the racing action now. So it's over to Pony Boy, and
it is like the start of a fresh race. Nothing's the same as it was, as we have the Arix Racing Porsche in P1 now, followed by the Finland racers in P2. Visual Racer in P3. Who is that? It's hard to see in the dark. That was the Syndicate Racing Porsche in P3, but it does look like Tim Law making his way back up to P4, the first of the Clockwork Motorsport BMWs there. So thank you everybody for joining and staying with us over this period of 8 hours already, is it? And it certainly has been some exciting racing. The safety car doing its job and keeping this lot all bunched up together. Who have we got in P6 there? It was Distinct Philo. Well, the track design racing guys at AMG in the hands of Philo now. We'll see what times he can throw at us. P6 we have ESP Wesley. That will be the Scuderia Panthera team there in that lovely Lexus. God, it's harder doing this in the dark. Ah, good point there, Stigzander. Yes, there will have been people changing tyres. As I'm not allowed to look at the data, I can't tell you who, but I'm sure others will feedback. Let's see, ESP there, closing up on the back of Philo there. And who is that? Is that Visual Racer as well, side by side? With Philo making a move up to P5. And driving on the berm of that curb there, lovely exit. 6.4 seconds off the leader, which is still the RX Motorsport Porsche. Further down in P8 we do have Resistance in the GTR. Is that the DC Team GTR? Yes, it will be, won't it? Really hard to tell when there's zero lights and it's a dark colour. Yes, it is the DC Team there. And they're good to have the GT Italia team back with us. We did lose them in the last stint I did commentate on. Up to P9, but everything has changed since then. And we have P10 Legicide. The LCR rating. And Welshie in P11. I'm going to guess that's with MLR. There he is, look. MLR, sorry, God. MRL, sorry. And that's only after 2 beers. How terrible. P12, we have a Storm Pacer. Oh, and still in the bits we have the 2 re-entries. They should be coming out anytime soon. And that is the second of the Clockwork cars there. In P12. MS Dude. For the New Velocity Racing team. And Jiri Sakano. In the Lambo there. Waiting until they're being told they can be released. They'll be praying for a safety car or two, I'm sure. Well, RX, who was in the Porsche in the last stint to commentate on as well, doing a great job there in P1 with a 5-second lead over Anatami. All the Finnish racers there. TCR Kemp in P3 in the first of the Syndicate Racing cars. With Tim Noor just a second behind him, and we are getting a bit of a grouping now. Philo only 2/10 back of the first of the Clockwork Motorsport cars. Oh, this is the way you want to start a stint when you're already 8 hours into a race. Oh, good night, Matt. Thanks for joining us. And thank you very much, Mr. Johnny Waffle. Good to see you too. Everyone just giving a couple of car lengths, well, half a car length, say here. No point being too close around these twisty bits. Obviously, Philo having a look on the outside there and thinking better of it. Ooh. This battle for fourth is getting rather spicy. TDR and Clockwork Motorsport going at it yet again. But last time, which was Kaliber. He looked like he had a very good race in the last stint as well. Did manage to get himself a good bit of clear air. He was about 30 seconds up the road when I did hand over to stint 3. Right, this is a nice little grouping we're getting at the front here. How far is Visual Racer behind? That is in the second of the Syndicate Racing cars, the Porsche there. I'll say they were right at the back at the end of Stint 2, so they made some very good ground. I did see they're up to P3 at one point. So it just shows these safety cars and a few other things can throw up anything. It's never over until the 24th hour. In P7 ESP Wesley. Scuderia Panthera, he's got a couple of seconds either side of him at the moment. The same as a resistance there for the DC team. Walshy only a couple of seconds down the road, but he has got Leggy all over the back of him in the CR Outre car. Let's hope they have a bit better luck on this stint than they did in Stint 2. Nothing seemed to go right for them. And struggling to put alongside that BM, but getting the job done, but he has been hung around the outside, but can he cut it back in? No. Good job there by Walshy. Managing to keep the place, but we do have a Storm Racer, and who was that with him? New Korea. Is that how you'd say that? New Korea, but anyway, it's oh, somebody disconnected. Who was that? Who have we lost? It is so hard to tell in the dark. I'm trying to see who we've lost here. It's neither the Syndicate cars, and he was in P6 and Wesley was in P7. It was who was in front of Walshy. Oh no, but another DC by the look of it. That does promote Leggy up to P9 though, and Storm Pacer up to P10. The GT Italian team all over the back of the second of the Clockwork Motorsport cars. And let's hope we don't have any more disconnects. Come on. No. It's Pastina. No. Oh, I didn't even get to see Pastina, and he doesn't normally have a problem with DCing, so that's unusual. And thank you very much, Mr. T. It is me, Pony Boy. Don't forget to give the channel a like, a subscribe and a thumbs up. And let's see what's going on at the front, shall we? 1.7 seconds the gap now, so this was 5 seconds not long back. So the finished race is closing that gap down 1.5 seconds. Oh, we did see distinct Philo up into P3 for a split second then. Side by side with TCR Kemp. The first of the Syndicate Racing cars, the McLaren there. What can Philo do? Looking pretty strong. It's certainly not an easy car to pass. Not in Kemp's hands there as well. That's showing some good pace. Philo struggling to get the better of him at the minute. And it's quite a long way to go to the straight. But he may just sit there and take his time, maybe save a bit of tyres and a bit of fuel. But maybe not. Doesn't look like it the way he was trying to get on the power earlier, then getting a little bit of sideways action. Oh, that's all for Pastina. Really sorry to see that. Philo making sure he stays close just in case there is any slight mistake there from Kemp. And he is alongside, but he's going to have to go around the outside here. I'm sure Kemp will give him the room, but he has got the inside line at the next. And side by side as we go up the hill. Again, I'm not apologising for not learning the name of the corners around this track. Philo still keeping that pressure on, and Tim Law joining the party. Again, at just around half a second and well within slipstream distance. And Visual Racer not far behind either. So if this does start to hot up here, they slow each other down. The second of the Syndicate racing cars will be right on the back of this pack as well. Gap at the front now, Dan has changed. Eric's back to P2. As we see the Finnish racers take the lead again. Not for the first time today. Whether Eric's made a mistake, but we do know the Finnish guys are quick, but so is everybody in these lobbies. There's no slouches here. But the gap up to 12 seconds between themselves and Kemp now in the first of the Syndicate racing cars. Distinct Philo all over the back of there, but we can also see Tim Law under pressure from Visual Racer. And the Syndicate Racing 911 RSR there. As we see Philo making a move there, is he? No, he certainly thought about it, but we are coming up to the straight, so it would probably just mean he'd get passed straight back. It'll be interesting to see with 4 different cars going down the straight which car does have the legs. I do feel sorry for the person leading everybody on though, so that McLaren is going to be under a lot of pressure, but it does get a good exit, and it is a nice slippery car. Philo tucked in nicely. Can he get a nice slingshot out of the corner? Obviously losing the slipstream as he done. Has he got the straight line speed? Force him into suffer a little on the straight, or maybe a poor exit. He seems to have dropped back quite a bit there, Visual Racer, sorry, I can't even see him. So is that one of the cars that's got damage? Yeah, because he's dropped back 4 seconds, so he's had a little moment there somewhere. We can only go back 16 seconds, and he has gone in to get that repaired. This will promote Wesley up to P7. And Welshie up to P7 now. Nicely done, but we do see Nakaria and Storm Pacer changing places. So that is the GT Italia team up till P8. And the second of the Clockwork Motorsports cars down to P9. Leggy in the pits as well, so we've had some more damage there. Sorry, we can't keep up with everything. So the bad luck continues for the CLR Ray team. But they've got a comfortable 6 minutes in front of AMS Dude, who will be praying for a safety car, and they've got 3 minutes over Jiri. In the Lambo there, the Tavanello Lamborghini. I just want to thank you guys for staying with us this long now. We are 8 hours in. We know a lot of you in the day will be getting late. But we do appreciate those of you that have stayed up, tuned in, and the people that are joining. Hopefully we'll keep you entertained for the rest of the remainder of the 24 hours, which is 15 minutes and 35 minutes, according to our countdown clock there. Obviously it will go a little bit over that. Not massively though, because we do all have to finish after the timer runs out. What lap you're on doesn't matter. But obviously at the moment, majority are all on the same lap. But let's have a look. Philo up to P3 now, has managed to make a move on the Syndicate Racing McLaren. I'm sorry we missed that, and he's also put a little bit of time into him there. He's got 14 seconds to catch the Arix Porsche. As we can see that gap coming down. I'm not going to say quickly, but we can see it dropping. The Syndicate Racing team down to P4 now. Can Tim Law reel them in? As we did see, lost about 4 seconds last time. And he must have had a little bit of a moment somewhere. But now he has got the McLaren in his sights. Motorsport team hunting down that P4 and then see if they can get on the back of Distinct Velo and the TDR design team. It's a shame night has to last so long, doesn't it? We should have it so everyone has to have like a luminous livery so you can see exactly who it is at night. Fortunately, we do get used to the names after a few laps, so we kind of know who we're talking about. It's just the dark car. Right, let's have a look after the pit stops towards the back now. What's going on? Visual Racer as well, lost a lot of places, so they must have got some damage. We did see 2 cars, I think, declaring mechanical damage. So that would have... I think there may have actually been 3 as well, but not at the same time. Visual Racer drops down from P6, I think it was, to P10. Legend 10 seconds behind him. But we can see that gap coming down again. It was 11, it did drop to 10 something there, so... Well, keep it up, Leggy, and let's try and stop the bad luck for the rest of the race. The finished race is now 5 seconds in front of the Arix Motorsport Porsche. And the TDR Design and Mercedes there has taken another half a second out of that gap. And got a nice 2.5 seconds gap between himself and TCR Kemp. The Syndicate Racing McLaren there in P4, but Tim Law keeping the pressure on there. That gap only just over half a second. Fastest lap at the moment, an 8:02.182. Well, the finished race is in P1 and it's Army. A good opening lap, that. Tim Law, I'm thinking. Just happy to sit there until we get to the straight. I'm getting a little bit of air over that hump there. I do like watching that. And it's nice when cars are close, you can actually see a bit of car instead of just some headlights. Getting nice and close before we get to the straight here. And Kemp a little bit wide there. Is he going to get a bad exit off here? I don't know if I'd want to pass now if I was Tim Law anyway. Do you think you're just going to lose it again on the straight? And I'm pretty sure that slipping McLaren will be pretty quick in a straight line. But we do know the BMW has got some grunt. There we go. Oh, we've got mechanical damage. You don't like 3 places there, or was it just the last message? I think it was just the last message, bringing the previous messages up. I hope it's not 3 lots of mechanical damage, that would suck. And side by side, BM with all its headlights, fog lights, turning lights, everything ablaze. And he's going to have the inside line, but the McLaren late on the brakes there and darting back across. Syndicate racing, that McLaren really fighting to keep that place. What can the Clockwork Motorsport BMW do in the hands of Tim Law? This battle has been going on for quite a while now and it's been highly entertaining. I don't know if I miss anything. I will flick back in a bit if the gap does open up slightly. Which I'm not going to stray away while they're going through the GP track, because there is plenty of overtaking opportunities here where the track is a lot wider. And we're all a lot more familiar with the GP track normally because we do a lot more laps around it. Kept looking a little bit wiggly there and loose. Certainly give us a little bit of tyre squeal as they protest through him trying to get that McLaren into a change of direction, or throwing some stones back at Tim there, trying to put him off. See if he can chuck one through his intercooler and put him out of the race. Obviously he wouldn't really want to do that. It'd be kind of cool if they added that to a game, but at the same time it really wouldn't, would it? When you're having a good race with somebody and a stone breaks your intercooler. Yeah. Especially on something like this when you put this much time and effort in. Oh, look at the grass waving there, doesn't it look good? For those of us have the pleasure of PS5s, which is a majority of us now, I would hope. This game can look splendid at times. Battle really keeping us interested. Let's have a look at the gap between 1, 2 and 3 while we're here before we have a flick down the order. 8 seconds now at the finished racers lead by, and a purple by 2/10 there, and an 8 dead 0.4. Now the fastest lap again from Anatami. Absolutely flying there. P2 is still the Arix Porsche, driven by Arix MK. 8.04.8 last time round, not a bad lap there at all, but what did Philo do in 8.04.2? And that gap down to 11 seconds now though, so Philo on a little bit of a flyer. Tim Law a further 6 seconds back in P4, but he has now broke that slipstream. put a second between himself and Kemp. Walshy a further 15 seconds back in P6. Well, MRL on 8:11 last time round, but he is half a second up on his fastest lap, but he's only got 7/10 over Nakaria, or Nacharia. It would be Nacharia, wouldn't it? Or the GT Italia team R8 there. They will see the Lexus behind in P8 with Scuderia Panthera, driven by ESP Wesley there. CWM Sport Pace only half a second back there as well, so plenty going on at the minute. That second Clockwork Motorsport car there pushing on, and Visual Racer only 15 seconds back after that pit stop, and a further 16 seconds back there to Leggy for the team with the worst luck in the world, it appears tonight. Dude, we don't need to worry about that gap at the minute, unfortunately. He's 5 minutes and 19 seconds back, but he has already started taking massive chunks of time there with a 5:01.4 last time round. 5:01, what am I doing? 8:01. And this dude is very quick. Already 7/10 up on that time. All the new Velocity Racing team unfortunately had a disconnect or something of that nature. And last but not least, in P13, it is Dewey Takano. P1 now 11.1 seconds in front. These Finnish racers really do have some fast guys in their ranks, and Atami's certainly one of them. Pulling away at a rate of knots from Arix, who has down to 10 seconds now, the gap between himself and P3. The TDR Design AMG there in the hands of Philo. Philo taking pretty big chunks of time out of that second place now, and he has a comfortable 7-second lead over the first of the Clockwork Motorsport cars. But Kemp hanging on in there, he's still just trying to touch that slipstream. Just having a little wiggle there, so that's just put him out there with 1.2 second gap now. But he has got a nice 14 second, 15 second gap between himself and Welshie. Well, let's see what can Nacharia do against Welshie here. He's took it in that slipstream. And we will be coming up to the straight soon, so if we have got anybody close towards the front as well, we will see some changes in position, I imagine. Oh, a bit of a moment there from Welshie, so we're going to see a change earlier than expected. So that's put the GT Italia team up to P6. And given them a 1.2 second gap, so if he can keep that to get onto the straight, that's going to do him the world of good. Keeping Welshie out of the drift, that's gone up to 4 seconds now, so I think Welshie another little moment. Oh, and now he's got ESP Wesley all over his tailpipes, and Visual Racer as well, is it? No, it's Storm Pacer. In the other Clockwork Motorsport BMW there. Welshie will be feeling the pressure. Walshy into the pits with damage. As we see Storm Pacer get by. So it's still all going on in this race. Yes, Legatti, you have missed lots of drama. The last stint did look like it was fully intense, with basically the whole grid coming in a snake, and 13 cars leaving all at the same time. Well, I think it was 12. Gap between P2 and 3 down to 6.4 seconds now. Philo really pushing on and opening that gap up between himself and the first of the Clockwork Motorsport BMWs up to 8.3 seconds now, and he's only got 1.1 seconds over TCR Kemp, who was hanging on in there around that 1 second mark. Doing a good job for the Syndicate Racing team there in that McLaren in P5, kicking up a little bit of dirt and grass there for whoever's following it, which is natural here. The GT Italia team now, who's got himself a nice 5.8 seconds gap after we did lose, well, didn't lose, but Walshy, MRL, got some damage, so he has pitted and dropped down the order somewhat. And we have Storm Pacer in P7, who managed to get by Wesley a few corners ago. He's opened that gap up to 1.6 seconds now. And Visual Racer, after his early stop and damage, 12.3 seconds further back of that action. Actually a further 18 seconds back in P8, but still in front of Walshy after Walshy gets his damage repaired. And AMS Dude a further 5 minutes back. And Travanello Lamborghini last but not least, 8 minutes 19 second lap last time round. So let's get back to where some of the action was, shall we? Tindall and Kemp still going at it. What else did we have as well? There was some further back, wasn't it? See Wesley dropping back now. And Visual Races and a further 11 seconds back. So yeah, it is, the main battle is here at the moment. And also keep an eye on the gap between 3 and 4. That down to 5.1 seconds now. Philo really pushing on an 8:02.292 last time round. But look at that, the fastest lap I've seen today. I'm pretty sure it won't be the quickest, because I haven't seen every bit of every stint so far, with the 7:59.440 to Anatami in P1. What an absolutely killer lap in the dark as well. Gap up to 19 seconds now over the Arix team Porsche. That gap down to 4 seconds. So the TDR design, or TDR racing now, isn't it? In the hands of Figaro, who's opened that gap up between himself and the first of the Clockwork Motorsport BMWs to 9.6 seconds. And there we have TCR Chem right in the draft there, perfectly placed to sit there and give chase down the straight, as he has a big moment there, which is going to be costly. But not costly as if it would have been offered into the barrier. He has managed to keep it in a straight line. Well, has lost around a second there. He's going to have to work hard if he wants to get on the back end of the BMW again before we reach the big straight. So thanks to everybody for joining the chat. I'm still really sorry to hear that you disconnected, Bastina. Awful. Hopefully you'll be coming back. Yes, I've just read the rest of the chat, so I'm glad you are coming back. We know how it sucks and we wish we could do something about it, like having our own servers, but unfortunately with platforms like PlayStation, that's a no-go. Well, that gap opened up to 3 seconds now. The Syndicate Racing McLaren up well out of the strip lane of Tim Law. As we near the end of lap 6, which is lap 5 race-wise, and we are now, what, 15 hours and 14 minutes left to go of this amazing race so far. I wonder how many laps we'll get in on the end stint. Do you reckon we'll lose one? I think it will just be one, won't it? Maybe. That'll be down to a 15 lap stint, or might be even a 14. What will be interesting to see. It's been pretty good on time so far. We're not far off where we should be. AMS Dude now with the fastest lap, what, 7:59.0. All the way down in P11, is he? Or 12? 12, look. What an absolute flying lap there from Dude. And if you ever need any tuning tips or anything, AMS Dude does have a very good YouTube channel which has helped me in the past. Particularly in the road to GT7 before GT7 come out on GT Sport. It's one of the only, like, manufacturing kind of things I've done. I mean, his tunes are really good. So, big shout out to him. Jiri in P13 have his 4 minutes and 25 seconds behind now, and Dude purple by over a tenth. Well behind the field, but he has brought that gap down to 4 minutes and 50 seconds over Welsh, you know. I know Welsh is not really going to be feeling the pressure yet, but that's nearly a minute he's taken out of him so far. Welsh now a minute and 47 behind the leader, but only 7.2 seconds behind B10 Leggy. And we do have Natcheria coming into the pits. I'm assuming he's picked up a little bit of damage there. It's on the mediums, but it should go for a good few laps, and he's still got 45% fuel left, so it certainly doesn't look like a time pit stop. Visual Racer back up to PA now then, after his early damage and pit stop. And the Scuderia Panther and Lexus driven by Wesley there up to P7 now. 3.6 seconds behind Storm Racer in the second of the Clockwork BMWs. How close is Kemp now? It's 3.9 seconds back. I think this is the most open the field has been tonight. There's actually not really a battle at the moment, but how about P3 and 2? That is down to 2 seconds. We'll stay here for a while. Excellent, there you go. Perfect timing with the answers there, Endurance Racing Federation. Another safety car or two and might have to lose a lap. Otherwise, we are bang on for where we want to be. That says a lot to the planning of these gents and testing, I'm sure, and counting. Apparently sometimes when they are doing the counting they have to take their shoes and socks off. The extra digits really do help. 2.2 seconds the gap now. Eric's doing everything he can to keep Philo at a distance and keep him out of that slipstream. Philo pushing on with an 8:03.233 last time round compared to Eric's 8:07. this looking a more when than an if. Eric still did a very good job, and they will still have a comfortable 10 seconds, I think it is, back to Tim Law now. Yeah, just over. Who has a comfortable 5.2 seconds between himself and Kemp. And when I say comfortable, he wouldn't be comfortable around the Nürburgring normally, and definitely not comfortable around the Nürburgring over 24 hours. For the 24 seconds back, Storm Pace has got himself a comfortable 5-second lead over Wesley. That gap growing, and the gap between himself and Visual Racer coming down. It is now 8.9 seconds. Sorry there, I meant to turn the mic off for that. I accidentally turned it back on. Who does in turn have a 23 seconds over Leggy. And Leggy is 6.4 over Welshie. That gap coming down between himself and P10. The MRL BMW driven by Welshie. And in turn he has 10.4 seconds over the GT Italia R8, which has dropped back now. So after that extra stop, the gap to dude back up to 5 minutes and 12 seconds, and it was at 4.5. So I'm not really sure what happened then. As he had a moment, would he be coming in the pits? He won now with his fastest lap of his race last time round with a 7:59.3. Eric's now at 27 seconds behind, but only 1.8 seconds behind that. We do have the TDR AMG. I'm well hydrated as well, Mr. Ligeti, on lager. Lager being my good friend on late nights like this. I don't start till late, so I'm not too drunk for you guys. Not on here, I did once on GTSV. Please don't hunt that down. Tim Law keeping that gap at 10 seconds now. That gap down to just over a second between P2 and P3. Figalo really wanting this place. It's been chasing him down for a good while now. That's taken, what was it, 14 seconds I think it was when he got up to P3. Got some good consistent pace shown by Filo there. You prefer ciders? Ciders are alright in the summer, but they're not good for your stomach. Well, they give me a bit of stomach ache after a few. But they are nice in the summer with a bit of ice. It is the summer. When? When? We've had sunshine, we haven't really had any summer yet, have we? Maybe a couple of days. And then we'll be all moaning it's too hot anyway. But are we going to see Filo making a move down the straight? You would expect so. The Porsche not known for its straight line speed, but known for its all-round drivability and corner exit, especially with the Porsche. So can he get the power down early? No, Filo has got the job done. Going into a lap 8, Filo finally up to P2 after chasing down that 14-second gap between himself and the Arix Motorsport Porsche. Eric's MK not taking it lying down, he's fighting back. Using the strength of that Porsche and trying to get a good exit. Well, Philo fighting him off all the way. And we'll be doing everything, I'm sure, to make a break for it now. Are they slowing each other down with this little battle though? Is Philo having to be a little bit more defensive, or has he just gone full out attack? Oh, I'm going to say at least over 24 before everyone goes, oh, it's too hot. Oh. Yes, it was a good overtake, mate. And what's the gap between Tim Law now? It has come down to 9.3 seconds, so the overtake. And Eric's a little bit down on pace compared to Philo. That gap has come down to 9.3. So Tim Law will see that and push on, I'm sure. Because he has got a nice comfortable 32 seconds between himself and P5 Storm Pacer. In the second Clockwork car. They're running in tandem there in 4 and 5, or hardly in tandem in position wise, but there's 32 second gap as I just stated. ESP Wesley in P6. Nice to see the Lexus up there. I didn't realise just how big them headlights are when it's coming down there. They're huge. Yes, gap down. Oh, bit of contact with the barrier there, we heard. And that gap down to 4.5 seconds between himself and Visual Racer now. So the Syndicate Racing Porsche is on the move. So you see, I kept all the way back in P8 now. Yes, I did pit last lap. But we are halfway through, so that could be a timed pit stop rather than a forced. Edgy for the 26 seconds back in P9. Oh, he's got Walshy all over the back of him. These guys look like they're locked in what seems to be a great battle. Well, I'm presuming. The CLR racing car there, finally getting back up the order. Let's hope it keeps going that way. That's by far the closest battle we have got on track, because he couldn't get that much closer. He can obviously get half a second closer, nearly. But that's not much. As we are approaching 15 hours to go in this race. That doesn't sound like much now, does it? 15 hours. Most of us will get a sleep in that period, not these guys. They will be racing. I'll be back with you in the morning after this stint. But a big hats off to the guys keeping this going through the night as well. Does this mean Jaeger has to do this for every single stint as well? How do you do that, mate? And why would you do that, you nutcase? We love you for it, and you do an amazing job. Oh, a little bit of contact there. Between Leggy and Welshie, I don't think there would have been any damage. It was minimal contact. And certainly nothing gained. And we can see Nürburgring closing up in the background for the GT Italia team there in the R8. All these teams have taken an extra stop. CCR Chem that did stop last time round. I'll be interested to see when the front runners stop where this brings them out. The gap at the front now 34 seconds. I already did slack. It's slacking a little bit there, like dropping to an 8-minute flat .2 on lap 7. Yeah, I've been in 40 odd degrees in Crete and it feels about the same as when it's 30 over here. Yeah, the UK heat can be unbearable at times. Not always, but sometimes, yeah. I'd still like to have some heat instead of this crap we have been having for most of the time. Hasn't been too bad the last week or so, but prior to that, pretty much just rain. Alright, so Philo now has 3.8 seconds over Arix in P3. Tim Laura further 6.4 seconds back, so he is closing that gap down to the Arix Porsche. And he has got a nice comfortable 35-second gap between himself and the second of the Clockwork BMWs. So it is still Clockwork Motorsport in P3 and 4 with ESP Wesley. Oh, and he's got Visual Racer all over the back of him now. The Syndicate Racing Porsche there, moving up and down the field all day as far as I can work out. And looks like he's got a good exit there. But Wesley defending well. And keeping the 911 RSR behind him. Absolutely, AM Dude's epic lap. As been mentioned, that's 7:59.0. I'm not sure what happened after that. We should go and have a look at the rest of his times, but we have got Wesley and Visual Racer side by side, and we have got TCR Kemp and Win Mechanical Damage. And I did see AMS Dude's name pop up before that, so I think he did get damage a lap before. Because he did seem to lose a lot of time. Winter in Australia and it's 25 degrees. Nice, yeah. Yeah, I've got a friend who lives in an area that says it's like that. It does depend on what part of Australia you are from, but yeah. Because it's enormous. Oh, Filo's going for the overcut. Yes, he's gone for longer because we do have P1 into the pits and out of the pits. But when the gap's only 7.4 seconds, the overcut I don't think is going to work. But nice to see Philo in P1 for a little bit. Well, the lap time is still holding up with an 8:04.5 last time round, and the time his last complete lap was that 8 dead. Tim Law in P3 because Arix has got in and come out in P5. That's a quick in that bay, he's an 8:22. Racing 13 seconds in front of the other Porsche Visual Racer, Syndicate Racing. Obviously that had to make an early stop, so can run a little bit longer on them tyres and that fuel. Looking at the lap times, you think that maybe Philo have been short shifting for the last few laps or something to do this extra lap? We'll save a little bit of tyres. Or his times just had dropped off a little because of the tyre wear. All quite possible. Visual Racers fastest lap an 8:08.6 on lap 7. He's trying to close a gap of 14.5 seconds down to the Porsche in front of him, which has already stopped, so a safety car would be welcome for Visual Racer, I'm sure, as well as all the guys even further back. But Wesley doing a good job of trying to hang with Visual Racer. Because Visual Racer did catch him quite easily and got the pass done, and he thought he'd just clear off into the distance, but no, Wesley hanging on in there. Gap down to 6.8 seconds between P1, TDR AMG there, and the BMW M6 of the Finland Racers. First of the Clockwork Motorsport BMWs in P3. The orange BMW having a good day so far. Let's get up the seat off the radiator. I think this has been the most chilled out session so far. I don't mean to tease, I don't. It would just be nice to see some of the bad luck undone for people. Yeah, accidents happen, but bad luck sometimes just crap, isn't it? Especially disconnects. I find disconnects just so unfair. Because you can't just, I can understand why you can't just drop them in where they were and stuff, it's not fair, but at the same time, yeah, disconnects just suck. Meanwhile, let's have a look at the gap at the front. 6.1 seconds now, and Philo will be at the end of this lap, I think. Yeah, I think that's more appropriate than Anatomy is doing the undercut. But no, I think it is the perfect time in the race for him to pit. It was just over halfway. But Philo will be able to run that second stint with newer tyres and less fuel. Because obviously he will have to do one less lap on them tyres, and with the amount of fuel he has to take on board. So it should definitely save him a couple of seconds, I think, if this is a decent in-lap. Certainly be interesting to see. It certainly looks like a decent in-lap because he is on a personal best at the moment. Tommy has opened that gap up to 7.5 seconds for himself and P3 Tim Law in the Clockwork Motorsport BMW. Here he is, 37 seconds in front of the other Clockwork Motorsports BMW, and Arix is right on the back of that BMW now after his stop. And looks like he's on a mission. After losing P1 in a great start to this stint 5, that is. The ERF Racing Porsche looking to make up a few places, as he was in P1 for a good while. We should see the leader coming into the pits. And then see the finished drivers take back over the lead of the race. 7 seconds in front of Tim Law, who still hasn't pitted. Pretty sure he's not going for a no-stopper, but yeah, definitely doing an undercut if there ever was one. ERF Motorsport does make a move up to P4. Can we see the move back? It will be down the straight, I'm sure. Yes, it is. Seemingly easily done there. My MK. And now currently on purple sectors. Since putting them fresh tyres on. Oh, we have got info up. Sorry. Yeah, you go. It's because I did a replay. I haven't seen the refueling thing come up though, but it just decides to display race info, not there. There we go. Yes, Tim Law is running a different strategy there in P2. But still an 804 last time round, so the tyre wear not causing an issue. I don't think the tyres are so much of an issue, it is more the fuel. Obviously liking the car to be nice and light. But it's amazing how many cars don't actually handle better when they're light. I find some cars terrible as soon as the fuel runs down. There isn't many, but there is definitely a few. So this is brought Philo back out in P3, 30 seconds behind Tim Law. Oh, and it's a big moment there for Philo, but keeps it all together. But when the car starts to step sideways like that and you have got a wheel on the grass, it is always a very twitchy moment. If anyone's in bed in my house, I'm pretty sure I just woke them up, but yeah. They shouldn't be in bed, they should be tuning into the stream and giving a like, a subscribe and a follow and all that kind of thing. So please, yep, if you haven't done so already, please do that, give the stream a thumbs up. Go through the order a little again. ERF in P4. He's pretty much on his own now in 9 seconds behind Philo, but he has got a nice comfortable cushion of 45 seconds for himself and Storm Pacer. He's dropped quite a way back after the stops, even though it was a good in-lap with an 8.22. But he's only got 2 seconds for himself and Kemp now. In the Syndicate Racing McLaren. And the second of the sector racing cars just behind him in P7 with the RSR. Visual Racer, 4.7 seconds behind his compadre. And 5.3 seconds in front of Welshie now, he's back up to P8. So a good recovery drive this from Welshie. Up to Natcheria back in P9. The GT Italia R8. And Wesley, it's because he's pitted. An 8:34 in lap though, that's not great, so I think he obviously had a bit of a moment there. 8.4 seconds back from the GT Italia guys. But he has got himself a nice 32-second cushion in front of Leggy, who has just done his pit stop. But that lap 8 worries me, if that's his in lap. The 8:38. No, it's not his in lap, that was his out lap. Okay, that's alright, that's good. And that gap between himself and Dude now back down to 4 minutes and 20 seconds. So Dude taking more time. Let's have a look at Dude. For the MVR racing team. On his first fly after the pit stop. Are we going to see 7:58 from Dude today? It wouldn't surprise me. Or maybe one of the others. We do have quite a few aliens driving today. Or flying, whatever they do, these aliens. But we are on the straight now. Are we going to see Tim Lawton coming this time round? Surely we will do. Well, that gap already up to 13.4 seconds running himself and Atami. All the Finnish racers in P1. Oh, and a big moment there, but doesn't cost him too much time. Well, yeah, how you guys keep it straight on the grass flat out, I don't know. These laps going down pretty quickly. We are on lap 10 now of this 16 lap stint, which is actually 15 as we know. And 14 visually with the formation lap. Philo has brought half a second out of that gap at least. An 8.16 in lap from Philo, absolutely smashing it. And getting a little bit of air there and there. So the TDR car really not hanging around on the outlap. No need to save any tyres or fuel now, it can just wring its neck. I've never had a safety car in any of the stints I've streamed yet, so maybe I'm like commentator's curse for safety cars. Whereas it used to be looking at a car and it would just spin off and die. No, they're not, and we're not getting safety cars. I've got replays working, we've hardly needed them. As we do see Tim Law, as expected, into the pits. But where will it bring him out? We are thinking P4. But how close will Alex be? Shall we jump on board with Alex or Philo? But I think Philo will be coming past now. Up into P2. But how far back is the Alex Porsche? It's way too far back. Tim Law's going to be out well up the road. Or is he? No, he's not well up the road. He's got an Aric's Porsche all over his backside. And with a better exit and warm tyres, the Porsche attacks and has the inside line. And here we go, more action. Tim Law not happy with that one by the look of it, and a bit of flash of the old headlights. Yes, good battle for third this is. With the Porsche illuminating its lovely green lights to tell the world that it is in P3. Look at me, look at me. Now can Tim Law go and steal those little green lights off him? Because he'll want them. Oh, he'll want them. Well, you will be getting some temperature into them tyres now, so I'm sure we'll be mounting an attack very soon. And I can't believe how quickly this stint has gone. Oh, what a bit of a moment there by Eriks. But keeping it all together and keeping the power down and keeping the place. But Tim Law well within the slipstream, so can he attack as we go through the high-speed sector? Because this is a really fast part of track we're approaching here now. Just a little lift round here, or maybe flat out for these guys and just cane it all through here. You actually reach higher top speeds through this section than you do down the long straight. Eric's doing a good job of keeping the Clockwork Motorsport BMW behind him. He's making the back end of that Porsche as wide as he possibly can. And being as quick as he possibly can. As we approach the carousel, not the carousel, the yeah, it's like I said, I'm not going to learn the corner names. Right, gentlemen, I am an old man and I have drunk a couple of beers. I'm going to just quickly pop the mic off for a second and leave you with this battle.
So I'm quickly taking over now, as long as Pony Boy is ready another drink. So we're still on that great battle between Eriks and Tim Law. P3 and P4 really close after that distance driven already. Does it look a bit foggy? I don't know. Could be. And Eriks stay in the lead. Going up to Prairie Corner. We go. No drama so far. BMW right behind now. To the crossbar we go. Good run with Alex. Increasing that gap slightly. Into the party area, exiting YouTuber's corner, and Eric still staying in the lead. We all know we've seen so far that Porsche is a piece down the straight with that setup. Should be able to keep that position and maybe also increase his lead. The long back straight. Crucial run. Eric's still has a little lead, little gap, half a second that is. Can't too more in that clock. Notice what we about close the gap. Yeah, he's gaining in the slipstream. Down the Rethinking way they go. 1, 2, getting closer and closer. Making the roof stick. Wow, look at that overtake. Nicely executed.
Lovely to see that I left the camera just in the right place. Should we do some night on boards? This is the perfect opportunity. That is a good idea. As we go just at the wrong time. Oh, side by side there in a big moment, a bit of contact. As we see Tim Law spun out. Had to me did look like a racing incident though. Let's put a marker in there. We will have a look back at that. As we see the Porsche come alongside. Oh yeah, pure, definitely a racing incident. Well held there as well from Tim Law. I think everyone was just trying to be the last on the brakes there. And that gap up to 3.3 seconds already from that little moment. The onboard's just not quite the same when you've got a car that far in front. But yes, I need to get that info off the screen as well. That's the only problem with putting replays on. But it does seem like Polyphony have got rid of the fueling message at least. Well, we have got a 7:58.3 fastest lap now from P1 Anatami, sorry. So let's get back up to P1, shall we? A 7:58.3. What a lap there. Absolutely astonishing from the finish races. Some speed across the whole team, it does seem. 46 seconds now in front of P2, the TDR design. AMG in the hands of Philo. 8017. I mean, there's no slouch at all. Philo is an animal behind the wheel. And he has a nice 16-second cushion between himself and Eric's now P3. And has got 3 seconds after that minor incident between himself and Tim Law in P4. Who in turn has a lovely cushion of 41 seconds between himself and the second of the Clockwork Motorsport BMWs in P5. And TCR Kemp just 5.8 seconds back in the Syndicate Racing at McLaren, but we have got chance because it is Syndicate Racing versus Syndicate Racing. Let's jump on board with that Porsche, shall we? Only problem with the Porsche being it does have the dullest sounding of all the GR3 engines. Kemp getting a little wide there on exit. This allowing Visual Racing to close down a little bit. The gap down to 0.3 of a second. A little bit of fog as we come down the hill there as well. That may make things a little slippy. Really close on the brakes there. We have got mechanical challenge for Jiri. Back in P13, is he? Yes, he is. Well, that does sound like quite heavy damage as well. Well, let's jump back to the externals for now. But we'll jump back to where were we? There we were, 6 and 7. With the 2 Syndicate Racing cars. Oh, it's side by side. As Kemp has a little bit of a moment, but he doesn't want to give up the place. But he doesn't put up too much of a fight. He knows it's his teammate. These guys race with each other week in, week out, I'm sure. But it does mean we can jump on board with the McLaren. So let's do just that. See more and more fog. It's slowly starting to affect visibility. Not sure how heavy the fog can go in this game. I don't think I've ever driven it with full fog. That's what I'm going to have to do in the coming couple of days, just as an experiment. Is Kemp gonna have the run into the right hander at the bottom of the... It's right there, seems to give his mate a little nudge. Give him a little boost. Because what is the gap between P6 and 5? It's only 6.8 seconds. So everything's to fight for there. As you can hear that wastegate chatter, I think it was probably the McLaren. Well, it's got to be, hasn't it? 'Cause I'm sure the Porsche is naturally aspirated, isn't it? Oh, that's as heavy as it gets, isn't it? Well, it's not really fog, is it? It's just like, ooh, potential mist kind of thing. Yeah. Oh, it is looking a little hazy there, isn't it? What you want is random engine blow up so you can't see a thing in front of you and your car gets covered in oil as well. And then a lack of adhesion flags. Yeah, that's what we want. I'm sure that's what some of the guys at the back want, including AMS Dude in P12, who no longer has the fastest lap. 2 Oh, we got TCR Kemper who's got mechanical damage. Let's get us head in there quick. What's happened there? Is Syndicate Racing McLaren having another moment? Did we manage to get it? I'm pretty sure probably not. No, damage already there, and as you can see, I've got a replay up, there's all the info up, so I now need to get rid of all that. Ugh. Meanwhile, at the front, 13 laps into this stint now, we are nearly 10 hours into this. 14 hours and 24 minutes left to go. And still the fastest lap, that amazing 7:58.3, set by Anatami of the Finnish racers. Safety car out. Safety car out, everybody. Oh, so in the real race there is mist and fog at the minute, and the guys have tried to recreate it. And there we have the safety car. A 57-second lead at the time he had there. All that work going to be undone. Depending on how long the safety car is out, but who has got damage? Good afternoon, Adam. Or good evening, morning, whatever you want to call it now. Depending on where you are, it is actually... Normally says evening, doesn't it, when you're on the PlayStation, you're doing your random thing, but we do have a few in the pits. A few will be taking advantage. We do know Kemp had damage. Looks like Welshie had damage as well. And Naturier as well. In P10. Or the GT Italia team. Welshie coming out the worst, but these guys going to be allowed to bunch right back up. And Timnall right on the back of the Arix Porsche again, at least, if nothing else, even if it goes soon. Because as everybody is out of the pits now. Oh, so Adam is from England, so yep, morning mate. I would have thought so with a name like Adam. What is the gap for AMS doing now? Let's see what time he's made up. He's got the gap down to Leggy to 3.5 minutes. So that gap in front to P11 at one point, it was over 5 minutes for Dude. So he's took like 1.5 minutes out because he did lose a load as well when he had a big moment himself. Oh yeah, some fabulous driving there from Dude. Hopefully with 14 hours still to go, the new Velocity Racing team will be able to make a bit of that time back. And you never know, another couple of safety cars, they could be right at the front, and you can see him pushing on now, trying to catch up through the fog up to the safety car. As we see, P1, that 57-second buffer is now gone. Everyone up to P4, all bunched up together again. how long until we go? I don't think it will be long now. Where are the proper back runners? And who is that right at the back? Because you've got... Oh, it is Dude, he's almost lapped. He's almost lapped Jiri. Oh, unlapped himself from Jiri, should I say. No, lapped him, isn't it? Yeah. 7 minutes and 37 seconds. This is going to make things very, very interesting for the restart. How close will the back guys get to this leading group? I say it was around 6 minutes before Dude has gone past Jiri. Oh yeah, you don't want to be crashing under safety car conditions. But maybe a penalty, I don't know. I don't know how serious these guys are taking that, but that would be interesting to see. I know real racing, they do take that very, very seriously. P11 almost up to the back of the group now. I think P10 is already there, 2 car lengths. So we are getting the greens. Everybody 2 car lengths, which appears to be just over a second, which seems like most of the field agree on. That does look pretty good actually. They've done a good job. The drivers there, sometimes these kind of formations can cause problems and they get people crashing on the safety car lap because not used to driving at this pace. Syndicate Racing guys are back together there with Kemp and Visual Racer resume their battle. And they just await for the go, 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 go signal. I have another drink right next to me just in case for when this one runs out. Let's have a quick look at the back. See how far away they are now. Up to the back of the field. And P1 there, raring to go at the front. Yes, the safety car isn't randomly generated. There would have been either 3 instances of decent damage or engine damage plus multiple damage, and there's a whole table of things that can trigger it, but it has to be within a certain criteria. And we do have a steward monitoring every moment to make sure it is all legit, and it is the first time in the 3 hours and 45 minutes that I've been streaming that we have had a safety car. So that's pretty good going, especially in these conditions with the fog and the dark. And fortunately we haven't had rain yet. We've had it forecast, but it's not happened, which is great when weather is unpredictable. And we should be about to get this back underway. We really don't want to finish another stint under safety car conditions, even though it would really make for a great start to my stint. I'm sure they'll get the nod any second to go. You know what, Shag? I actually don't know at the moment. Yeah, I'm not sure what the hold-up is. They're waiting for the rest of the field to join the back, which seems a bit excessive right now, but I'm not entirely certain. They normally do that, do they? I thought it was just until people got the damage repaired and left the pits. Or if somebody else got damage. I bet that's what it is. Did somebody crash on the safety car lap, did they? Let's have a look. Well, they shouldn't have, because we've gone past that now. MS2 only 2 minutes behind now. We can see how quick that's coming down. So my guess is that's what we're waiting for. Bunch up everybody that is on the same lap. How far away is dude now? That gap was flying down, but No idea, Johnny, right now. I know they said it was a couple of safety cars that are having to catch up in the other stint, but I don't know, perhaps if they're on the same lap they have to bunch up. I don't know. With an 8-minute lap. Interesting. We are on lap 14 again now, so please don't let this finish under safety car conditions again. So it does appear we have technical difficulties with the next stint. It will be sorted. So I'm a little bit in the dark myself. I will quickly jump onto the Discord and see if there's anything I can find out. So yes, I am not full of information at the moment. I'm just trying to find out what's going on. The 6 lobby is supposed to be up. We do have things coming in. Yep, somebody went to sleep and it was a safety car. This is Monkey Base. Good evening, buddy. He fell asleep, it was a safety car, woke up, it's a safety car. Have they been racing or has there been a safety car all along? It depends when he fell asleep, buddy, but there's a chance it's the same safety car. No, this is the first safety car in this stint. So if it was me rabbiting crap when he went to sleep, yeah, it's the same safety car. If it was a different person rabbiting crap when he went to sleep, no, it's a different safety car. I am not sure what's happened with the host for Stint 6. Well, I wish I could be more specific for you, Shane, really do. I'm sure it is a technical issue, whether they're having to bring in... Hopefully you can't bring in a new host now, really. Or possibly having to bring in a new host. Oh, not good. So we do have a green zone at 3, a green zone at 3 people. We are going to be getting underway. So whether this going to be is a little bit of a disjointed stream between 5 and 6, I'm unaware, but the guys will do everything they can to bring up the most seamless entertainment as we do see things get on underway, and I think they're doing everything he can to hang on the back of Anatami. Not even giving him a flash to try and put him off, or was it just to say, hey dude? Who knows? To be honest, knowing Philo, it is probably more a hey dude. Or is it a more go, 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 put your foot down, buddy? Oh, I have got Arix all over my ass. Well, it's not, it's currently a second back, but it's already got 1.7 seconds over Tim. Tim not getting a good start off, people. Well, you say that, but he's got 2 seconds over his Clockwork Motorsport buddy, who has got nothing over the rest of the field. P6 Wesley in the Scuderia Panthera Lexus there, with the GT Italia. Alright, right behind him, and the first of the Syndicate Racing cars there with TCR Kemp in P8. So, oh, and people dropping it down the order, but we do have Dude up to the back of this group now. He's in P9 now, is Dude. Dude will be loving this. Getting the New Velocity Racing team back in the fight. As he goes on the attack of the team, has had a little bit of contact there because wheel on the grass there from the GT Italia R8. Philo still with the light flashing there, trying to get Anatami to get his foot down and open that gap up between himself and P3, the Arix team Porsche there. And he's opening that gap between himself and Tim Law up to over 3.3 seconds now. Again, he's pretty comfortable with a 3.8 second gap between himself and his Clockwork Motorsport compadre. But then we have absolutely no gap between TCR Kemp and Wesley in 6 and 7. Let's have a look, and we'll jump on board with the Lexus. Not only on board with the Lexus, we're going to be right on the back of the BM as well as the McLaren. We're taking it easy on the entry to the final couple of corners and onto the start finish. Let's go up a place to P6, shall we? In the McLaren. Oh, look, lights. We can actually see some of the dash. Going for the late braking round the outside. Oh, in contact there, but no harm, no foul. Oh, lead change. Philo has made a move past Anatami. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with everything, and as we've had everything again right at the end of this stint, as we do start the last lap. Have we got a stint 6 to hand over to, though? The drama keeps unfolding. And it's me, I think the safety car possibly sending him to sleep. And allowing Philo to make a break for it with the TDR AMG. It will be interesting to see if he can hold it for the lap. Over the Finnish racers, they have been absolutely superb so far. And the RX Porsche, well deservedly on the podium still at the moment. Tim is struggling to stay with the top 3 now. That gap opens up to 4.5 seconds already, but he's going to be under pressure soon from P5 as well, because dude is on his way. After being 6 minutes behind the lead? It is now at 12.6 seconds. Obviously, the safety car has been a massive help here. But dude who grasped that safety car with both hands and reeled in that gap, and is now only 12.8 seconds behind the lead, which is still Philo. At a time he is hanging on in there, and probably will mount an attack, I would have thought. Good morning, Joshua. Yeah, the big shout out to Dude. He has done a fab job hanging on in there and up to P5 now. There's been a lot of changes in positions throughout these stints due to safety cars. Must say this is the first safety car I've had in the for nearly 4 hours that I have been broadcasting, so I'm amazed what it has done to the order already. There is a big shake-up that's kept back up to P6 for Syndicate Racing, with the second of the Clockwork Motorsport cars behind him. In Storm Pacer, who's got Nuceria just behind him for the team Italia there with the R8 in P8, and Welshie for MRL in P9. Ledisov for CRL Ray Racing in P10, and they've got 5.2 seconds over Wesley. Wesley must have had a bit of a moment because he was battling quite high up the order after the restart. Unlucky there, sir, unlucky. Visual Racer all the way back to P12 as well. Things have not worked out well for him after the safety car. Having a good run and battling with his compadre for P5 and 6 they were. And now he's all the way back to P12 and only Jimmy Tecano behind him. At the front, the lead has changed again. Can we get the overtake? I put a marker in, but we'll leave it there because we have got Philo challenging anyway. Now let's quickly flick back, see if we can get that move back on replay. We have got them side by side. We get the very end of the move. Oh, and he does squeeze across Philo's nose there to get back in front. Great move there, and I'm going to have to do stuff now because I've activated a replay. Sorry. There we go, get rid of that rubbish. So it is the Finnish racers back in P1. As we come through the last of the twisties. It's such a great section of the track. I do really like this sector. Anatomy really putting the pedal to the metal now and starting to open up that gap between himself and P2, the TDR design AMG of distinct feeler there. The gap now over a second. He has him out of the draft for the final straight. It's all looking good for Anatomy to end the stint. And P3, the Eric's Porsche there, has got 4 seconds over Tim Law, who has got Dude right on the back of him. The New Velocity Racing GTR there, making massive grounds under the safety car. And Dude doing a fantastic job of reading in every place that he possibly could. Well, there, look, we had 2 laps, 11.35 and 11.36, and Dude being quicker than the others. What were his laps? 8s and 9s, so there you go. Can do get the move done, but we are going to keep an eye on P1 and P2. Obviously that gap 1.5 seconds now. So let's flick back to 4 and 5. Well, we are going to have to flick back to 1 and 2 soon because we are coming to the end of the lap. Let's just get set with 4 and 5. 2 tucked right in. And he has got the overspeed with the draft, and he will have the inside line for the first corner at least. But no, Tim hanging on in that BMW does seem to have some top end. And nothing Duke can do. But P1 and P2 enter in the pits. Not sure if we're going to get a clean handover here, guys. Yes, we are, and it is Jaeger who has took it on. What an absolute freaking hero. Everybody in up to P6. Here is Kemp. P7 as well, Storm Pacer. P8, Welsh is P9. Oh God. Oh, P11 is in still as well. Just P12, Visual Racer. They had a terrible restart after the safety car. And last but not least, Jiri. Who does still have another lap to go.
Alright, thank you, Pony. I'll be taking over from now. Oh, what a crazy stint it was towards the end. Sorry for that. So we had some technical issues there. Apparently our lobby host fell asleep or something like that. So he didn't respond, couldn't get the lobby started, so we had to find another lobby host. That's why we had a longer safety car period to get the drivers back into the pits and get this race started. So yeah, what's the current race situation at the moment? We have Razor leading for the Finland Racers, Roadrunner Junior or TDR in P2, and Xavi for Erics in P3. Then there is Chip King for number 23 in P4. Closely followed by Clockwork Motorsport and Paris running in P5 currently. With Shadow Chef, the 64 car. McLaren in P6. P7 we have Vale. Gran Turismo Italia. We have Mob in P8. And Shane in P9 for MRL. Followed by Octavian on the number 12 car. And Stick in the 11th. We have P12 and P13 still waiting to be released to get out on track. And I will then bring up the race timer for you as well, so bear with me for 1 second. This is heavy multitasking, but I have it covered. Trust me. Running again for you. Perfect timing. So 30 hours, 47 minutes and 50 seconds to go for the drivers. So the DC team, they have to wait after the disconnect, and Fresh will wait for his teammate to do the driver swap. Now let's go back to the front, where Roadrunner Jr. is really close now behind Racer in P2, so just 1 second the gap. And hey, hello stream, by the way, yeah. The Roadrunner with a great run early on, bringing that gap down. It was 4 seconds, now we're just under 1 second, and Roadrunner flying through the carousel. Up we go. Oh, a little bit of lag, unfortunately, in the lobby. This could be very spicy for the drivers to judge the distance. I think we're seeing it on the onboard, like the revs being all over the place. The Roadrunner really closing on Razor in that BMW. Will we see a move? Wow, this is scary as hell. Look at that. Some massive leg spikes happening. They are really hard to judge now. I hope it's better for the drivers, but looks like one of the drivers is all over the place. With that, not sure which one it is, or is it both? I don't know. See if it's my end. See if I can get it fixed a little bit for us. Connection should be fine though for me. Alright, so we see some sparks flying all over it. And Roadrunner now coming onto the judging us with half a second the gap, and should have the run now in the slipstream. 3/10 the gap. It's coming down. 2/10. 1/10. Before the Bilstein Bridge, we see probably the overtake. Roadrunner Junior taking the lead for now, just before they enter the braking zone into the Hohenrhein chicane, and Roadrunner Junior is ahead, taking over the lead for TDR Racing in the AMG, closely followed by Racer for the GT Finland Racers. It is Chevy in P3 for Eriks in the Porsche, not too far behind. Of course, we had a safety car, so gaps should be close. Still, Drift King in P4 for the number 23, but yeah, quite some lag in the lobby. That's a bit unfortunate, I guess, and everyone is back on track. From what I heard from the chat, so thank you for that. And Terrace running in P5, then Valet P6, quickly jump through the grid order to see where the cars are located. Shadow Chef in P7 with Mob in P8 for the second Clockwork Motorsports team. We have Shane in P9, another BMW there, entered by Medway Racing League, and the Audi R8 CLR Racing, the number 12 car. This time it's Octavian behind the wheel. P11. It is Stick, and Fresh is back out on track, and now it's just incredibile for DC team. They wait when they get released because of their disconnect. And Roadrunner, after taking the lead, extending his gap, nearly 2 seconds now, running away with it. Razor in P2 and Javi in P3, so let me just quickly update the top 3 for you. Mega multitasking mode activated. Here we go. Let's get them on screen for you. So, little room to breathe now after crazy swap and the difficulties we had. So, but I think shout out to race director the previous stint for managing the situation, so we still have like a continuous race going. So yeah, unfortunately we are missing the Escuderia Pantera racer for this stint. I hope they can join for the next stint then again to continue the racing. It is, but for now we run with 13 drivers. So let's see where we're at. Roadrunner with a great run after the overtake. 3.6 seconds to gap to Racer, OB2 and Racer. Bit of pressure now happening. Javi, 2.7, 2.8 seconds, slowly getting closer to the Finnish driver, and there were some blue flags happening. Just saw the rear end of a Lamborghini, so Chevy might be facing the same overtake very soon. The number 23, New Velocity Racing in P4 in the GTR. And Terrace for Clockwork Motorsports in P5, 7 seconds the gap. It is. P5 has no damage, no, not that I'm aware of. And do this up for an interview if you like it, so I can open up the race interviews channel for you. You can join me, no problem at all. So join that chat for you. If anyone wants to join me, feel free. The race interviews channel is open for anyone. Valley in P6, another 3 seconds behind Antares. Shadow Jet in P7. The stream is really dark, yeah, because it's night. Hello. It's really dark. It's like local time. It's 30 my time. So that's why it's really dark. Hey dude, join me for an interview. Hello, hello.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you guys hear me? I'm on my phone. Sorry if the mic quality is not up to par, but
Totally fine. I can hear you really good.
sweet.
Sweet. So you have the urge to talk about your stints, right?
I mean, for most of it, I was just by myself. You know what I mean? So I was just battling the demons, trying to get up and not lose time to the leader and stay on the lead lap. That was kind of the main goal.
Yep.
'Cause at the time, I wasn't sure if lap cars were to get their lap back. Obviously, in that stint, the Audi ended up getting his lap back, but I didn't know that. So I'm like, we got to stay on the lead lap, and thankfully, my pace was good enough. We had the fast lap there for a while, but then I made a big mistake on lap 7 that made me have to pit early. And my original plan was to go until the end of lap 9 and then pit, because then I wouldn't have to refuel as much, meaning I could have completely fresh tires with less fuel in the tank to try to go for the fastest lap. Because at that point, I think I can get comfortably in the 58s. But because of the mistake and getting the damage there at the end of the lap, I pitted at the end of 7 and then just kind of managed the stint until there was the yellow. And let me tell you, that was the most eventful lap in a quarter of my entire life. That was like insane. Absolutely insane.
Absolutely. But I mean, shout out with that sub 8-minute lap time during the race in nighttime.
Yeah, I was able to get a few of them, but nothing into the 58s, unfortunately. That combination of I forget his name, but the driver that just drove, that combination of him and that car is vicious, especially on new tires. I think we have the advantage throughout the stint because the tires seem to wear a lot more quickly on the M6, but when it's nighttime, the tires don't wear nearly as quickly. So I feel like lessening the damage to him in that car on this particular stint with the way the wind was and the track temperature, I think we did a good job. And yeah, that going from 11th to 4th in a lap and a quarter was insane. Like there were some moments. Yeah, there were some moments where there was one moment where I think you guys got it on the screen, but there was an Audi that lost control going up one of the crests, and in midair I got sideswiped and that almost crashed. But luckily I held on to it, and then in the GP section we went 3 wide a few times. Yeah, I mean it was completely insane, but especially for a 24-hour race, normally I'm more of a passive racer, but understanding the opportunity I had in front of me on that restart to try to gain some positions while everybody was close together, I understood the assignment and I was a little more aggressive than I otherwise would be. But yeah, I'm just super happy with the stint. Both stints I've run so far, I've had so much fun battling, so it's a great event that you guys put on. I think the specifications for the cars are actually a lot more balanced than I expected them to be. But I was called in for support for the NVR guys. I'm doing the best I can. So
Totally.
I'll see you guys.
Immediately.
Yeah, I will be back in the morning. I'm going to be finishing the race. So
Right.
yeah.
Nice to see. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. So shout out to Philo for coming up with the BOP for
Yeah.
this series. So I think we can establish that many cars are competitive in this one, and also we have like a crazy amount of fast drivers in those
For sure.
stints.
The field's super tight. I mean, you look at the qualifying and the pre-qualifying, everybody's within a few seconds of each other, which, you know, on a lot of tracks that sounds like a lot, but on a track that's over 8 minutes long, everybody being that close is, you know, I knew it was going to be competitive. So I'm glad I was able to make up those positions late in this stint because we got some top talent, you know, running in these races. So
Definitely. So great show so far. Definitely a good watch, at least from what I can tell. I'm hanging around here for the entire event, so from the start I will go up until the end. So no sleep for me.
You guys have the toughest job. Sometimes being a commentator of these races is probably one of the hardest jobs, just trying to stay up past a certain hour. But we're trying to put on a show for you guys.
Yeah.
You know, it seems like there's a lot of jostling, a lot of changes of positions. I think the yellow flag procedure is fair, and I think it's, you know what I mean, it definitely creates more excitement, but that excitement doesn't feel artificial. I think it's completely fair, and it makes for some very, very exciting battles on those restarts. So
it's not completely out of scope, I agree with you, but I think we had one or two instances where it was like, not necessary. But yeah, those are the rules at the moment.
Yeah.
So I think we will sharpen them a little bit in the future. So for my liking, 1 to 3 safety cars through a 24-hour race, totally fine. And I think we are now 5-6 already in, and not even halfway through this race. So
yeah, I mean, they call this track the Green Hell for a reason. I mean, it's difficult, and yeah, I guess maybe just based on the nature of the track and the nature of the drive. I mean, my big toe hurts on my right foot, my leg hurts, I have swamp ass, you know, I'm tired, you know what I mean? Like, it's tough going around this track.
Yeah,
so,
definitely.
Yeah, I mean,
there wasn't even rain. So,
oh yeah, that would have, I don't know, I haven't even practiced in the rain, so if that comes up with my stint, then I'm not sure how it's going to do. I assume we'll probably be around the M6 pace in the rain, but those MR cars with their traction are definitely going to excel in the rain. So if that comes, then we'll see what happens.
We have the Porsche running in P3 for Eric's racing, so this should be good. If it
I'm a big fan of the Eric's guys. I used to run in leagues with them way back in the day in Gran Turismo Sports, so have a lot of respect for them. I actually had a nice battle with one of those guys in the first stint. So yeah, they're running well. They're looking really strong. Obviously, the Finnish team from top to bottom is really strong, and they have their all-star driver there. And same with the McLaren. That McLaren team, obviously, they're mired back in traffic right now. But I know when Simon gets in the car, that thing's going to go to the front too. So, I mean, really, it's anybody's race right now. Especially I mean, it's early, right? It's not even. We're not even really halfway through the race yet.
Yeah, it says 13 hours and 30 minutes still left to go. So yeah. But yeah, nice to see close racing.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry. What did you say?
Yeah.
I was just gonna say thank you for hosting the event, and thank you for having me on. I'm just going to get my oil change now, just so my car is ready in the morning. But yeah, I took a bit of a nap. I'll probably stay up another couple hours. I'm on the Eastern Canadian United States area time zone, so probably gonna go to bed in a couple hours, get a good night rest, and then be ready for the finish.
Don't talk about sleeping now. Come on, I still need to survive for like 40 hours. Stop it.
Wait, didn't like the host of a lobby fall asleep or something?
Assumably so. Didn't respond at all.
That wasn't you, right?
No, I'm not sleeping at all. I'm not hosting, but I'm also streaming and directing everything. So, but I hope the lobby host just.
Yeah, I hope you have like a coffee or a Monster or something, multiple.
Plenty of energy stuff lying around me, but it will be probably after my commentary stint, so then it will be like in the wee hours for me to see how I get through. But for now, I'm still pumped. I mean, it's exciting racing everywhere around.
Yeah.
So, and I
like it too. It's aggressive, but nobody's being stupid, right? Like, at least from my perspective, like I don't have a radar on the whole track, but it seems like it's aggressive. But we also all still understand that it's a 24-hour race, and you know you can't win the race in the first few hours, but you can certainly lose the race in the first few hours.
Exactly.
But yeah, I mean, we disconnected the previous stint. We were down 6 minutes 40 seconds, so to come all the way back and finish that in fourth was nothing short of a miracle.
So far, yeah, that's what I basically like about the safety car. Just so you get back into the mix, even if you had like a disconnect or so. Maybe.
Yeah, that's what I think too. I think it's a fair way of. I mean, it's definitely kind of random and sometimes out of your control, but it definitely gets people back into the mix if they have something happen. Because obviously, you know, in real racing there's mechanical failures, but for our online races, there's this is our version of that. It's disconnects and lag punts and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I get it in chat. The safety car is like bad for the leaders when they have like really had a great stint and gained some time, they lose it all. But in the end, I always say like every sport, and especially motorsport, is not fair in the end. So sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you're on the wrong side of the decisions, but at least we are all racing still and having fun and close battles, and this is basically what's all about. And I think someone earlier asked in the chat, do we have any prize money or trophies? Also, no, not yet. It's still just for fun, but with all this commitment everyone is putting into those events, like for the teams, the drivers, the organizers, the broadcasters. So we definitely are looking to get some sponsorship and stuff. Yeah,
it's an interesting thought. Like, I think sponsorship would be great, but like sometimes when you introduce something like prize money, it will change the way that people race. With that being said, I kind of thought about it, and I'm probably going to end up hosting a Group C Le Mans series at some point. What I thought is like if there is going to be prize money, I'm not going to tell everybody at the beginning of the season. You know what I mean? Like if people work hard and they grind and they end up winning the championship or placing a certain position, maybe I'll include some prize money, but I just won't let everybody know that we're including prize money, just so that people aren't coming in race overly aggressively, or they care too much about winning the money. Because at the end of the day, we're all playing this game to have fun, to get away from the daily stresses of real life and the trials and tribulations. So I don't want it to be super stressful, and but like it's one thing you put a few dollars on the line, but it is tricky. It's a tricky thing, right? Because you want the more you want good people to show up and you want people to race, but it seems like even without the prize money that you guys are killing it. So with this series, so.
And I also feel like I witnessed some leagues that were having prize money, and then the racing went toxic, too much of aggressive driving, and people are being too eager about winning a couple of dollars or euros. So that's not what we want. So, but still, like it's what I said, a big commitment from everyone, especially participating in like 24-hour races, and so that's definitely time you won't be getting back. But I still hope that everyone is like enjoying this experience of doing a 24-hour race with a team, as a community. So that's stuff we want to see.
Yeah, when I was younger, I played a lot of organized sports here in here in Canada. Hockey is very popular, so I used to play a lot of hockey and baseball, and that team kind of dynamic where not everything is up to you, whether you're one of the weaker drivers or one of the stronger drivers or one of the weaker teammates or stronger teammates. Everybody's here just to have a good time and to get better. And I think there's an added, I feel like I drive better when I'm driving for other people, as much as sometimes I'll do like certain races and I'll lose concentration, but when you're in the moment and you're doing something for a team, that's a different level of commitment. I feel like, I don't know, just for me personally, I definitely enjoy the team aspect. That's probably my favorite part of this. I race in a reclining leather chair, and I'm going to lean back in this thing, put my legs up, and watch the rest of these stints until I go to bed, so I'm excited.
Totally. Enjoy your rest, and then see you again at some point on track, and
Yeah, I said see you in the morning, but I'm sure for your guys' time zone it might be in the afternoon.
Whenever, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be back. But
I'll be back.
yeah, no, I
Oh,
appreciate you letting
the
me jump
Arnold
on
quote.
here.
Come on.
Yeah, yeah, that wasn't even intentional either. But yeah, no, I'll be back.
Yeah, but
So
in
I
the
hope you
meantime,
guys-
while we are chatting, your teammate up to P2. Look at that, Trifking.
I'm not even
Phenomenal
watching,
race.
dude.
Yeah.
I usually watch the stream on my phone, but I'm on Discord right now. So thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, so
That's
P2,
awesome.
P3, P4 separated by just 1 second. And Trifking up to P2, Eric's P3 and Razor out of Finland. Razor's in P4 at the moment.
That's
We
good work.
saw some great driving. There was showing it on stream while talking to you. So yeah, good.
Yeah,
good
Drift
stuff.
King. I met Drift King recently. Drift King's on our team, and he qualified the car obviously for us. Ended up getting a really solid time, getting us in P3 to start. And yeah, man, that guy is talented. He's a young driver. I've never met him until this point. He's still racing on a PS4, and yeah, no, he's killing it. I'm really impressed with his pace. I mean, yeah, no, I'm impressed with his pace. He's doing a hell of a job, and. You know, at the first, he qualified us in P3, and I kind of messed it up at the beginning. I got up to P2 in the first stint, and then went back down to P4 because the GTR was tricky on the cold tires. But once I got into a rhythm, I got it back up there. But yeah, no, he's doing a hell of a job. Our other drivers too. I want to give a shout out to
Stop it now,
Hot Air.
because if something happens to him, it's you that put on the curse, right? It was not me saying he's doing a great job. It was you.
Well, I mean, he'll admit it. The first stint he made a mistake and got damaged and had to drive it for a while. You know, I know him. He's going to bounce back, and you know, I'm pretty confident in that. I don't think I'm worried about any curses. You know, I think he's a consistent enough driver and an up and coming, you know, talent. So yeah, I got to give a shout out to Patriot and Hot Air as well. They're going to be doing some of the tougher night stints. I didn't want to mess up my sleeping schedule for work, so I was a bit of I don't want to say that on the stream, but I was definitely, I bitched out a little bit, and I did the easier stints, and then these guys are having to do late in the night, you know what I mean, 2 in the morning. So they're going to be doing the tougher stints. So shout out to them. Very steady, solid drivers. I'm just hoping, you know, overnight that we can stay in the position we're in currently, and hopefully at the end, if there's some kind of late race caution or whatever, we can capitalize. But you know, for the time being, I'm super proud of these guys. You know, we're doing a hell of a job. So.
That's the goal. Yeah.
All right, well, I'm gonna go get a bite to eat. Thank you for having me in. Enjoy the rest of the. I don't know if you're staying up wire to wire until the race is done, but enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself, man.
I have to.
I'm sure there'll be some good racing. I'm sure there'll be some good racing in the night, and yeah, I appreciate it. Talk to you later, man.
Yeah. Thanks for joining in.
Yep. Peace.
AMS dude. What a guy. No, let's go back to the racing action. I just saw in the chat, open mic session it is, so everyone who wants to join me in the race interviews can do that. And we can also sing together later on. Like karaoke night with Jaeger. Wouldn't that be awesome? It's alright. So we have Roadrunner Junior Pro TDR extending his lead 15 seconds now. And as mentioned, Drift King, Motor 23 up to P2 it is. Chavi in P3 for Eric's. Razor dropped a little bit. Still in contention, so in P4 we have the number. Sorry, that's the Audi that disconnected early. Up to P5 with Vale behind the wheel for Gran Turismo Italia. It is the 39 car. And Terrace also in P6, still not too far behind the Italian driver. The second Clockwork Motorsport team with Mob in P7. Octavian for CLR Ray Racing, the number 12 Audi, up to P8. It's a good effort. P9 currently have Shadow Chef, the 64 Syndicate Sector Racing, Medway Racing League to 33 BMW in E10 at the moment. The second Syndicate sector entry, number 7 Porsche in P11 with Fresh in P12. That's the Lambo running with us, the number 6 car, and EC team ECT Incredibile, and the GDR, the 29 car, after their early disconnect in the last stint, now trying to find their way back, maybe get lucky with another safety car or so to get back onto the lead lap at some point. But it's still a long race, and it's hashtag never give up, as always. I'm pretty sure I can update the graphics now, as it seems to have settled a little bit. To find correct logo. Go. And then, just like that, we have the top 3 again showing on the stream. It's magic, right? Good stuff, I like it. Shout out to Mr. T again for creating those graphics. Very nice looking hut, definitely here. Magic Jaeger, yeah. Dr. Voodoo, Jaeger, the SingStar, whatever. Have so many talents in here. Ooh, look at that. 2K viewers for the first part of our 24-hour race. That's very, very nice to see. Great to gain that much interest. Exciting stuff definitely happening all around for this one. So top 3 kind of settled at the moment. Same goes for P4. So now the race is calming down a little bit at the moment, which isn't too bad after all. Feel like Octavian is on a mission in that Audi R8. We'll be catching P7 very soon, I think. Oh, and we have Trash. We saw Shadow Chef losing the car. Has multiple damage now, but no engine damage, so we will continue the racing. We have a look at the incident one more time. It's Richie in the stream. Drink! Oops, just misjudged that completely. So one car with damage. We also have Stick with aero damage, but not multiple damage at the moment. Hey Richie, I'm not your monkey. I sing when I want. Just tuned in to hear me singing, right? That's what you want. La la la. So, just saying, the chat is open for everyone. If you want to sing on stream, go ahead, join me, show me your talent. ERF got talent. But it looks like the gaps are really opening up at the moment. So I might be tempted to start my singing performance. Now let's see. Looking good so far. Oh, big moment there for Roadrunner Junior. Nearly lost the car, but do it. Not sure what you're on about, but I might be doing it the short version of it. Right? So are you ready? Let's make a deal. So we are currently at 36 likes. I still think we can get that like counter up to 40. Come on, hit that like button. Do it. Show me some love in chat. Still waiting for those likes. The hearts are flying in the chat. That's already a good sign. Oh, plenty of hearts showing now. I think the stream is ready. We are ready. I'm getting so much love already. So I think this is the time, right? This is the time for me to go crazy on it. So after Barbie Girl and Sherry Lady, what will it be this time? Yeah, going back to late 80s, early 90s, I'm not totally sure about it, but it's a nice song. It's called Heaven is a Place on Earth, and I'm gonna get it going for you now. 3, 2, 1. Ooh, baby, do you know what's that's worth? Ooh, heaven is a place on earth. They say in heaven, love comes first. We'll make heaven a place on earth. Ooh, heaven is a place on earth. Ooh, baby, do you know what that's worth? Ooh, heaven is a place on earth. They say in heaven, love comes first. We'll make heaven a place on earth. Ooh, heaven is a place on earth. Ah, so much love. Thank you. I know you would love it, Belinda Carlisle. Exactly. See, that late 80s wasn't too bad at all. Nah, doesn't sound better as the original. It's just my very unique style of singing, of not being able to sing. But here we go. We made it for another 24-hour event with Jaeger singing. Oh god, no fucking way, Richie. Stop it. Pretty sure someone will clip that and post it all over the internet again. So yeah. But I'm totally fine with it. I've made my peace with it. So all good. I will be singing on every 24-hour stream. It's already done. I mean, I can't please everyone with my singing, but there was high demand. There was high demand for me singing again. So that's it. It was stuck in your ears, right? The same thing happened with Sherry Sherry Lady. Now it's heaven is a place on earth. So bring back all the classic late 80s, early 90s. It's what a decade of music that was. Great stuff. So, but now we have racing action to cover. F Razor is under pressure from Valley. Oh, someone joined me in the Discord voice chat. Hello, Spade.
What's going on?
Hey. Aye.
Hey. What's going on? I figured I was watching the race, since we're both staying up wire to wire, figured I'd poke my head and give you some company. Don't mind.
So nice. So you just missed me singing. I don't know if you heard that.
No, I did hear it. Yes. It was amazing, and we appreciate the performance.
Yeah, I know.
I was honestly, I didn't think you were gonna do it. I thought you had too much
Come
stage
on.
fright, because I can understand that.
I'm not gonna bail out now. This you all convinced me to do it, so
You hyped it up too much. Yeah, you
It's-
hyped it up too much.
it's become a tradition now already. So, but I
We
have
love to see it.
so many other songs still that I can do. So we have some 24 hours events coming still this year. So
I know. I'm hoping I can sneak my way into one. I was hoping I could get in with the Audi, but qualifying was tighter than what I was capable of. We tried our best, but it was a tough deadline for pre-qualifying. Like, I don't think some people understand just how much preparation goes into this for some of these guys, because as myself being kind of a new player and just really being along for the ride and being behind the scenes of everything that MVR has been doing, it is such a roller coaster, but such a rewarding experience, especially when AMS Dude and Drift King are able to do exactly what we've been able to see today. And as long as with everybody else, I mean, Roadrunner's running an amazing race right
Yeah.
now.
But yeah, listen, kids. Nice to hear such kind words. Definitely. Yeah.
Of course. It was amazing to hear that there was 2,000 people that watched the first stream.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like they were like not concurrent viewers, but overall viewers, like 2,000 views on that stream. So at least some of them just watched for a couple of minutes. It's amazing still too. And we also heard like they got it like from YouTube recommendations, so not just like from Discords or friends, drivers, communities, whatever.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So that's how I like it here. So that's how it's like getting more popular and for our channel.
Yeah, the amount of growth that I've seen watching the guys do Bathurst and just kind of floating around the community from there, the amount of growth I've seen has been amazing, and I can't wait to see just how far this goes. I'm along for the ride, and I think the rest of the MVR team can probably say the same.
Nice to hear, yeah, and we are trying to expand on the entire calendar, like for this round with the support race or so. We were like, yeah, why not try it to see?
Yeah, that support race, I just couldn't catch up.
Oh, we have NVR takeover now in the chat. Look at that.
Oh, yes.
Y'all are really trying to do this without me? Let's see how it is.
I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
Alright.
So wasn't Spade allowed to talk without you? What?
No. He's under my supervision.
I stopped in here. I'm sorry.
I'll tell you in the channel, like, what the hell is he doing?
Hey, gotta make an appearance. I felt bad leaving Jaeger all.
Yeah,
All alone.
keep me company, yeah, through those hours. It's so nice.
There's so much racing to go, and I mean, hey, if we're staying up all night for this, we'll have some company.
Yeah, but with all the racing action and stuff going on, so I don't feel tired at all. So that's also a good sign.
Yeah, we've had a lot of action. How spread out is the field right now?
Yeah, a little spread out, but still like not, the gaps are not too big at all. And I think the 66 car now with damage losing some ground now, this could be interesting for the rest of this race. So still 13 hours to go. But yeah, they run with
And a bit
damage.
of a lull, it's interesting.
I think they're pitting now. Yeah. Oh, they make an early pit stop to get rid of that damage.
The all pink pit crew. I like it.
It's India. So where's your car running in P2 at the moment? Yeah, what a comeback after the disconnect. Back to P2.
Yeah,
I will say that
the
safety
disconnect was
car was
heartbreaking.
an absolute blessing. We were hoping for that the entire time.
Mhm.
AMSU was just knocking out lap after lap after lap. We were just praying the entire time someone would have a moment big enough.
We were actually really hurt by it and started going a little delusional to the point where we just started assuming that it wasn't going to happen.
You can have a little bit of delusion. Treat.
Yeah. Sometimes you have to pray to the safety car gods, right? Make something happen and
The safety car gods.
or whatever.
Prayers were heard, apparently. He was able to capitalize.
I don't know. Did you like sacrifice a lamb or something to make it happen? I don't know.
Well,
I mean-
look, there's an NDA.
I mean, I don't want to say we
Sorry.
sacrificed DC team,
Goodness close.
but I really do feel bad for the guys at DC team. Those guys worked really hard
Yeah.
to get where they're at right now. To have that happen to them last stint, I got nothing but sympathy for them. That is absolutely tragic.
Yeah, the 9-minute and the disconnect on the lap 2. I felt that pain. Like we caught the break of a bad situation, but to anyone else who got disconnected, I feel your pain. I am so sorry.
Yeah, it's like I
It's tragic to see.
totally. When I experienced this last year when I was like driving and doing comms, and I was driving, and both of my stints I was driving, I had a disconnect. So usually I have a very stable internet connection. So I was, it was so tough for me. So I was like, I feel so bad for the team because they fought back again, and then it was me who disconnected again. So I really felt like I'm letting my team down, and then yeah.
Because no one wants to be the weak link, but
Yeah.
there's also so much preparation that goes into these things, like I said before, where it's just, when it's something as simple as that, it's heartbreaking.
Totally.
You can't exactly call your internet connection to behave. That's not really on the menu.
And praying
So,
to the
yeah,
internet and
it
safety
does
car
happen.
gods.
It has happened.
Yeah. It is, but in the end, it's usually nothing you can control. So if you have like a little bit of hiccup with your connection, it's just the game decides, nope, you're out.
No, but
That's unfortunate, yeah. And yeah, with the lobby setup in GT or so, you cannot rejoin the lobby. That's tough luck. So we try and do our best, and with the calculation rejoin formula thing to get the teams back in the racing. But yeah,
It's difficult to balance everything
Yeah.
and make sure that everything is in order. Especially
so
just
true.
being on the team side, like we're approaching lap 8 here, so it's definitely we're probably going to see some people pit here soon.
Yeah, it's totally true.
So maybe we'll check.
I see
check
something
things
about
up.
our microphone levels being low.
It's a bit low, yeah. Just shout. I don't know. Shout, sing, whatever you want.
You said you were gonna sing for me.
Just for you.
No, I remember
I mean,
you told
do
me
you-
at Bathurst you would sing for me.
I did sing, maybe.
All promises from Bathurst.
Did we have that
I
conversation
remember.
that we would
I'll
like
never
sing
forget a
together?
part like that.
I don't know. Can't remember.
No, you didn't say you sing with me. You sing
With
sing
for you. Oh.
Hey, it's like Bobby Caldwell said, right? What you wouldn't do for love.
Yeah. Now.
No, I'd never do that to you. Like you don't have to do that. Unless you want to.
Again. We need to not like spam the whole Jaeger is singing for you. So
Hold on a minute. I think I found
it has to be special.
my output volume.
Oh, I hear something happening.
How is that?
Better. Way better. So
Yeah,
much
they cleared.
Alright, that's
crisp
yeah, I
now.
fixed it.
Wow, completely different voice. What's going on?
No, it's just like a totally different person now.
Yeah.
I don't even know who you are.
Changed.
I'm a changed man.
Literally.
Yeah. That's the voice we want to
Am I
hear.
too quiet? Do I need to adjust at all?
Maybe yeah, if
No, I
if you
think
can
it's
increase
alright.
your volume a little bit, that would be awesome.
Alright, is this a little bit better?
Turn it up even more. Come on. Don't be shy.
Alright. All the way up? I'm worried about being too loud and blowing out eardrums, but is this okay now?
Don't think it changed anything, to be honest, but let's say you
Are you
Honestly,
serious?
I
What?
can
let's say you tried your
I can
best.
already hear you already.
I mean, I'm gonna do so much. I'm on a phone and using
Yeah, more probably that. Yeah, running on a phone, it's a bit tougher to increase, but still, I can hear you. That's fine, and stream chat has to listen very carefully. Then all good.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't make it too easy for them. Come on.
I mean, yeah, gotta make it difficult. Gotta make sure that.
That's correct. So yeah.
And a half behind. See that?
Now you're becoming a robot. Meep meep.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
My name is Prime.
So yeah, talking a little bit about the event. So what are your plans for this one? Is the racing at some point?
Yeah, I'm actually taking over after Drift King here for NVR,
Mhm.
23 cars. And pretty much we're running the same order that we did at first. We went Dude, Drift King, myself, and Patriot.
Yeah.
Although we're not 100% sure on Patriot now because he had that connection problem during Stint 4. So that's still something we're trying to work out, but as of right now, we're going forward as planned. I'm taking over for Drift King after this stint.
Nice. So, a little bit of driving in darkness for you then as well.
I've got no issue driving.
Okay.
Yeah, actually that's how I like to practice a track. Is if I have the option to drive it at night, set that fucker to midnight. I'm driving in the dark.
Okay, hopefully this may be fixed if I sound a little bit better now. Maybe a little bit more clear.
Wow! Who's this guy? Totally So much better now.
Better? Okay, I'm not too loud, am I?
No, at least not
Okay,
for my
good.
liking. It's good
Much
so.
better? Okay, good.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Hey.
that's better.
Technician, magician, whatever.
I am the magician. No.
Welcome to the ERF live stream where we talk about Discord voice setting.
Yeah, I mean, giving some life advice always helps. So,
Ooh.
so you can talk a little bit about whatever. I need to calculate something in the background. The multitasking Jaeger spec.
Oh yeah, no, we take on for a minute. I mean, we did just get the update of forecast for the next 4 hours is thick clouds and high humidity, so that's going to be interesting to see how it affects visibility.
Oh, that's gonna
especially
be...
maybe once things close up. People should be pitting soon.
Ah, yeah, we are approaching the planned pit stop. It's now. I think we saw Eric's hitting down to P5 at the moment, and Drift King is closing that gap to Roadrunner.
P5, I wonder.
That's 7.2.
Has Javi closed the gap on Mopedal? Because I remember he was only a second and a half behind.
So Xavi is on their outlap at the moment.
Oh, okay, so they pitted.
They pitted, yeah. I saw that briefly.
So seeing everything so spread out, I actually just kind of makes me nervous. I'm waiting to see when everything collapses, especially as we move on later in. I know there was a lot of talk in the pre-qualifying and regular qualifying about at some point, not really a question of if, but of when of rain.
Oh, we let spraying there for a second.
I mean, nothing yet, but it's definitely been something on the back of my mind, and I'm sure it's on the back of everyone else's mind. Kind of just when is it gonna rear its ugly head?
So,
Right. I know who's also trying to handle that calculation for that time lock penalty.
so we just got confirmation that the lobby host actually did fall asleep. He said,
Oh, wow.
He said his chair was way too comfy. No, he's awake now. Feels
Coffee pot took too long
so sorry for that.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I mean, can't really blame them, especially as we move in later into the race.
Here right now, I will pretty here listening to
It's always amazing to see how we manage to balance all the different time zones.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what, it was a lot of stray texts and asking, hey, what time zone are you going in again? It was a lot of that. But a key part of this was communication. I'm really glad that all the guys in this team have been keeping together as much as they could.
all
And
right.
ultimately, that's how we even ended up racing today. Because if these guys can't communicate and they can't work together as a cohesive unit, then no, we wouldn't even make it to the track.
I mean, we saw that in Bathurst. Like, preparation goes a long way, and especially when you're on the other side of the
Oh
world.
no, we have a disconnect
Like
again.
DSC.
Oh my goodness. it's
DC disconnected again. If
Another disconnect?
not
No.
DC, yeah.
From the same team.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That hurts.
I've got nothing. That just hurts.
Especially on lap 9. Well, so, how do you want to give us just the Cliff Note version of exactly how this works again? Because I know there's, at least when we had our disconnect, there was a lot of sort of paranoia and just, what do we do now? Right? Trying to understand how that calculation works and when do we go.
That's a very special one. So I spent quite some time to work out some formulas there to make it somehow even or whatever. So the thumb of just to summarize, it's like you usually on a short track you lose the entire lap, you disconnect. So that lap is gone. And then for every lap missed, you get like a 3 to 5, 6, 7% time added on to your qualifying lap. So this is like basically a time loss per lap, something based on your pace. So let's say you're missing five laps, then you would lose 1 lap, that qualifying lap time plus 20 more seconds to it, something like that. This is like the basic rule. But then we have like, if it rains, then the multiplier goes from 5% to 15% on intermediate conditions, or up to 30% on heavy wet, because the lap times are then just so much more slower. And
to try and adjust for it.
Yeah. And then again, if you have safety cars, we will reduce the time again. You lose because everyone is slow. And so this is like what we all try to take into account for coming up with a formula. And then for this event, because of the length of the track, we said losing like 8 minutes straight because of a disconnect on that lap, you reduce that to 75% of your qualifying lap, so around about 6 minutes for that lap.
Wow.
So this is
so a lot of time and effort has gone into making sure that works and
into the preparation part. Yeah, so now we are just running then with the formula. So it's basically like an Excel spreadsheet now, and you just have to put in like 2 or 3 values, like lap times, number of laps you missed, and then magic happens. And then there's, in the end, there's some time calculated, like, boop, that's your time, then you can rejoin the lobby.
Alright, gentlemen, I am going to go ahead and prepare myself for Stint 7. I will see you guys, well, you will see me out there in the number 23 car.
Alright, good luck.
Right there.
Thanks very much.
I'll talk to you later.
Talk to y'all too.
Yeah, something interesting to note while you were giving that wonderful explanation is that saw a lot of people pit on lap 9 finally, but I believe, was it Javi stayed out?
I have no clue about the actual race because I have to calculate stuff, disconnect, retry time. Sorry, I'm not paying attention.
That's kind of why I'm touching up on it, as I know you're busy.
So you just take over the stream now. It's all good.
All right, that's fine. I don't mind giving you a break.
It's fine.
As long as you guys are okay with that, and I'm not getting in trouble.
No. Just say whatever you want now. This is your opportunity.
No, this is fine. All right, hello guys.
And I can't stop you from doing that. So
I mean, all right, hey, that's fine. I just appreciate being able to help out, because being able to see this series grow and be what it's capable of being is amazing, and is just myself being a growing driver, it's very aspiring to get in the mix of, especially being able to see all the incredible drivers out here today, like Roadrunner, Driftking, Javi, and all of their teammates and everyone else that are participating tonight. It is just, it's nothing short of incredible.
I can second that. Yeah, definitely. So, um,
But
I mean, without the teams and the drivers, there wouldn't be a broadcast and stuff that we can talk about. So, first of all, it goes down to them to prepare and to sign up. Everything, of course, we have plenty of admin stuff going to.
yeah, the work behind the scenes is just as equal.
Yeah, but
Of course, Mr. T.
without the interest of the teams and the drivers, we wouldn't be hosting a series, a league, or whatever. So it's like
Of course.
give and take.
I'm gonna try and I'm gonna be trying to wiggle my nose in here into these next couple of races. Hopefully, I can get enough practice in to where I can start running with some of these guys like Philo, because practicing with some of those guys,
Yeah.
man, it's different kind of racing.
Oh, yellow flag happening. What's going on here?
Whoa, there's a yellow flag.
Roadrunner.
comes
It's
from
Roadrunner
P4.
spun it. The
Or
leader spun.
Roadrunner spun. Whoa! We are taking off with the lead. Okay.
Yeah, the leader lost it. Let's have a look at the replay. Oh, just accelerated on the curb. Spun it, got aero damage, but no multiple damage parts, just the front splitter is damaged. But yeah, there goes the lead.
That
And
hurts to see because he.
NVR, the 23 car, look at that, leading the race. Someone is happy.
Wow, glad Hot Air got off to prepare because he has a lot to prepare for now. Not only that.
Hashtag no pressure, right?
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm leading,
no,
I'm
that
leading. Yeah.
still. It's a very different attitude than we had a couple of hours ago. I can say that much for sure. You know, seeing some of the gaps in the rest of the field is definitely questionable. Still, anything can happen.
Yes.
But we're gonna be excited while we can be. Going too wide.
To say it like how the turns have tabled, right?
Exactly.
And yeah, Roadrunner down to
Run,
P3.
Drift, run!
So also
Roadrunner right on the back of Hobby. He's not gonna give him any room.
no, but
Keep on pushing.
what's the decision now for TDR and Roadrunner with that damage? I mean, it's not too bad. So
Roadrunner's still shaking up. It's all right, man.
yeah, we'll be losing, I don't know, 3-4 seconds a lap with that damage. But is it worth pitting now? So we have still 5 racing laps to go.
5 laps? I mean, with 23 seconds, it's debatable. It
Yeah,
depends
yeah,
on how well you're able to keep that gap over the next couple of laps, and we'll see how they decide to handle this. I'm surprised to see that Hobby was able to capitalize on that mistakes. I mean, I know the Mercedes can definitely be a little bit slippery on the rear end at times, and it seems like it's been a common occurrence that the second that they touch that that rumble strip, it just likes to kick, especially when it's cold.
In an earlier stint where Roadrunner Senior, not Junior, spun it on the GP loop in that car.
I saw that.
Yeah, tricky car if you like
bad.
overdrive it, by the looks.
And it's very easy to overdrive on this track, and it feels bad to see when it's you put in so much effort, especially when being under that pressure of just being in the lead. I mean, sometimes it can be pressure, sometimes it can't be. It kind of depends on what mindset you take to it, but
Roadrunner has
he pit on lap 9.
Yep. So the regular pit stop is already over, so this is, and they could go to the end.
I'm starting to suspect that Javi pit earlier
Yep.
in lap 9?
I think they were,
Okay.
I don't know, 1 or maybe 2 laps earlier, so they went for
2 laps earlier? Okay,
massive
so,
undercut.
I mean,
but they should be good.
The massive undercut, it's paying off for them, clearly, because they were able to make up those couple of positions and be at the right spot at the right time to capitalize on Roadrunner's mistake, unfortunately, but he seems to have gotten the car back under him now, and he's settled back in
But now-
after being spooked.
But now Roadrunner is losing the toe.
Oh,
That's tough to see, like, without the
the
slipstream.
Mercedes and the Porsche.
Oh, that Porsche is
Yeah, it's
really
tough to-
good on top end throughout the entire event so far. Crazy to see.
Say, I know the Mercedes is decent, but clearly the Porsche has the advantage on this.
Definitely, and 6 seconds between P1 and P2 roughly at the moment. Now Roadrunner deciding to pit or not. Gonna stay out for another lap, maybe to judge how much time
I
will you
mean,
actually lose.
he's already lost 2 seconds throughout the time. Seems like he's gonna choose to stay out, but
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm questioning that decision. He might go. He might stay one more lap. He's already
Yeah.
lost 2 seconds from the damage.
I
which
think
it hurts to
this
see.
is not just judging to see how much you actually lose when you're running on your own, and then make the decision to
Yeah.
go into pits. Also have a look at before. They're just 20 seconds behind, so they would lose.
Yeah. P5, 1 seconds behind.
P5 as
Seems
well.
to be
Yeah, and Terrace there for Clockwork Motorsports.
holding fast.
Yeah, would probably drop down to P5, yeah. With that. And yeah, with the front aero damage, so the handling shouldn't be affected too much. Still, lap time will be the issue. On those straights, the car will be losing.
We'll see how they handle it. I mean, their team is full of very competent drivers, and they are all very well versed in what they're doing, and I'm sure they're going to be able to navigate this problem fairly easily.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Hold it. Let me quickly update the top
What?
3 then. Oh,
Yeah, thankfully, Drift King's kept his cool.
yeah,
He seems to have found a
nice rhythm, I guess.
nice little pocket. I wonder what's going on further back in the pack.
Yeah, well,
Is everyone still spread out?
I wanted to then go through the grid order once I have updated the graphics for you.
Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to.
Hey, you say, come on, work faster, harder, do it.
No, I am not here to crack the whip. We did have the update a minute ago from Mr. Half Tired that the Stint 7 lobby is up and ready for next racers to start getting ready and going. I know Hot Air's probably going to be in there soon.
Will be here, so P4, P5, that's close now. Vale for Gran Turismo Italia and Paris for Clockwork Motorsports. 1.2 seconds, and we just cycle through the grid. Razor for number 66, they were leading quite a while, now down to P6. A lot of sixes involved in it.
To go faster stripes, man.
Yeah, they have those stripes definitely, but maybe they have to remember. Oh, we have those stripes. We can go faster.
I believe in the stripes.
Yeah,
If you believe in the stripes believe in you.
so much, yeah. But Racer also under pressure. In P7 we have Mob, or in the second BMW. Yes,
Yeah, Mop definitely closing the gap. Start
Yeah,
looking to get into that slipstream. Probably trying to see if he can't set up his teammate for the next stint.
it is, yeah. Definitely. Octavian in PR 8 for the number 12 car. 6 seconds. The gap. 7. Then the big gap to Shane for MRL in P9 at the moment.
Wow.
Just 6 to 7 seconds to Shadow. What happened?
Seems like we kind of ended up in groups of 2 here.
Yeah, a little bit or so.
I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing if some teams collude and manage to just try and use the draft to catch up.
The rule
Might work
of
out.
the two. No, that was something different, right?
I'm not sure. I can't speak on that too much.
It's all good. So, and we have Fresh in P12 running after their problems.
Staying strong.
But yeah, still. And yeah, but lost the lead lap with 8:48 behind.
And it was really just because of the severe disconnect. And as the only Lamborghini on the field, it again, it hurts to see.
At least we have one Lambo in it. That's
Yeah. I mean,
nice to see also, like the livery, the black and gold design, really, really slick. Like that.
no, it's very commendable for them to stay in the race. I hope they manage to find a way to catch back up and see if they can't maybe work a similar miracle like we did.
Yeah, Lord, I'm still doing comps after your stint. I will be there for the entire event, doing stuff in the background. So you won't.
Yeah, he's been busy.
But you won't be hearing from me until the final stint. So I will bring you all home for this 24-hour event. So, and there will be also like an open party again, so everyone can join and we can laugh and sing and whatever. It will be fun.
See how this race closes out, because there's a lot more that left to go to see what can happen, but
Yeah. I mean, I'm still looking at this timer. It says 12 hours and 32 minutes remaining. So what?
yeah, we're about halfway through.
It is. So yeah, we'll see if we get an onboard
beautiful.
impression. Bit of nighttime driving on board with that BMW M6, currently driven by Antares, chasing down the Audi R8 for the Gran Turismo Italia team in P4. We go through the exit of Landsgartens through Stefan Belloves and now quickly approaching Schwalbenschwanz. Down a gear, downshift to two gears. Actually, whoa, didn't expect that. Exit of Schwalbenschwanz, that's the Kleine Karussell. And round we go. Approaching
Slowly
the
managing to close
important
the gap.
double right-hander,
Looking to see.
Heidenkopf. And had to lift a little bit. Not the best exit, 1.2 seconds. Still might catch a little bit
Reach
off
the
the toe.
on the straight.
Will, but I think that Audi is also not too bad on top end. Yeah,
He's losing it. It's not gonna be enough.
it's not really gaining. Still,
But it's not really losing either.
also, yeah,
Well,
it's,
now it is. Now it is.
now he's losing a little bit. A tenth probably. Approaching
Grasping at
the
straws.
Hohenrhein-Schikane. Oh, Roadrunner 2 now decided to pit. So that was exactly what we were talking about, right? So see how much time you actually lose, but then decided to now it's not worth it. Let's pit and maybe try and push.
There's that damage repair, but did he lose enough time to where
P5
Yep.
will be safe. I think won't be refueling, won't be changing tires, just fixing the damage, and away we go. So it will be under 10 seconds to get to P4. 7-ish.
he has 3 laps to try and make up what he lost from that?
Yep.
Definitely has his head back in the game. I'm sure he can definitely be able to close the gap.
Exactly. So I'm the German guy that can pronounce all of the corners. correctly. So I have to be in
I
this
don't even
event.
attempt. I'm gonna. This is why I'm here just visiting, right? That's why I'm not sitting in your seat. I'm not even good enough to try and attempt.
But yeah, I've covered so many events now on the Nürburgring and the Nordschleife, so at some point you just know the names and you just remember them. So
Yeah, I can't say I've reached that amount of experience yet, and I'm kind of agreeing with Flying Flapper in chat here. I say left, right, and I feel the track. I'm not
the slow corner, yeah, this one, yeah. Oh no,
Yep.
hairpin.
I'm not really one for defined logos. Not yet.
It makes you feel like so much more like a good commentator if you actually know turn names,
Oh,
not
of
just like
course.
turn 1, turn 2. Yeah, it's okay, and left, right, but I feel like if you feel like comfortable and
It's more
confident,
captivating.
knowing the corners, know how to pronounce them, it's all good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I get it, like for non-German speaking guys, that it's
but
hard
with
to pronounce
190
German
plus
names.
corners.
It definitely
Have someone else
is.
join the chat here.
Yeah, that's like my streamer buddy that will take over for the next stint. Not sure if you can hear us, if you want to talk. Oh, that's GD45 Gaming. He's probably just setting up his stream already, so
Not enough fingers to count the turns.
Nah.
For this track, not only is it hard to pronounce the name of each corner, the amount of corners you would have to learn.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not there yet.
It's already tough to recognize the parts of the track when it's like sunny and daylight. So during the night, it's like, wait a minute, where are we? What's that section? But yeah, still. So we just got past the Jimmy Prop and Rebel Tree, by the way. That's something into Metzgersfeld. My boogie corner. I always crash there at some point. And
yeah. So I'm kind of curious. If you don't mind switching up to Drift King, seeing how comfortable he's been up there.
5.4 seconds.
66 got tagged now with damage.
Yep. Down to P8. 66 car. Again with front bumper and left suspension damage. Currently running. We'll see if someone else is running with damage. Just quickly skimming through it. Looks like... Oh, Octavian in P7 has right rear suspension damage, but that's not multiple damage, so it doesn't count.
I wonder what happened there.
Maybe a small tap, a small visit to say hello to Barry with the rear. Nothing major though. But everyone else is running without damage.
Just a little knock at the door.
Yeah. That's correct, so...
As they normally say, rubbing is racing.
Yeah, but usually you say that when
you try to avoid
driving
it, but...
against other drivers, not driving against like walls and stuff. But hey, if no one is around you for driving, then just use the walls, right? But it's also...
You still need to bring the car home in one piece.
Yeah, that's true. But let's also talk about the number 39 car. So they had an early disconnect in Stint 1. They were a lap down and got lucky with a couple of safety cars, and now they're running on a podium.
Hey, we love to see it, definitely.
And it's such a nice comeback story, so I will put them on.
A lot, yeah. such a long race, it's definitely a lot of movement in the positions and seeing how things exchange, especially as each team kind of has their own strategy and their own mindset when coming to the track, and it's interesting to see when those things sort of clash together and turns out for a very interesting race.
Definitely. Just show them on the top 3 now. So you see, that was wrong. This one, oopsie. So you see, 39 cars on the hut for you. All of the love. It is. Alright, so I can set up the driver swap. Thank you, GD45 Gaming, sending me the link. Oh,
All of the sparks, seeing Norris slowly closing the gaps here, possibly trying to see if he can't get into that slipstream. To the straight, not quite close enough, but closing. Roadrunner poking his head in the back, trying to make up for the time he lost.
No, now you can hear me. All right. Well,
Yeah.
everybody,
There you are.
There you are.
Here. We're just gonna let the man Jaeger do his singing behind the scenes here. A huge shout out to him for the amazing work he's been doing here for the 24-hour race as well. Definitely the hardest working man here in behind the scenes right now. So great job on production value. And quite the race here so far. We see from Stint 3 now here to near the end of Stint 6, we have basically a grid swap. Essentially with some of our drivers that were in the back of the pack of Stint 3 now up near the front, and some of those drivers that were competing up front struggling a little bit here as we are in our nighttime conditions. So it's going to be interesting to see how the drivers are ready to handle things here as we head towards sunrise condition.
Completely seeing how some of the cars handle differently as the sun rises will be interesting to see how some of the pole positions change hands. Possibly.
And it's kind of now we have our drivers that have settled into our more nighttime conditions or cooler track conditions, and they've had to kind of make those adaptations. Now with the next set of drivers coming in are going to start off in those conditions and then going to have to slowly adjust to warming conditions as potentially the sun starts to rise here as well. So new challenges here as we're at near the midway point of our race here today as well.
it never stops.
Well, that's kind of the beauty of it, is that when you have multiple variables that always constantly change, it definitely proposes new and interesting challenges to the drivers. Giving different handling conditions can always be give some unexpected results, especially as things end up getting packed, especially with how people approach passing if and when put in that situation.
And of course, obviously in the darker conditions, that is a little more difficult to do in some areas of the racetrack, just due to the sheer lack of visibility on the racetrack as well. So we may see some of that action spice up a little bit here too, as the driver's visibility starts to get a little bit better here on the racetrack as well.
Yeah, being some people maybe being a bit more naturally adapt to daytime practice is just out of habit, and like you said, having that visibility change will definitely probably see certain drivers become a bit more bold.
I also wonder how many
Absolutely.
drivers are using the exposure hack in the game to have more visibility.
It could be. But I mean, to each their own. Obviously, it's something that's able to do on their TVs to make that adjustment within the consoles. So some drivers like the challenge of keeping it in dark, and some drivers like to lighten up the load a little bit for their visualization references. And it's very difficult at the speeds, especially as we're on the back straight leading into the final braking zone in the S's, leading to the start-finish line. I mean, the drivers are coming in at 170, 180 miles an hour there as well, so carrying a lot of speed around the difficult racetracks. So tough conditions here for the racers, but I feel they're all doing a really great job here at the 12-hour mark of the race so far.
Yeah. Also interesting if we have some drivers using the PSVR2 for this. So I know some of the drivers in those events that were doing this, so this must also be like an amazing experience. I haven't done it.
So some of the chat is saying that you're gonna teach us to correctly name all 97 left and right hand corners here at the NERB 24-hour in order. So
of course,
that should be exciting.
You can wake me up at any time. I will just give you all the names, like bam, 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 bam.
I agree with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
We actually have a track map of the Nürburgring on my PC that's made by one of my administration staff. So we could potentially take a stab at it, but these drivers are racing so hard and so fast all the time. It's very hard to keep up with them on each corner of the racetrack. That's for sure. So
just
that's the way to do it, right?
Need to find a way to pronounce it. Yeah, easy.
We need to watch more Super GT.
Yes.
Definitely, he's doing really good in pronouncing those names.
He takes a lot of pride when he does. So I mean, good on him when we talk about content creators. Obviously a very well-known one in the platform, but started his craft on just commentating his own daily races, and maybe potentially missed a large part of his calling, but obviously real life racing would be more exciting than standing in the booth. And I would be much rather be behind the wheel myself as well, but the booth is a great second choice, because I got to tell you what, commentators learn a lot just standing here and watching these races week in and week out, day in and day out, just watching how the drivers handle situations and then what they're using for braking and throttle control through the corners. So we kind of have a small advantage of being able to really watch carefully what our racers are doing as we're broadcasting. So commentators, racers, watch out. We can be quite spicy on the racetrack as well, because all you guys are doing is teaching us second by second, corner by corner.
Constant data analysis. Seeing something in the chat about number 44. Don't know what that's about.
Who is number 44?
I don't know. Just calling things out as I see it.
Do we have 44 entry? No.
I don't know.
No.
I'm actually
no.
Going to check that.
No. 64? Maybe? 66? 33?
64 would be our McLaren driver, yeah.
Oh, Stinger reposted mechanical damage. What happened to him?
Mechanical damage. Let's quickly see if we missed anything, because I'm also a race director of the Stint, so I need to call the safety car if something happens. So we still have Razor in it.
The number 7 Porsche.
Have two? No, we just have two cars with multiple damage. Dick in P11 and Razor in P8 at the moment. Octavian has just the suspension damage, but
that seems to be a trend here as we get near each 2-hour run for our racers. It seems like we're seeing that late safety car here.
Yeah, the late safety car, yeah.
So far today as well.
To make for an exciting start for every stint. That's what the drivers are up for. Definitely. But yeah, we are actually close to get a safety car. That's a real threat now. Just someone needs to get multiple damage. And
is it a bad habit to have that much damage and that many safety cars, or is it a good habit to have that good of race, that close a race, and make things interesting?
pick your poison. I don't
It's a
know.
double-edged sword.
Yeah, something like that. But I tried to set it earlier in the stream chat that we would love to see like the real racing action. But those safety cars are definitely nice to punch up the grid and have some exciting racing again. But it shouldn't be like happening every hour. So it's too much then.
Agreed. I mean, yeah, you couldn't have said it better myself.
I
Yeah,
think a lot of it is.
someone had
It's the
even
nature
two
of the
safety
racetrack
cars,
as
back-to-back safety cars. Yeah. Listen.
I mean,
The
you had
Oprah Winfrey of
Nürburgring-
safety cars.
Yeah, the Nürburgring 24 hours racetrack into a bunch of races. We're now 12 hours into a 24-hour endurance race, and we're in the evening conditions. We're not too surprised to see a few extra incidents either at the same time on the racetrack. So, as I do suspect, we will see that dwindle a little bit as again the driver's visibility I think starts to get a little bit better. But I could be wrong. We are just commentators and speculating here after all. So.
It is, we want to see drama, we want to see action, right? And we always pray for rain to happen because it delivers drama.
And on that note, it has been pretty quiet on the weather front here
Yeah,
so far today.
totally, yeah.
Germany being very, very cooperative here with our racers so far.
Yeah. Remember, so last week's Nürburgring 24-hour event? Fog and rain and whatever. So, nothing like that here so far, but still. We are just approaching the halfway mark. Oh no, what can happen still? And we have some cloudy forecasts for the next couple of stints hours, so the next 4 hours will be definitely more cloud cover in the forecast.
To say as I kind of look off in the distance as the camera crew gives us some behind the car shots as they're coming around the racetrack, it almost does look like there's some low-hanging cloud in certain parts of this racetrack already here. So it's gonna be interesting to see how much cloud cover is on this racetrack once we are able to see, and that's a good shot there as we just see going down the hill there. You can see a little break in the sky, and then it's just a lot of dark hanging cloud there. So potentially an interesting stint coming ahead here.
So this stint will be safe now, no rain. But the next stint, who knows? It's also like my thinking every time when I say when I start with cloudy conditions and then leave the rest random, I might trick the weather algorithm to say, it's more likely to get rain from clouds than from sunshine. But yeah, it's just my thinking. Usually it never happens.
Where there's smoke, there's fire, right? And when the shaman calls, I guess the rain will come. But we will see what happens.
See.
It'll
mechanical damage.
close together.
So we have a safety car, no freaking way.
Well, very close to the end of the stint there as well. On the safety car there.
I did see in the chat something about how people possibly found a loophole.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's necessarily a loophole sometimes as much as it is like they call this the green hell for a reason. It's a long track and a lot of places.
Fucking hell,
mistakes,
we
especially
have
over a
the
long
safety
period of
car
time.
again. No way.
Alright, so as race director, you're probably the best one to answer this question. Due to the proximity of how close we are to the end of the stint here, are we going to see this stint end under safety caution?
I guess
That's a good question. Will we finish under safety car again this stint? I need to check the gaps. So it looks okay now. Oh, but with the safety car we need to get the cars bunched up a little bit.
Depends on how fast everyone's able to form up, and basically they could do it before the straight.
We'll see how fast everything goes, but judging it now, it looks like we finish under safety car. Maybe if we get lucky, we get to green zone 3 to have like half a lap of racing still, but for now.
So, are you able to walk us through a little bit of like what would be the expected procedure if it were to go pit swap over safety car?
Basically the same what happened last time, so we just go with the safety car into the pits. That's
Sure.
yeah. But
Hey, you know what? Sometimes things I don't know, are a little bit more complex than they seem initially, and
yeah.
sometimes it's vice versa.
It is so. We need to like have those cars with damage, get them the chance to get into the pits and repair the damage, of course. So that's why we have the first lap now with safety car speed to see after the pit stop. So maybe we get lucky and get to the green zone 3. That's kilometer 12 on the track. So the run up to Bravery Corner.
Yeah, and I'm reading the chat here, and I'm agreeing with what they're saying. Is that Drift King and the I'm gonna say the pole positions as well are doing a very good job of keeping consistent, not losing too much time.
Yeah. So Stick, they pitted, repaired the damage already.
Alright folks, so GT45 Gaming coming in here to relieve our Stint 6 guys here in just a few moments time. So again, just want to say welcome back. I'll be your host for the next couple hours here at the Nürburgring 24-hour today, and it looks like we're going to be starting our driver swap, followed in with a safety car. So going to be a spicy restart here once we get underway after our series of pit stops here today. So I recommend everybody sitting at home, if you need to refresh your beverages, get those snack bowls, the kitties, if you got to use the bathroom, now is the time. As we are under safety caution, it's the perfect time to take care of all those things, to get yourself settled in, to watch the remaining next 2 hours, pardon me, here as we're at the halfway mark of this race here. So perfect time here is probably got about 5 minutes or so before we'll see a green flag drop or so here. So definitely want to go and take that time while you got it, so you don't miss any of the action when that green flag does drop here again.
Snacks are a must,
Yeah,
because
no.
I'm going to be on the edge of my seat for the start of this next stint.
Whatever, popcorn or whatever you want to go.
For me, it's the coffee cup has got to be nice and full before we get behind the mic, so.
Got this little diner called Wimpy Burger around from my house that probably have to go and finish up. Seems perfect for this.
Where's what's number E12? That's the number 6 car, right?
Yep. 5 minutes behind, trying to close.
So the number 6 car will get their lap back onto the lead lap with that safety car, but won't be able to get to the back of the grid, of course, because we will be starting the final lap of the race any second.
That's got to be Got to be a little bit of a sigh of relief for our Lamborghini team here today as well. Having a very tough race day here today, falling behind, obviously, with that disconnection in Stint earlier there as well. So the safety car coming out here and getting them that free pass, in a sense, to get them back on the lead lap is a great thing here for Team Lamborghini. And now they can focus on trying to catch that pack here over the next couple hours. And hopefully they have that good stint and get themselves right back into the pack here. 12 hours remaining here today. Lots of racing left. Lots can happen yet.
Yeah, so
Agreed.
just heard in the chat that you might have to turn up your volume a little bit. GD45 Gaming. It's a little bit low
Yep,
at
I
the
was going to
moment.
mention that. And
There we go. There we go. We just turn our little knob here on
Yeah,
our microphone and
perfect.
we should be good to go.
there you go. That's better. And then
Appreciate
that, and then
feedback
there
as
was
well.
there was a comment earlier that I wanted to touch up on that made a very good point about safety cars and being in the lead, especially with Drift King. He managed to get a 7-sec lead on the rest of the pack, and then have the safety car come out, so then you squeeze back and it feels like you're having to run away again. And I can definitely understand for certain teams when exchanging the podium position how if you get that little bit of a lead and think you're comfortable, don't think you're safe there too long, because that safety car is going to bring you right back.
So now let's
It was a
try
prime
to
example. We've
judge
seen that in
where
Stint
we
3.
can restart. I think we need to wait for P10 Shadow Chef to get closer. So I will call it Green Zone 2 now.
Alright, so we are going to get a very short restart here before the pit stop sequence comes here for everybody watching at home. So it is going to be a spicy run to the 12-hour mark, and then a spicy continuation into stint number 8 as we continue on here. So get ready, folks, because we're definitely going to have some action here very early on.
An interesting halftime. Hey, it's glad to see that there's the dull moments never last too long.
You know, sim racers have a knack. I don't know.
I hate my
sometimes
keyboard.
they script this, but they have a knack to really draw battles in close near end of long races like this. So I can't wait to see what happens, obviously, in the last couple hours here. But I suspect we're going to see a pretty good potential 2 to 4-way battle maybe for the race lead, the way that things have been shaping out here so far in the first half of our races today anyways.
So we will be restarting the race coming out of the foxhole after the Adenauer Force, so just before the Jimmy Broadband Rubber Tree, basically. That's the restart zone for this race, so we have just over half a lap of racing going.
To see how things shape up to this final little sprint. Everyone's going to be trying to book it as much as possible. See Drifting trying to keep his tires warm.
Just going to say we got the last ditch effort up the back straight here to get the tire up the straight here to get these tires warmed up. So hopefully the drivers can get some very early green flag throttle grip under throttle when they get this start going underway here again. And obviously the race leader does not want to be challenged early on here.
No, not at all, and it's definitely going to be, in my hope and prayers that Drift King can hold it, but we'll see what happens, especially leading into the driver swap. It's going to be fun to see how the different drivers, everyone has the different times, everyone has a different strategy. We'll see how the driver swap changes things up, especially leading into this. It'll be an interesting mix.
Let's just remind them to car length, please.
Leading up here.
We're getting closer and closer to the restart zone, so after this chicane we will go green again.
And very early on here, the race leader already trying to get that power into his car here, so he
now
can get
we
that
should
jump at the start.
go racing, come on. It's green, yeah, here we go. Oh, someone is off.
Green, let's go.
With the GT Finland
Whoa.
team there.
BMW touching grass is never a good sign.
It's hectic racing now. Desperate racing maybe for the best positions. Again, every restart is, I know, risky in some way. I think in the US motorsport it says cautions breed cautions. So please relax. You all probably gained so much time during the safety car. Don't risk your race now. Bring it home. Drive it into the pits for us. So we have Drifting leading P2 now, and Terrace for Clockwork Motorsports. P3 is Xavi for the RX Racing team and the Porsche. What's happening? Everyone is disconnecting now?
Huh?
Seems like my lobby died. Not sure, no one is driving anymore. What's going on?
Definitely looks like a lobby going down.
My lobby is not.
So all the drivers have gotten the you've been kicked by host
Yeah.
message, I'm sure by now.
Yeah, looks like everyone is up, so I'm not sure what to do.
And again, ladies and gentlemen that are watching, this is just a part of sim racing. Again, we are racing here in a virtual manner through the Gran Turismo 7 platform, so we are at the mercy of servers and internet, and sometimes
Not sure about the procedure now. What to do? We just, yeah. How do we do that? Another challenge for it. Think we need to red flag it, yeah. To red flag the race. Then try and get the positions from the stream. So yeah, just grab the positions from the last green lap. This will be grid order for the restart. Hey, I muted you. Sorry. Would have.
Alright, I'm just gonna check on this here for a second. No, not at all, not at all. Definitely
Should have
good
sound.
feedback. There is
now
audio
again.
now, yep. Yep.
We were talking
We're
about
good to go here now.
everything.
So we do apologize, ladies and gentlemen. We were breaking it all down for everybody here, and again, our technical malfunctions here. We did suffer a technical malfunction here, ladies and gentlemen, for those that are just tuning in here. So we do apologize. We have got that sorted out here. The production crew was working real hard behind the scenes, figuring out what wire was unplugged or what got crossed. They've got that sorted out. We got that audio figured out. So now we're under red flag conditions there for a little while due to the technical malfunction, and it took a few minutes for race control to kind of get things sorted out, to figure out what our driver order is going to be, and what order and what the time gaps in between our drivers are when they start out on this race. So race control is just sorting that out here right now, and that's what you guys are seeing on screen. It has gone from red flag condition now essentially to a yellow flag condition, and until race control is satisfied with the way things are sitting on the racetrack, we will not see a green flag. So do bear with us here, but we will have our next stint underway very shortly here. As you can see, the drivers are out on track. So red flag was not due to an incident or a horrific accident on the racetrack, thankfully, and it was just due to a technical malfunction. So all racers are still A-OK. The cars are all still on track and still all on the lead lap here as well. So that's always great to see, and we're going to see a pretty spicy restart here at the halfway point of the race. So welcome in, everybody, and I hope you all took a moment to go refresh your beverages and your snacks and cozy up in your favorite spot here in your living room, because this is going to be a very beautiful start to the halfway point at the Nürburgring 24-hour here today. And again, on behalf of the Endurance Racing Federation, I'm your host for the next couple hours, GT45 Gaming. Settle in. It's going to be a doozy. Just gonna
Up here,
all right, we're just gonna cue in our
grab some
co-host there.
snacks, get whatever you need.
There we go. All right. Now we've got all the audio turned on. We're rocking and rolling here.
We need to figure a way to do with cars that are being a letdown and red flag situation.
And the clock is ticking on the live stream right now, so I'm not sure if you need to change anything there, or if we're just going to take the stint down as it is here.
Just keep the clock running now at the moment. I think. See how many.
This is a very intricate
adjustments
logistics.
to make.
Absolutely the truth. Welcome in, my man. Appreciate you stopping in as well. You know, it's always tough when race control has a procedure for everything, every situation, everything that may happen. But sometimes something happens that you just haven't thought of or isn't covered with a procedure, and that is the case of what we just saw happen here today. So the race control has had to call an audible here, and they are moving on the fly. So we do apologize for the delay, but race control is doing a great job here getting this sorted out. And like I said, we should be underway here in just a few moments' time. So the drivers are just getting out. They're getting some air pressure up in these tires. They're just getting trying to stay in that rhythm. We were talking about before we realized we had a technical issue with the sound that is tough for the drivers here, because they have a routine when they get ready for that driver swap, and that routine in a sense has kind of been a little bit disrupted in a sense with the unexpected red flag at the midway point of the race. So the drivers now got to make sure that they stay locked in. They got to stay focused, and they can't let the slight delay affect what is happening on the racetrack or as far as their race team and strategy goes. So we just got the drivers all out on track here, and I think race control is about getting ready to get us underway here. So the drivers are just having some fun, burning off some of them old qualifying tires here for everybody right now. We'll see some donuts on the track here, and yeah.
Yeah, definitely some interesting antics from the drivers right now, trying to
just stay sharp, stay fresh, and just keep the motions, the muscle memories flowing. It's very important. You don't want to just sit in your race car for 15, 20, 30 minutes sitting idle. You start to lose that competitive edge, so to speak. So this is a part of keeping that competitive edge for our racers here. Just practicing race starts or blowing donuts, whatever it is that each of these drivers are doing on their own individual accord. But again, just to try and keep that competitive edge sharp as they are behind the wheels of these racing cars. So unfortunate situation here, but it wouldn't be a 24-hour endurance race without at least one red flag, and the drivers having to face a little bit of extra adversity here at the Nürburgring. So
ultra realistic racing.
Yeah, totally.
Try to keep it as interesting as possible, I guess.
Just so drivers are reporting mechanical damage, multiple damage now.
All right, so we do have race control getting everybody checked in here now, and I do suspect we're just a couple minutes away from seeing this next stint underway here. So great job to race control. Tough business, a lot of logistics going on, 14 racing teams to communicate to, and of course all of the race control staff, and of course a broadcasting team to report to as well. So lots happening in behind the scenes here right now, and they're doing a great job as always. So.
It seems like we're slowly starting to get things a bit more sorted out here as we continue to tread along. We got 11 hours left.
We got some drivers taking full advantage of the extra time and taking a few extra opportunities to get a few corners in behind them. And I mean, what better way to stay sharp than to just go run a few corners around the racetrack before a race start. And we have some that are just chilling here now. We got a couple drivers here just having some fun doing the donuts. We got, I believe, the GT Finish team here right now blowing some donuts in that M6 here as well. Speed Hunter in the Mercedes AMG. Now, I was very fortunate to have him in my Stint 3 lobby, and he was definitely the fastest driver in that stint in this Mercedes, and did a great job of closing up a 28-second gap to the leader until things fell apart a little bit for him there right at the end of that stint, dropping down into 4th place. But Speed Hunter back in behind the wheel here for TDR Racing, and these drivers better look out, because if he's as sharp as he was in that 3rd stint, then he's definitely going to be one of the drivers to be looking out for here in stint number 8. And we have a lineup grid, ladies and gentlemen, so there we go. Race control has got it figured out. They are happy with what they see, and we've got a grid, so we will go racing here. And I'm not sure how this is happening here, if there's going to be a time gap when drivers start off here, if we're all just going, and we're all just going. So we are green
Looks
here
like
right
we are
now.
going under safety car conditions now.
And yes, we are moving into single file positioning here. So it is going to be a rolling formation lap start here for our racers in stint number 8. And again, that is just to give the drivers an opportunity to warm the brakes up, get some air pressure built up in those tires, and get ready for race pace conditions. We are still under dark conditions here, as we are now in the early morning hours here at the Nordschleife and the Nürburgring 24-hour, I guess, pardon me. And we should start seeing some rising sun conditions here, I think, near the end of our stint. Currently, it does look a little bit cloudy in the sky above based on the weather forecast, and what that will provide for the races as far as track conditions go, we'll have to wait to find out. The wind is coming directly from the east here right now, 10.8 feet per second, so just a little over 1 meter per second here right now, and it should be very interesting. Green zone 1 will be our green flag drop here, so we will see a pretty good race start here, I believe, right as we enter into the start-finish line at what would be the Nordschleife layout. Now this GTR, the Calsonic GTR team, this team and the Porsche behind in second place, both these teams have been right up there in the top half of this field for the first half of this 24-hour race. So definitely a couple drivers we're going to be keeping our eyes on here. We do see the Audi up into third place. And in stint number 3, he was a lap down, got the lucky dog, so to speak, got the free pass around, got back on the lead lap, now sitting there on the podium as well, it looks like here, as we are getting ready to continue on. We are green now, the races are going, and the start line was actually on the straight right after, I believe that's a Goodyear curve. So here we go, and it is Oyer. I'm not even sure how to pronounce that. It's probably Oyer here in first place.
It's Air.
Is it Air? And the Calisonic GTR starts us off here with the Porsche very hot on his heels, and then that was a tidy race start right there. It was so tidy it didn't even look like a race start yet, and everybody's just single file. Ideally, just taking it easy because they have not had a proper chance to really get enough air pressure built up into these racing tires. So I think this is everybody just kind of tiptoeing around the racetrack here right now, getting a slight feel for the conditions and of course the pace of each driver around them. And there we go as we head down in through the Porsche. A little bit of lag there in the second place car right now here, but it is racing as usual, and very quickly first and second place opening a gap up on the rest of the field. Now Clockworks Motorsports BMW orange and blue team, orange and white team here, pardon me, as we've been calling it, had a great stint 3 there, and they were the leader of that race that was being charged by the Mercedes AMG here, currently sitting in third place. So got a good start, got a very quick early position off that restart, getting ahead of our Audi, and currently sitting back on the podium. So does he have enough left in that M6 to push the lead early and try to open a gap back up like we've seen in stint number 3? We're going to find out. It's going to have to settle in here, but the top 4 very close together here, and then a small separation, 2-second gap to the rest of the field here, and that is being led out by a GT Finland racers here in that BMW M6 here as well. I believe that's what it is. It's hard to tell right now because it's dark. I have to catch the number it is. All right. We have Speed Hunter, the Mercedes, and this is the guy I'm definitely going to be keeping my eye on here this stint. He had, like I said, an incredible stint number 3 and was very, very quick. So I'll be keeping my eye on him just to see if he is still in that groove a few hours later. And as soon as things settle down here a little bit, we'll talk a little bit about definitely what these drivers got to deal with once they get out of these racing cars and back into the paddock after a long run here at the Nürburgring. And you are one of our racers, if I'm not mistaken. Am I correct there?
I am one of the, I guess, how would you put it, head members of NVR. I was trying to get in with the Audi R8 along with NNR, running with Accession and AMS Racer. But we weren't able to make the cut through pre-qualifying because that was, well, as expected, pretty hard, and pretty much ended up being a guillotine. But with that has provided a very interesting race. See, Hot Air fell back a little bit.
He did lose the lead there to the Porsche driver there, and maybe just a small mistake there, but the gap is 1.2 seconds very quickly here as well, so the Porsche is very early on it here in the stint. And the Porsche 911 RSR here in the game, very stable car, definitely one of the more comfortable MR cars to race around at this particular racetrack. So if you are an MR fan and you're not sure what car you should really be running around this difficult racetrack, the Porsche 911 RSR is definitely a good pick. It's a very stable race car. It's a little easier to manage under throttle and braking, and will just take care of you a little bit better than, say, an Audi or that Lamborghini Huracan we're seeing here on track. The Mercedes McLaren 650S is also another good choice here as well, another very good stable car. And if you're just a beginner and you're just learning the monster of a racetrack that we call the Green Hell, I would recommend one of those two cars to start with for sure, unless you're very comfortable with those torquey front rear engine cars. Then the BMW Mercedes is the obvious choice here around the Nordschleife and the Nürburgring, as well, those cars are basically designed and built to race around this racetrack.
Especially realizing that the Porsche is an amazing straight line, and realizing that that's with Hot Air dropping into third, that's honestly going to be the reason why we're not able to hold that lead position, is because we do not have the straight line speed. We are all about the corners, and with the Porsche and the Mercedes being very good on the straight line, it's going to be very difficult to try and contend with that future on. Like you said earlier, it's not even necessarily about first for us. The fact that we're sitting in podium right now, we're
very content and happy with, considering we are a team that very much encourages and understands the difference between having driving capability and the mindset of going into a race, especially one like this, and having your head together, especially to be able to have so many comeback stories like we've had. You know, luckily we were able to shoot back up, like how you had mentioned with the BMW earlier, and there's been multiple other cars that have been able to fall back due to unfortunate circumstances, but find their way right back up to the pack and in the mix.
Absolutely. And we got a nice little tight four-way pack. Ooh, safety car here is one of our Audis in trouble here. And off the edge of the track there, and stricken, so losing several positions there. And you hate to see it, and we're going to be checking on that. That's definitely going to be a damaged race car there. And I believe that was just a solo incident there. It is our Italian Lamborghini driver here, and that Lamborghini Huracan again. Throwing its fangs out here on the driver. It's a very tough car to drive, and essentially you do not brake with the Lamborghini at all with any kind of turning input in your steering wheel. If you can manage that in this car, you're going to do very well with the car, but all it takes is just the slightest little touch of input under brakes with the Lamborghini, and that can cause just the back end of the car to essentially move the opposite direction of the steering wheel and cause a little bit of a slide, and those slides is typically what causes the Lamborghini to get into trouble here. And I think that's exactly probably what happened there. We're still on cold racing tires here on a very cool track, and we do have an MD being called here, and we are on the driver that's called it there, and there most certainly is some damage on that car. We do have, I think that's the only car here. Let's just keep checking out, and I'm just going to go through the field real quick.
As far as my knowledge, yes. And
just to make sure we're all good.
One? P10 also has damage I saw in the chat.
We do have two.
And it's nice to see that the Lamborghini is back up in the mix, especially after that the TTC penalty, which hurts to see, but it's nice to see that they're able to come back up and hang out with the rest of the party.
And again, suffering a disconnection in that stint as well. So that's a big comeback here. And again, you know, a lot of that due to the safety caution. Safety cautions really helping some of these teams that have had a rough start to the race. So now I think the last half of the race is going to change. It's going to be a little bit different. We're going to start seeing things a little differently here. The next two, maybe three stints is still going to be about conserving the race car, but when we get into stint number 11 and stint number 12, the whole complexion of this race is going to change. The Speed Hunter having a moment there. He's going to turn himself around. He got himself into the sand on the Nürburgring GP here, coming out of Mercedes Arena there. He's just going to come on track there. Had to be cautious as you had a car coming around. Does a great job realizing that Wells Great was there in 9th place now. And he's going to come back out on track in 10th place, so dropping down 5 quick positions there. And again, just a mistake under these dark conditions here. And I really do think this is just drivers are missing their visual markers in the dark, especially when you're in close quarters like this. You got to think you're tucked right in underneath the rear fin of this Audi here, for example. Right now, Legislide is pole sitter. Your visibility is very limited. So all of a sudden he's going to make a corner, and you realize that you just missed your braking zone or your turning point by 5 or 10 meters. That is all it takes to have that moment here on the Nordschleife, and that may have been a case of what we just saw from Speed Hunter there. But if any indication is from that race or what we've seen earlier on in the race here today, it's still early enough in the stint. There is lots of time for him to make some track back up, so let's see what he's got in that Mercedes. Pole sitter here, giving the business to Legislide here right now, and gets a nice tidy pass done, and the McLaren's going to take a look here too as well and try to follow through, but gets the line blocked off there. Great defense from Legislide there, realizing that the McLaren was going to try and follow our Porsche driver through there and just closing that opportunity up. So it does save losing 2 positions there, but in that defensive battle did cost him a little bit of time also on the Porsche driver. So now he is kind of in that defensive mode here, but still trying to close up the gap to re-attack the 5th place driver here. So very racy early on. We expected to see this obviously with the safety car start here, and our McLaren 650S driver here in 7th place, and it has been a very interesting race here for our McLaren team. They were up in the podiums here before this 7th stint, and are currently down in the mid-pack here. So up and down the race here for the McLaren team right now, but so many hours left to go. It really comes down to that final hour, maybe 90 minutes of this race is really when the pressure is going to start to mount for these teams and the drivers are behind the wheel of the cars. So nice little move there from the McLaren on Legislide, and that is going to put the 650S up into 6th position. And our Audi driver here just a little bit shaken up, maybe dropping a couple of quick early positions here, so he's just going to kind of get back into that rhythm, settle in, and try to close back up, get into the slipstream here, not lose these two guys up in front of him, and see what he can do here as this stint continues on. We have our 9th place driver here, Wells Great, and unfortunately I just can't see the cars quite good enough yet to fully recognize which team we're driving for and representing here, so that will change as you can see. It is starting to get a little bit lighter on the racetrack here as we're progressing. Speed Hunter here. This Mercedes has been very competitive here today. It has really been adversity from the drivers behind the wheels of this car here today. It is a difficult race car to drive. If you get a little bit wrong under the throttle, then you're going to pay the price for it. And we've seen that Mercedes have a couple of moments here so far in this first 12 hours of exactly that moment, coming out on an exit, just getting a little bit too hard on the loud pedal and creating a little bit of a wild ride for that driver. So currently sitting in 10th, but the Porsche here doing a great job this race again. Has been competing up in the top half of this field for the majority of this race so far, and currently with a 2.5 second race lead at the 12 hour and 11 hour and 20 minute mark, I guess the clock on the stream is here. So doing a great job here right now is the Porsche, and up against some big top end cars here with the BMWs and the Mercedes and one of the Lexuses on the racetrack here today. It goes to really speak volumes for how well this team has their Porsche 911 dialed in here today, because it is Clockwork Motorsports BMW driver GT Racer 22 here in second place, trying to chase him back down. And we know that this team definitely knows how to lead this race and how to control the pace of the race, as they've proven that early on. But now, as we're getting out of nighttime conditions, starting to move into early morning conditions here, again, the driver's got to readjust. And we're going to see some tweaks, I'm sure, on these racing cars as the sun starts to come out. Ideally for the racers, we could see rainy conditions. It's really hard to see when the sky starts to clear, but the drivers will have a whole new set of track conditions to have to make that adjustment to.
Yeah, not only that, as we continue further down deep into the race here, a lot of people coming from different time zones and just different areas of the world, and especially for, I know, at least some of the American drivers, and probably what I'm expecting out of Leggy is that it, just general wear and tear and just being tired if you're not keeping up with yourself in between your stints. Especially in these dark conditions, it's very easy to almost be a little too into the zone and lose focus and make very easy mistakes that cost time.
Now, as a racer in a situation like this, obviously you all, get together pre-race. You have your designated driving stints. Sometimes that gets changed up on the fly depending on how the race is, of course, unfolding. But, what is it that you like to do when you get out of the, you just ran a 2 or a 3 hour racing stint? The first thing on your mind is probably just a little bit of decompression. Your hands are probably a little bit sore, your arms are a little bit sore, you got a little bit of adrenaline flowing, especially you want to get out of that car as quick as possible to let your teammate get back in behind the wheel as quick as possible, so you can try and get that car back out in the race as quick as possible. But it's very important in that off time for these racers and how they handle, just as he was saying here, and then their conditioning to still stay prepared for their next stint. So typically you'll see a 2 to 4 hour window in between stints for the drivers, again, depending on how the races goes. So most of the time, ideally, you got to have your race debrief with your racing team. You want to go over what the car has been doing, maybe if there's some things that it's doing at certain points of the race, so the team is aware of that, so the team can get on their computers and make those calculations, do what they do behind the scenes, and make sure that there's not maybe a lingering problem developing in that racing car. Maybe that's going to tell them that they need to change the brake pads in the next set of pit stops. So there's all kinds of information that the drivers can really give to the crew that the crew can't get from the computer. And then it's probably right down to immediate rehydration and getting some fuel back in that body, because I know for a fact from stock car racing days, in my experience with stock car racing, the driver would lose on average in a 150 to 200 mile race in those stock cars 10 to 15 pounds in water weight. So it's very important that the drivers immediately start to rehydrate.
Yeah, no, that is, and that's actually a new fact for me. That is absolutely amazing to think of. And even though this is still just sim racing, you still have that adrenaline rush. You still have that drive and pressure and everything going on within the race to where when you're done, it's just almost an immediate collapse. And it's just this, big exhale and you're, I'm done. Even though you had so much fun, you're still tense and knowing how to take care of yourself. You yourself, and also being prepared for your team. Like Air said earlier when he was in the chat, communication is key, and that is something that I know in VR we have tried to work on a lot. Understanding what is optimal for your teammates at what times and how to put them in their best position to be able to perform at their maximum output and not drag at all. And just as much as the moderators and the team, and the, all of the staff that runs this race and all of the effort and work that you guys put into create this amazing environment for us, there's a almost equal amount of effort that tends to go in through the driver end of things, as far as preparation of yourself, the practice, making sure that the car is in order and making sure that everything is in line to give yourself the best chance to be able to compete. And even then, you're still fighting tooth and nail.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, on one of the most difficult racetracks in the world, on top of it all, it does really require 110% focus. So we do have Team Lamborghini in pit lane here. We got some front splitter damage on it. It actually looks like that crew is taking a look at that car right now. We don't see any fuel going into that car, so maybe a little bit of an issue for our Lamborghini Huracan here. And we got a blue flag being waved here on our 13th place driver here. So our race leader coming in very quickly in behind here, and you can see the flash of the headlights. It was actually our third place driver there, and great job there from the other Skyline driver just to get that position up, get off the gas, and just let lead lap car through, and didn't even hesitate or delay those races for a second. And he's going to have to do that a few more times here, it looks like, as fourth and fifth place now also closing in on our car, going a lap down here as the race leaders go by. So unfortunate, but lots of racing left, and we've seen many times here today these racers have been able to get that lead lap back due to safety cautions. So it is not all lost. The drivers just got to keep their head down and keep pushing forward, because you just never know what's going to happen one lap to the next.
Yeah, and not only that, yes, we have had a lot of safety cars, but there has also been plenty of examples of very good, clean sportsmanship and knowledgeable driving and racecraft going through here, and understanding when to give way, and especially allowing the ability to see some very interesting battles before this, and definitely to see what's to come up here soon.
And what I am seeing is they're still taking a look at that Lamborghini, but I'm seeing that mid-pack. There's about seven drivers in that mid-pack racers right now that are hardly separated at all by enough of a gap to consider that a cushion. A couple second gap separating basically third, fourth, fifth, and right down in through up to about ninth place. So potentially a great mid-pack battle developing here in this stint as well. But just going to jump back up to our race leaders here and go see what's happening up front. And it is our Porsche driver leading the charge here. So let's just jump on board here real quick with our 911 RSR driver and just give you guys and gals at home an idea of what the racers are looking at here as they're coming around the racetrack. This is what our racers see right now. This is straight up a visor camera on the top of this racer's helmet here right now as he's continuing around the racetrack. It does not get any better of a cockpit shot than what we have here. And this is kind of the conditions he's dealing with here. All he can really see is what's immediately in front of the headlights of this racing car. A little bit of a mistake there as he comes around through that very difficult sector there, and now leading in towards Newton Corner here, I believe. And he's got it all settled down here, but you can see how dark it is on the racetrack, so you really need to have your visual inputs in place. And for the leader, obviously, he doesn't have that car in front of him here right now, so he has the best chance of getting that visualization. But if we move into one of the cars in the middle of our pack here, if we can find one that's closer to another one here, There we go. We have our GT Finish racer and Legiside here fairly close together. They have a whole new ball game to deal with because now they've got those racers in behind and they've got the glare of the headlights. Now, currently right now, the Audi is just far enough in behind our BMW M6 driver here right now where the glare of the headlights isn't really interfering with his vision at the moment. But if that Audi gets within about a second of this BMW here, that's going to start to light up the rear view mirror and the side mirrors in our BMW in front there, and it may very well start to limit the visibility due to reflection. So some of the countermeasures for our racers in that situation obviously are, of course, colored visors, whether it be a yellow visor or a blue visor. There's different colored visors on these for these racers depending on the conditions they're dealing with to dull and enhance certain types of light so that they can visualize better as well. So of course they do have a little bit of help in a sense that they can do for themselves, but overall very difficult conditions here for our racers, and we are now getting into our early morning hours here. We're getting towards 3-4 a.m. here on the racetrack, so the sun will start to rise here at some point, I believe at the end of the stint, and then again the race will change as the drivers can see a little bit better. Not a lot of changes here. We have the Porsche, the Eric's team here. I can't remember the teams. I have my spotter's guide here today. They're just not utilizing it very well. Eric's Racing here as well, still in the lead. And again, they've been competing in the top half of the field here all day long. We have our third place Calsonic GTR here, and it's much of the same for NVR here as well. New Velocity Racing, and they've been competing pretty much in the top half of the grid, and it's just been a little bit up and a little bit down, but ideally that's pretty normal in a 24-hour race in a sense. Again, the last 2 hours, the final stint of this 24-hour race is really where the drivers are going to be making those leaps and bounds. Maybe a little bit of pre-setup in the second last stint to try and get themselves in that position, but for the most part, we're going to see a fairly calm race until the final 2 hour mark, and then the gloves are certainly going to come off from these racers, and it is going to be a battle to the finish.
For sure, and watching Simon from Distinct here slowly close the gap on Hot Air.
And we got two battles happening up front here. We do have Clockwork Motorsports closing in on our Eric's Racing team here as well, so all podium positions here currently being contested as we're about 11 hours and 10 minutes left in the race here.
Yeah, everyone currently being under threat and not necessarily able to feel comfortable quite yet, as well as mentioning how you were talking about earlier, the visibility, especially once we start to see some of these cars shrink up a little bit, and maybe once we see that midfield collapse, we'll have 3 or 4 car trains, the multiple headlights.
A battle for the lead here. Apologies there to cut you off, but we do have Clockwork Motorsports here side by side with Eric's Racing here as we head into the final few corners of the lap here, and it is a good side-by-side battle here. The BMW doing BMW things, gaining all that power on the straight, but the Porsche now doing Porsche things and absolutely utilizing those corners, and a little bit of an over-under there from the Clockworks Motorsports driver. There's a mistake was made by the Porsche, and it's going to be Eric's Racing still holding the lead off after that very, very hard exchange of positions here between Clockwork Motorsports and Eric's Racing, and it is battle on as we head into turn number 1 here, and I believe they call this the Senna S's if I'm not mistaken here on the track, and then that leads us normally what would take us to AMG Arena here, but now of course that takes us out into the GP circuit, so the drivers bypassing AMG Arena essentially in this layout here as we head towards the Nordschleife for, well, we're on stint number 8. It's about 15 laps per stint, so that is going to be on lap 124 here in our race today, ladies and gentlemen. 124 times around this beautiful racetrack already. That's a great job by our racers.
That is, wow. Can't believe it's already been that much. Wow. Time flies when you're having fun, I guess.
And this two-way battle for the lead is very quickly becoming a three-way battle for the lead as our McLaren Distinct driver here absolutely got the job done on Ayer there and has put him down into 4th place and is checking out. He is tracking very quickly here on 2nd place right now. Clockwork Motorsports needs to be paying attention to what's going on in behind him here because those McLaren headlights are definitely getting a lot brighter as they continue through the GP circuit, and he is purple here as well. coming around and just took the fastest lap of the session here with an 8-minute .659. So we haven't quite seen qualifying pace here so far today, but boy, I tell you, almost sub 8 minutes on the 24-hour circuit at race pace here, halfway through a 24-hour race. Really goes to show that the skill and time and effort put in by each of the drivers and the racing teams here involved today.
For sure, and especially what we saw coming to the turns before the finish line. They were driving on the edge, and they're seeming like they're out for blood and not wanting to lose any time that they don't have to.
Absolutely, and BMW here now just losing touch with the race leader here a little bit, but of course the Porsche very strong in the middle part of this racetrack. It is a lot of corners, and that is definitely where these mid-rear engine cars excel, and you can see the McLaren is giving the Clockwork Motorsports orange and white BMW team here the business right now, just sitting about 2 car lengths in behind at the moment, and that is a good spot to be in this situation. You get any closer than that, dirty air can toss you out very unexpectedly and not give you enough time to react to it. Having about a 2 car length gap here does allow the McLaren driver to react if something happens to the BMW in front of him. If he goes a little bit wide, it does also allow him to try and get into that door that just opened up and get an inside position as well. So 2 car lengths is not a bad distance back here right now. The only thing is when he gets to that big long straightaway, he's definitely going to be wanting to be basically right on the tailpipe of that BMW, because the BMW again does excel in these big, long, high-powered runs. And we do have some MDs being called out here, so we're going to go through our grid. We are going to take a look at the field here. We do have our 10th place driver with some multiple bits of damage there. And let's keep going through, and it is just 1 car currently here on our track with enough damage to potentially get safety car called out, but we do need 3 total cars with more than 1 part of the race car damage in order for race control to call that safety car. So it is green flag racing here still, ladies and gentlemen, as the racers continue on. So it is 1.1 seconds here for the Porsche over Clockworks Motorsports, who is getting the business right now from the McLaren driver. Absolutely all over this BMW here right now, and looking to try and get PQ away. So
that Porsche being able to turn from it being an MR, but still having that top speed makes it such a force to contend with.
Absolutely, and the McLaren is definitely lacking on that. The Porsche has more top-end speed than the McLaren 650 does in a straight line, so the McLaren is in the worst spot here right now, in a sense, being in 3rd place, being behind those 2 cars that just have a better output on a long straight run. So it is really up to Distinct Simon here to close up as tight as he can to 2nd place and hope that that's enough to stay in the toe of that BMW. If that is the case, McLaren is going to be bouncing off of that RPM limiter, because that BMW is going to be bringing that car up that back straight about 67 miles per hour faster than it can do on its own.
Of course, and as a personal lover of the McLaren, I have to say that I believe that one of the greatest strong suits is going to be that mid corner and the ability to take corners just smoother than some of the other cars, and might be able to gain him the advantage similar to what Hot Air is trying to do with the GTR, but it's questionable on how much that can contend with the straight line speed.
And we finally got our Clockworks Motorsports BMW here, has found his way around the ERF Racing Porsche here. Great little side-by-side pass there, uncontested essentially from the Porsche there. BMW got a great run, and ERF Racing knew there was nothing he could do to challenge that there, so he's going to settle into 2nd place. And let's just mention here that with the lag from our ERF Racing driver here, it may be a little bit difficult for our drivers to point out and pick that offensive spot on the racetrack to try and get the job done, but that didn't seem like the Clockworks Motorsports driver had too much of an issue there, finally making his way around when he finally found the spot that he was going to do it. Now we see the distinct McLaren driver doing much of the same thing side by side here with the Porsche. This is a battle for 2nd place here, and ERF Racing is in a dogfight here right now with the Syndicate McLaren, and the Syndicate McLaren is going to stay in 3rd place there, as again the ERF Racing Porsche doing a great job at defending the position. This driver is absolutely working that Porsche to every thing that it has here right now in the middle part of this race, and feeling the heat from the pack in behind, and now this is allowing pole sitter to start to close in on this pack here as well. So the more that these guys continue to battle it out here for these final 2 podium positions right now on the racetrack, they are handing free time to the pack in behind to catch up. This is going to very quickly become a potential four-way battle for the podium here as they continue to have these little contests right now as they continue on around this racetrack. So it is going to be decision time here for these two racers. Do we play nice here for a little bit, continue to try and open that gap back up, or is it just outright too late and here comes 4th and 5th place? And that seems to be the case here right now, as pole sitter is not hesitating to close that gap up here, and he does have the NVR driver in that GTR very close in behind as well. So things are getting interesting here as we near about an hour into the stint.
Yeah, not only that, we have Ray Racing joining us here in the.
Hard unpack and nearly gave him a headache a little bit.
All right.
What's going on?
So we have GT Finn racer here, the GT Finnish driver here. He is in 6th place, and he's 10 seconds in behind that top 5 group here. So there's a little bit of a separation, but he is in one of the, I like to call it no man's land. And at this point in the race, this is actually not a terrible spot to be in. He's got 10 seconds to 5th place up in front, and he's got 7.5 seconds to the driver in behind. So what that allows him to do is essentially just try to put in qualifying laps, and we still got this battle here for 3rd and 4th place now, as pole sitter is going to make his way around Eric's Racing Porsche here, and Eric's Racing Porsche is dropping through the field here right now on this run. But again, we're just checking for damage here, as we did have the call, so we do have one there. Our 10th place driver is suffering from a little bit of a broken race car here, and that is it. That is all we're still seeing here currently on the racetrack. So it is just one driver here with damage, and again, we will stay green due to that information here. But it is Clockwork Motorsports BMW now getting back into the race lead here on our 5th time around in this stint, and it's 6 seconds now over the McLaren 650S. So without pressure from these more nimble MR cars in behind him here, this may be a good opportunity for the Clockwork Motorsports BMW driver to use the GP circuit to his advantage here and try to open the gap up a little more, give himself a little bit of breathing room, and ideally when he gets into the Nordschleife part of the racetrack here, he can continue just opening that gap up. But we do know how strong that the McLaren and the Porsche have been, and the Audi here in the infield part of these corners in this racetrack. We do know that they are going to close some of the time back up as we get through some of the more technical sectors. So 5.6 seconds right now is a cushion, but definitely not a comfortable gap here for Clockwork Motorsports BMW. Pole sitter doing a great job here, got himself up into 3rd place. I believe it was 6th or 7th position that pole sitter started our 7th stint here in, so very quickly moving up through the field and now battling for overall podium here. And Eric's Racing here, who was leading things here for a large portion of hour number 12 here, is now found himself in 4th place here, and some rear spoiler damage on this racing car here as well, but it is only one piece of damage here on that car. So it's going to be a tough drive here for him, and he's going to have some tough decisions to make if a safety car doesn't get called here in the next couple of laps, I'm assuming. So we have Ayer here, and this is good for the GTR driver here in 5th place. A damaged race car, especially some rear damage, is going to affect that portion of the braking and under turn-in. So that is going to limit how nimble that Porsche is now going around the more technical racing parts of this track, and that should allow the GTR, where it is also strong in the interior section of this racetrack, to start to close the gap up. And just as we were talking about that, he's already bled into it by half a second here, and it continues to close. So we're actually going to stay right here with our 5th place driver here for the time being. We're keeping an eye on what's going on up front, and this late into the race and this late into the stint, to see this many drivers so tight together on the front edge of the field just goes to speak for volumes of the skill level from the drivers and the teams on the racing track here today.
Again, everyone showing just how much they've practiced and prepared for this race, and being able to finally show off all that skills and what they're actually capable of doing. And with GT Racer pulling off in the lead, it probably woke up Simon and pole sitter a little bit and said, hey, maybe we shouldn't be fighting so much.
Absolutely. You know, 4th, 5th place closed up on 2nd and 3rd place there so quickly. You know, a little bit of a lesson learned potentially there at the midway points of the race for that team. And maybe next time they run into that kind of a situation, they approach that a little bit differently. But only time will tell here, as, again, plenty of race left in Nürburgring 24 hour here today. And we're just on board with Legicide here, and this is our CLO Racing R8 Evo Audi here, and a much better stint than the first time we've seen a racer here. He had a tough stint number 3 here in behind the wheel of this Audi R8, but he is moving very nicely here in stint number 8, and seems to have a very good handle on the car here in the cooler nighttime conditions. Wells Great there, who was closing in on him there for some reason. The keyboard was sending him to the wrong driver. I mean, just not be hitting the right button, but Welsh there in the 9th place here as well has been kind of sitting right there all race long.
Reports of damage.
Oh, we do, yes. We have Welsh with 2 bits of damage there. So we just missed something there. Obviously, we know we had another car down. He may have stopped and fixed that damage since then. We are on 2, so we do have 2 racers here now on track with multiple damage on their racing car, so we are 1 car away from seeing a safety car coming out here today, and the ruling on that is, for those of us just tuning in, welcome in. If 3 cars at any given time on the racetrack during racing conditions must have more than 1 piece of their aerodynamic or suspension systems damaged on their car at one time in order for a virtual safety car to come out and put the pack back together. So right now we are very close to seeing that virtual safety car coming back out. One more driver makes that mistake and picks up a couple pieces of damage, and we will see a yellow flag situation here again. So right now, I'm sure that our racing leaders are probably getting that information from their pit crews and behind the scenes, and it is going to be, that may change how much they're pushing here now as well. So we'll be keeping our eye here on 1st and 2nd place especially. The gap is 4 seconds there, and the McLaren driver doing a good job at cutting into that BMW gap here again. Pole sitter there, still maintaining that distance behind McLaren, about 1.8 seconds. So might not want to see that yellow flag, our race leaders here, but there we go. We do see the
mechanical damage
again, and we are going to take another look here, and we have several cars with little bits of damage on them here right now on the racing track. We have our 9th place driver with 2 bits. We have our 11th place driver with 2 bits, and that is it. So we are still within those green flag protocols. Boy, it is getting spicy on this racetrack, and we're getting about near that halfway part of this stint, and that is typically when we've been seeing our racers hit the wall, front left damage for the yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, have we seen a stint without a safety car yet?
I don't think so. Not surprised. Very difficult racetrack here, and very easy to make that mistake. Now, typically on a lot of racetracks, you can catch a curve, or you can catch a track hitch, and kind of have a spin and be okay. But there's not a lot of runout room here on the Nürburgring 24-hour layout. It is just basically 2 car widths worth of grass and a big steel barrier to stop the race cars from going into the forest, essentially, and into the grandstands where the fans are sitting. So there is not a lot of room for these drivers to make mistakes. When you even make a little mistake here at the Nordschleife, typically that little mistake turns into a little bit of a bigger mistake because those walls are just so close to the track surface.
Of course, they do call it the green hell for a reason, and it shows. You can prepare as much as you think you can or need to, but that doesn't stop unpredictable things from happening. You can try and minimize it as much as you can, but at some point, if you lose focus, or especially in these dark conditions, if you're not paying attention for a brief moment, or if something happens, it can be detrimental and unexpected.
Absolutely, and a nice 3-way battle developing here as we enter into the mini carousel here right now. We're getting near the end of this lap. We're heading to the big old straightaway here at the Nürburgring 24-hour, and we got 3 cars all in proximity of each other here, within striking distance, as I like to call it. So it's all about the setup here heading into the straight. The Porsche is going to be a little bit stronger than that GTR, but boy, oh boy, the NVR driver absolutely got tucked right in underneath that rear wing, and that is going to be hopefully enough for him there to pull up ahead. But a very early pass on this very long straightaway here. I believe it's just shy of 2 miles this straight. is that too soon? He may have left enough time there for the ERF Racing Porsche to respond, and that's exactly what we're going to see here. Slipstream engaged, and the Porsche is going to pull out and try to get the move done on the GTR, but the GTR is going to defend a position coming in under braking, and now the BMW getting into the mix, and this is a three-way battle for 4th place here as we enter and getting ready to start lap number 6. The BMW does get ahead of ERF Racing there under braking and tucks himself in behind that Nissan Skyline. So the Skyline did everything he needed to do there. We confirmed that car is not quite as strong in a straight line as the rest of the cars in the competition here in the field, so he needed to really get the big run coming onto that back straight and use that slipstream to his advantage, and he did everything right there and was rewarded with 4th place for it, and a little bit of help from the GT Finish Racing team in behind there as well, stalling up the ERF Racing Porsche as well, battling with him, has now given him a little breathing room to that Porsche and an opportunity to try and build a small gap as the GT Finish Racer and the BMW tries to track back in on him here as well. So it is far from over here for Hot Air, but doing a great job here, got himself back up into 4th place. Now remember, this was our race leader when we started, stint number 7 here today, so doing a great job at still sticking with it here and giving himself and his team a great opportunity to continue to push that podium.
Yeah, but that lack of top speed is definitely starting to show from the start of this race, and with what little damage we have seen being tossed around, and it's definitely starting to show a slight effect on the cars as far as how things turned out, like we saw on the straight.
Just seeing a little bit of chitter chatter here about potential safety cars. We're just going to make our way through the field here again. We do have a pit stop coming from our 11th place driver here, and I'm assuming that is to attend to that damage on the racing car. So essentially what we're seeing when we see the MD pop up on the screen there, ladies and gentlemen, for that are watching at home, is it's the racing teams letting race control know that there's mechanical damage after an incident, whether it be a self-induced incident or a multiple car incident on the racetrack. So that then race control will go take a look at the amount of damage on the racers, and a big moment there for a race leader from Clockwork Motorsports BMW right there, catching the trackage under braking, got a big slide out of that car, keeps it underneath of him, keeps it in the right direction, and keeps it out of the wall. Those are the 3 most important key notes right there. But what that did allow was Distinct Simmons to really close that gap up. Now in the slipstream, now within a second of that BMW. But we also know that McLaren struggles in the top end sectors of this racetrack against this BMW. So he really needs to make it all work here as we get down this high-powered run and back into some of the technical parts of this racetrack. But it is medium speed style corners here in this sector of the racetrack. So Simmons is still going to have some work cut out for him here, as the BMW should be able to track through this section of the racetrack relatively well. But again, the tires starting to wear down. Maybe the drivers are getting a little bit tired here as we're getting very late into this race. We're now over the 13 hours in here. Fatigue is starting to set in, and that little bit of lack of concentration sometimes is all it takes for things like this to happen. And we have ourselves a very active battle here for the race lead on lap 126 essentially here of this 24-hour race.
Yeah, sometimes all it takes is that half a second of zoning out or not necessarily having your full attention on the track for a simple mistake to be allowed to slip through and for it to cost you time and, unfortunately, in some cases, a position.
And I mean, our McLaren driver here right now is just on a tear in this stint. Definitely the fastest progressing racer here so far in these couple hours, and the Syndicate Sector Racing team is definitely showing that this McLaren can be strong on this very big, difficult racetrack. I had my doubts as we were leading into this race here today that the McLaren would be strong enough here to compete, but right now, sitting in second place on the grid and smelling the exhaust pipe of our race leader here from the Clockwork Motorsports BMW orange and white team.
Yeah, definitely showing up and proving that don't underestimate anyone that enters within this race, because they made it through the pre-qualifying for a reason, and they're going to show you exactly why if you don't pay them enough attention.
Alright, so currently for the viewer watching, we do not have any cars with multiple parts of damage on them any longer. The cars that did have that damage have since pit and corrected that damage, replaced those nose clips. and they are now back out on track, continuing on with their race. So currently there is no cars within the safety caution rule guidelines, and it is green flag racing here as we continue on lap number 6. So we are not going to say the 2 letters here today, if at all possible. We're going to try and avoid that colored flag here in this stint here, but it's going to come down to the drivers, and it's been very close here already a couple of times, but the racers continue on, and this 3-way battle here between Ayer and now Simon down into 3rd place there, so I'm not sure what happened there, but pole sitter now up into 2nd place, and McLaren down with some damage on his racing car. So as we just say that we have no drivers on the racing track right now with multiple parts of damage, we have our distinct driver here with a couple pieces of damage on his racing car here after an incident on the racetrack, and has lost 2nd place due to that incident on the racetrack. So currently a couple of drivers still nursing around with damage here, and no safety cars yet here so far in this stint. But the way things are looking here, it is a potential possibility. So good for the drivers that are having a tough stint here. Maybe counting on that possibly happening here. Of course, statistically, we've seen one every roughly about hour, maybe 90 minutes here so far today. And we are getting about to that time break here again. So let's see if the racers can surpass that time limit that we seem to be struggling with on safety cautions here today. But Speed Hunter, we haven't talked too much about our Mercedes driver here in this stint. Very early on, having a couple of mistakes, dropping down to the back of the pack, but now as we get into the middle part of stint number 7 here, Speed Hunter has gotten that Mercedes back up into 6th place and putting some immediate pressure here on the GT Finland racing team. That BMW M6 up in front, and just up ahead of them, of course, is Hot Air in that Nissan GTR. So all 3 of these drivers are teams that have been competing up in the top half of the field for a large part of this race. So it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with this 3-way battle now. Are they just going to play nice? Are they going to sit nose to tail in that choo-choo train, so to speak, and continue just to try and put in quality racing laps around the racetrack? Or are some of the racers in this group going to decide that they may have more pace than one of the drivers in front and try to make an overtake happen? I guess we're about to find out here as we continue to sit with this 3-car pack, but some great racing here. Not only in stint number 7, but so far all 13 hours of this race here today. And again, due to safety cars, has really kind of provided that close-knit action here, I think, for us today as well.
Exactly. Very professional and very well done driving by everyone today. And especially, like you said, we might have a couple of different mindsets, seeing that Mercedes is trying to get all the air from the BMW here.
And it does. It kind of seems like he's not really attempting to necessarily give 5th place away from the BMW up in front. It almost seems like he's using the BMW up in front to help him save a little bit of fuel and tire as this race progresses here. So not a terrible strategy there. Clearly both these racers have equal pace here, as both these teams have been not unfamiliar with each other here on the track today, that's for sure. So they've definitely had some hard racing with each other here today. So maybe this is a little bit of a sometimes your enemy on track is your best friend here as well, and that is the calls that racers have to make in behind the wheel. You have your crew helping you, but at the end of the day, you're the one controlling that race car, and you're the one that kind of holds its fate in your hands. So at the end of the day, it really is up to these drivers to make those on-the-fly decisions, and when you got 2 equally paced drivers there, it's really hard to make that call. But we are going to see Speed Hunter battle for the position there, and is not going to get it. So we see the McLaren making a pit stop there. That is probably to fix up that damage at this point here on the racetrack. He's not going to hesitate and go around another time to fix that damage. Obviously, with a 25-kilometer racetrack, or a almost 16-mile racetrack here, if the damage feels like it's costing a racer time on the little bit of track that he had carrying that damage for, that racer realizes that a whole lap around the racetrack is going to cost him a bucket load of time. So probably making a good smart call there. Just get in, get the car sorted out, get it back to optimal running condition, and try to make the time up in the last half of the stint.
Of course, especially like you mentioned before, with saving fuel and tires while we're sitting here watching Speed Hunter. That'll be interesting to see when Hot Air or Snowman go into pit here. since that's going to be coming up here in the next couple of laps. I've noticed it's been most common around lap 8, lap 9, for fuel and maybe tires. It'll be interesting to see if the Mercedes maybe tries to keep going and see if he can't claim a couple of easy spots.
I mean, tire condition looking very good on all the racers here in this whole group as well. So no driver really seeming to have an overall advantage in that sense. But getting clean air when you've been racing all race long in dirty air and having to fight traffic and just have those small little things that are constantly tenths of seconds around each sector of the racetrack, having a couple laps of clean air ultimately sometimes can make all the difference in the world. Go for that big overcut, get a couple of quality qualifying laps in. However, though, if you're going to make the call to make the overcut strategy over your opponents or maybe trying an undercut strategy, they have to be the perfect laps, and your fastest lap of the whole stint needs to be that in lap.
Yeah, and especially going through trying to figure out what everyone wants to decide what they're doing, and as far as pitting strategies and whether or not to actually pass. You also have to consider, everyone behind the scenes on the team who are in these drivers' ears, talking to them, trying to figure out the rest of the field and figuring out what is going to put them into the best position and what changes they're going to try and make on the fly as things continue to evolve.
Absolutely. We're going to do a grid rundown here, ladies and gentlemen. So again, we're nearing about the midway point of our 7th stint here, and it is Clockwork Motorsports orange and white BMW team here leading the charge right now, and it's a 6-second gap, so slowly but surely just continuing to try and add to that cushion they have. Now, it's been an up and down race for all 14 of our teams and drivers here so far, so it seems like no gap is safe right now here at the Nürburgring 24 hours here today, but any gap is better than no gap right now. And again, you can see we're starting to see the skies clearing up a little bit there as well. You can see some stars in through the broken up cloud above our racers here, so maybe a good sign that we're going to see some nice early morning conditions for our racers here as well.
Of course, one of the things that I always love to see about this, especially not only is the actual race so interesting, but saving the replays and seeing what kind of escape photos you can get and going over the details after some of the stints are over, I know are sometimes some of the most wholesome and rewarding things to some of the drivers or just some of the people who are involved, and especially being able to see those rotors glow.
Absolutely. It is clearing up quite nicely actually in the sky. There was another great shot by our camera crew here on track today, and the stars are definitely shining down on Germany here right now, and the stars are shining down on our 14 stars on track right now. And I gotta tell you, Hot Air is doing a great job here right now. It does have a little bit of damage on this racing car. We're not going to say what or where, so considering that, he has been doing a really great job at managing the pace here in this 3-car pack right now. It's no easy task. He's got GT Finish, the Finland racing team up in behind him, putting a lot of pressure on him, and now he's got Speed Hunter right there as well as the BMW goes side by side here and contesting that position there, and he is going to move up into 3rd place. We see the headlights flashing there from Speed Hunter, but I don't think that the GTR driver is just going to up and move out of his way there, so Speed Hunter is going to have to close up and find a way around that GTR just like our BMW driver did there, and it could just be a controller racer there, and that just could have been a cause and effect of him going around the corner, but a little bit of a tap there as the GTR went in a little bit early on the brakes there, and maybe just not feeling 100% comfortable in this car currently right now. Hard to say, maybe just having a little moment of broken concentration and just kind of getting back into his rhythm there, but those last couple corners looked a little bit shaky from our GTR driver here, maybe just making an adjustment to a little bit tire degradation, or of course as these drivers continue on racetrack they're using a fair amount of VP racing fuel. The car is getting quite a bit lighter as well, which could change how the car handles around the racetrack as well. So lots of things that the drivers are always dealing with here on a difficult racetrack with 97 left and right hand corners.
For sure, especially trying to contend with what pressure is being put on from behind. Hot Air, I'm assuming, probably was actually just having a little bit of trouble dealing with having BMW so close behind him for so long. And especially, I can understand the issue for Speed Hunter of being in the middle of that train, trying to deal with the accordion effect and making sure that you're not only getting fast laps, but you're staying clean and not causing any issues. So very good driving on all sides here.
Absolutely, and sometimes just the smallest amount of contact can create that front aerodynamic damage, which is so vital on these Group 3 racing cars. On any racetrack, under any conditions, the aerodynamic suspension systems of these Group 3 cars is what allows them to go this fast around these racetracks, because that's what allows them to stick to the road surface much better. So when you compromise that one part of that system, the car becomes somewhat unpredictable, and it takes sometimes half a dozen corners to kind of predict what the car is going to do now, since you picked that damage up. And on a track of this length, we did see their distinct McLaren driver just say, you know what, I'm just going to get this thing fixed and not even have to fight with this. And I think ultimately that was going to be a really great call for that team, because some of the drivers here that are fighting some small amounts of damage here, that could potentially quite be costing them more than they realize, even if it's just a small amount of, say, suspension damage on that car that does affect the left or right hand turning of that racing car. And with so many corners on this racetrack, obviously that is definitely going to cost our racers some time here. Lamborghini is back out on track here, and we did see this car have some problems. So you had the crew taking a look at it, and it's still sitting on the lead lap here, all said and done. 6 minutes in behind the race leader right now, but out on track and still currently running on that lead lap. So whatever the issue was with the Lamborghini team here, they have sorted it out and gotten the Italian driver back out on the grid, and our other Italian driver just in behind here with the other GTR as well in 13th position is now a lap down here in the grid, and Wesley here is about a lap and a half down here as well. So like I said, a couple of these racers would be I'm sure would be quite happy to see that safety caution come out. That would get them close back up on the pack and get them rejuvenated. But for the time being, we have had a nice solid hour-long green flag stint. It has been very close, but the racer's doing a fantastic job here in the latter part of this race. And now 12 hours in, some of these drivers have ran possibly more than one stint already. Fatigue is going to start to factor in for our racers. So how they manage their in-between driving stints now is very, very crucial. They need a good balance of rest and relaxation without any real interruption or distraction to keep that competitive edge, but they also need to refuel the beast, gotta feed the body, and they definitely need to rehydrate very, very extensively to get ready for that next stint, because the racers don't have a lot of time, especially on a track of this nature, to pay attention to slamming a little bit of water back inside this racing car, as opposed to paying attention to where their next corner, their next brake zone, or their next battle is going to be on the racetrack. So there's a lot of things that are going on here in these driver swap style races, and it comes down to endurance. I've heard a lot of things over the years here, being a sim racing commentator, fans saying that, oh, you're just sitting playing a video game, how hard can it be? Well, I encourage every single one of the people that think like that to jump in behind one of these Fanatec GTD Pros at even a quarter feedback settings and tell me how your arms feel after a 2-hour run around the Nürburgring 24-hour, and then let me know if you still feel that way. With that being said, it is just as much work for our sim racers as it is in real life. The only real difference is you're in the comfort of your own home, and you can't actually hurt yourself if you crash your race car. Other than that, there's not a whole lot of difference. The feedback in these steering wheels nowadays, and the technology and our equipment that we use to sim race nowadays is no joke. And the whole point of these sim rig setups is to give sim racers that immersiveness, that real life feel of what it actually feels like to run cars like this around tracks that we may never ever get to see or visit in real life. So it is a workout. These drivers need to be conditioned. It takes weeks of practice to prepare for a 24-hour endurance race like this, especially when you're running teams of 4 or 5 drivers. That means that these drivers are going to be doing at least 4 stints of driving, potentially more, depending if something happens to one of their racers in between the run of the race. So it's very, very important that the racers, our conditions and taking care of themselves in between the stints, even though we're in the comforts of our own home. So we do have multiple damage on our 7th place driver. We have multiple damage on our 9th place driver here. Are we going to see that first yellow of this stint? We only have 2 currently with multiple damage here, but that is very close to our safety car condition. So the ruling on that is it must be 3 racers with at least 2 different parts of the suspension or aerodynamic package damaged at any given time during our race.
So check, what was it, MK, I think I saw.
And it is
Text and chat from him, and no, completely agreed. The amount of preparation that goes into these races, I can only speak for NVR and the fact that we have been actually practicing this for months, and that the 24-hour race has been on our mind since Bathurst. And being able to balance time zones, like you said, and sleep schedules, and making sure that everyone's in there.
Now we do have 3 cars here with mechanical damage, multiple mechanical damage, so I do suspect we are going to see a yellow flag situation here. That is just going through the field to double check that there. There was only 2, but now I am seeing 3, and I think that hasn't even been called yet. So we do have our 7th and 8th place driver and our 9th place drivers. So 7th, 8th, and 9th, all 3 racers are with multiple damage on their racing cars, and I do suspect we're going to see race control call that caution. We'll have to wait and find out, as it is on race control to make that call, but we do have the required cars here right now.
Race control might be a bit hesitant to call cautions just because of how many we've had previously, and so far throughout this race we've managed to avoid the safety car, and drivers have been able to manage pitting and handling damage quite well, so fortunately we've been able to see that, but I guess we'll see what happens. Only time will tell.
Absolutely, and I have not seen the call yet, but it is noted that the McLaren team, Distinct Simon here, finally breaking that 8-minute barrier here at race pace, a 7:59.644 here at race pace, and I gotta tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, that is a very fast lap. Anything in sub 8 minutes in these GT3 cars is a driver who is locked in right now and not making a whole lot of mistakes. So that was a great lap there from a Distinct driver, and he continues to put in laps like that here as we near the end of this stint. Our podium, better look out. The gap is a little hefty right now, but pole sitter only has 3.3 seconds from the McLaren driver, so right now he is that first driver that's potentially the target of a Syndicate Velocity Racing there, I think it is. Is that right? Definitely something like that. Syndicate Sector Racing.
Yeah.
My apologies to the team. I know the Distinct team is a very recognized and well-known team here in the sim racing world in Gran Turismo 7, so I apologize for that mistake, but we're commentators. We're definitely not perfect.
Yeah, and Simon coming out with, like you said, an absolute beautiful time. However, not the fastest time of the day. If I remember correctly, that actually goes to Clockwork Motorsport. I remember seeing in the chat some good morning love from Finland to Snowman here in second place, but number 66, I believe it was...
Please, SC, the chat is calling the safety car here. The fans are calling the safety car, but we have not seen the call come from race control yet. So we will continue on here, ladies and gentlemen, as until that call is made. These drivers will continue on, and the drivers have not fixed the damage yet. I mean, rightfully so. They are in that safety car limitation window here now, but race control is letting these racers race right now, and as was stated, we did have a red flag delay here between stint 6 and 7 due to technical issues, not racing issues, and that did, of course, create a good solid, I would say, 20-minute delay here, so it may be a call by race control to have these drivers just continue racing to try and get that time schedule a little bit back on point here as well.
It could be that, or it could just be possibly a delay. We'll still see here. We see Clockwork Motorsport here going into the pit, but we also have an update in the Discord from Mr. Tired saying the Stint 8 lobby is up, so next drivers are probably going to start getting ready here soon.
There we have it, ladies and gentlemen, I should probably be bringing the ERF stream back up here on my computer. I've been watching my software and trying to figure out why I can't see chat. There we go. All right, so Race Control has called that there. And again, we did have a lengthy delay between the last stint and this stint, so that may also shorten this stint a little bit here for our racers as we get ready to move and progress into the next stint. Again, it's very tough. The racetrack has a schedule to keep. Obviously, we're not the only group racing here on this beautiful racetrack. There are plenty of other organizations that need this racetrack, so it is important that we try to stay as on time as possible. And also, racetracks typically have some noise bylaw workarounds that they need to work around here as well. Obviously, at the Nürburgring, they've got the permissions to run 24 hours here, but that also does come with its stipulations in each municipal area that this racetrack does go through. So lots of things to consider here, and you can see now the cars are slowing down. They're getting down into safety caution speed here, and what we'll see is the drivers start to close up, stay single file. The objective here and the ruling here is that they must maintain 2 car lengths from each other while under safety car conditions, and that is just give them that safety amount of room to do exactly what we're seeing our race leader do here, just swerve a little bit left and right to keep some heat in those racing tires. And that 2 car length gap just ensures that nobody accidentally clips anybody under these conditions. We will most certainly see some pit stops, I'm sure, underneath the safety caution here as well. No better time to make a pit stop than under a slow pace lap. It allows you to track back in on the group a lot faster, so we may see around the pit stops coming in. Of course, it allows the drivers that are damaged to get those cars sorted out, get on the track, and get caught back up to the group. So we will be waiting for Race Control to let us know when they are ready for the green and what green flag starting zone we will be running from. But typically we've seen about a lap to a lap and a half safety cars, safety cautions here so far today in this 24-hour race, and it's a very large racetrack. Mainly is the reason why we see lengthy safety flags here, just due to the size and length of this racetrack. So it looks like all the teams have made that pit stop here, and maybe we got interesting. Okay, I like what I'm seeing here. Yeah. I like what I'm seeing here right now. We do.
Not only that, we're seeing a little bit of daybreak and some interesting choices. Number 8, the Italian, or in P8, the Italians going to mediums,
and a double.
With a little bit of the daybreak here.
Looks like they're going to double stint that tire. And we got number 14 driver here, Alexis driver, with some extra damage on his racing car here now as well too. He's got his 4-way flashers on here right now. That is also a part of the safety car regulations here as well, and we're not seeing that from the front drivers here, but it is we are seeing it. We just couldn't see it in the front lights of this BMW here, but the drivers, once in the lineup here in under safety car conditions, are also supposed to have their hazard lights on as well here, and that is to indicate the cars that are coming up at race pace in behind these cars doing about 75 to 80 miles an hour do not pile into the pack and completely destroy the racers up in front. So the 4-way indicators are an indication for the drivers that are catching up to the pack that, okay, there's the pack, they're moving slow, I got to get off the gas, get down a couple of gears here and get into safety caution speed and take my place in line.
Yep, and while we're sitting here going through waiting for what sector we're going to be calling the green flag on, and just want to take a second and say thank you for letting me sit in here on the voice chat. Thank you for all the effort that the staff has put into making this happen, as well as all the effort that the drivers put, and everyone watching, and hope that everyone's having fun.
Absolutely. The big thing is that everybody's having fun here, and especially the racers. The racers, if they're having fun, they're providing absolutely spectacular racing action for the home and the viewers on track watching live. And now, this is going to be good. We're at the midway point of the stint here, essentially, and we've got the whole pack is going to be tightened back up. There's about 3 drivers that are about 3 minutes in behind the pack here, and they have definitely got to get moving if they want to get onto the back of the lineup here once the green flag gets going, but that is still going to draw them in a whole lot closer than they were before the yellow flag came out. And we got the blue flagger here waving the blue flag there. I'm not sure what that's about. A little bit confused perhaps, but
I see something in the chat about number 29 on lapping. I don't know what's going on with that or what the decision is.
That could be why we're seeing the blue flag there. If he is getting the wave around there over the grid, of course, we will see the blue flag or put the blue flag out just to warn the rest of the field that that car is coming through. So that may actually very well be the case there, and that's a great call by our great co-host here as well.
Thank you. Yeah, they're asking if they're going to be allowed to come through here. All right, so we're getting confirmation that the lap cars are allowed to go through.
We do have 2 of the 3 right on the back of the pack here. One is still just a little bit off the pack here, so we're getting very close to having all 14 of our racers back together here. But again, we will see that wave around. We'll see those lap cars regain a lap back on the field, put them on the lead lap, but that means they have got to bust a move at that point. They have an 8-minute lap to get back around to try and get back on the back of the pack before the green flag starts. So the benefit for them is they're going to get back on the lead lap. The disadvantage for those racers is there is no way that they are going to get back around the Nordschleife here and into the back of this pack before the green flag drops. So they do get back on the lead lap, but they still have a lot of time that they got to make up to get right on the back of the pack or wait for another safety caution to potentially come out, and if they're still on that lead lap, then that should put them right there in the pack. But going from a lap down back to the lead lap is definitely a step in the forward direction and the right direction for those racers.
For sure, I can speak for NVR. Beforehand, when we were stuck in that position, it is definitely a nail biter and something that you're concerned about, especially if you're going to be able to get across. Currently, we're going to ask everyone to move to the right to allow the lap cars to pass through here as they do that. But yeah, being able to make it around before the green flag is definitely a daunting task, and if you don't make it by the time the green flag, there's only so much you can really hope for to happen. You're kind of, as unfortunate as to say, waiting for the next safety car.
Absolutely. We have a couple of cars still off the pack here as well a little bit, but our waved around cars are now making some distance here. They have got the pedal down. Now they are not in behind the safety car, so the cars that have gotten the wave around are now allowed to track up ahead of the safety car pack at full race pace. The objective for those drivers again is to try and get back around the full circuit and get in behind the pack before the green flag drops. Now, at the Nordschleife 24-hour layout, it can be very difficult to do that. Obviously, it's an 8-minute lap, and I highly doubt that race control is going to continue these cars around for another full lap here to allow those drivers to catch up. The point is, they got their damage fixed. They've gotten their free pass around. It is now up to those drivers to book it and try to make up whatever time they can before this race goes green here again.
Yep, again, the safety car delay was most likely from the opening of the lobby for Stint 8, so if anyone didn't catch the announcement before, if any of the drivers want to start warming up here soon, if people are waking up or coming back from doing whatever they needed to do to get themselves refreshed and ready for the next stint here.
Absolutely, as we're just here on lap 9.
Still waiting for the call of where the green flag's going to be.
We're still going to see about 30 minutes of racing here yet before we see that driver swap. So unless our race director and race control verifies that they're shortening this stint, we have about a half hour to go here. So still a little bit of time here for our next set of drivers to, of course, get those pre-race routines started. And again, the important thing is now for the next set of drivers that are stepping in is to get in there with the crew in behind the scenes there, look at the computer information, and of course get that relayed information from the driver that's currently behind the wheel to see how the car is handling and to see how the condition of the racing car is as well. So those drivers are now kind of at that point where they're starting to get their intel and get into those pre-race routines to get ready to take over the wheel of these racing cars. So it's going to be very interesting to see who comes out where after this restart, because again, you know, our race leaders did a great job at starting to really develop a gap, a cushion. The top 3-4 drivers were about 20 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack, and now it is nose to tail racing, only separated by a couple car lengths each car here, and of course that is based off regulations under safety caution regulations here at ERF. So Legicide here in 6th place right now. Let's go through our grid here real quick. We have Clockwork Motorsports BMW Orange and White team here in the lead. We have Pole Sitter here sitting in 2nd place. I don't know which racing team this is right off the top of my head, but has been there pretty much the whole race long. Our Syndicate Racing team here is absolutely been flying around this racetrack. Currently fastest driver on the racetrack in this stint with a 7:59.644, and has been holding very consistent 8-minute lap times in the early part of the stint as well. Definitely a driver to look out for here at restart. That car is very quick off the start, so may potentially be able to get a jump on the Porsche in front. We have GT Finish Racer, the BMW M6 here, currently sitting in 4th position, and with Wells Great, that was sitting in the back end of the pack here. Now with his safety caution, has found himself up into 5th place, also in the BMW M6. So some ground being made up here under safety into the safety caution as well. Legicide, he's been sitting here in this top 6 here pretty much all race long, a little bit up and a little bit of down, but having a great job here so far from the CLR Racing team. We've got NVR's Hot Air. It has been a tough stint here for him, but he has been as far as in the race lead and down into the mid pack right now. One of the cars involved in the damage causing out this safety car, so he's going to be looking for a good start here, I'm sure, and try to take advantage of this car's strengths in the technical circuit of the racetrack here. Our 8th place Audi driver here, this driver at one point was a lap down in this race and is now sitting in 8th place here. We have Speed Hunter. It has been a very up and down stint here for this racer. He was battling up for the podium, fell back down to the back of the field, started to work his way back up, and now sitting here currently in 9th place again. Eric's Racing Porsche here in 10th place, and a little bit of front suspension damage on that racing car here right now as we're under caution as well, so interesting. We have the 11th place BMW here as well, and that is all the drivers that are in the front pack. And our 13th and 14th place drivers are about 6 minutes in behind our racing pack here. So I'm assuming that we are going to see some green flag racing here once we probably get to the start finish line, if I had to guess here, is what it looks like race control is setting this up to be. So you can see all of our racers here right now are very, very rigorously trying to get some heat in these racing soft and racing medium tires. They have made those pit stops, so they have a little bit of extra weight in the racing cars here right now with some fuel load. It is game on here, I think, as we get ready to go around. We're just speculating. We don't have an actual official call here yet from what I'm seeing, but it does appear that we are going to see some green flag here once we get towards that start finish line. You can see our flagman on top of the Bilstein sign there, keeping an eye on things here on the back straight as well. That's got to be the coolest
and
spot.
the answer to your question earlier, in 2nd and 3rd is going to be both Syndicate Racing teams. One of my questions is that they're in 2nd and 3rd, and well, they're both from the same teams, just driving different cars. Who's to say that they're not going to work together to try and decrown GT Racer from Clockwork Motorsports here, who's been carrying first here for the past couple of laps?
Absolutely, and the Clockwork Orange and White BMW here, very strong here today as well. Definitely one of those teams we're going to be keeping our eye on here throughout the race as one of our top contenders here so far today. But Syndicate Racing has just come out of nowhere here in the last half of this race. It was a very slow start for the Syndicate Racing team, but now they've got both their cars sitting on the podium here as... there we go. We do have a wave around here from our 14th place driver here. So that's what we were waiting for there, was the 14th place driver to complete their wave around there. He was quite a ways behind. So now I'm assuming we're going to see race control decide which green zone we're going to send these drivers off here on lap number 10. And there's the call. It is going to be at green zone number 1. So right after we get around the Goodyear curve, is that the Goodyear curve? That might be the Bilstein curve, if I'm not mistaken. We will see the race leader start this race off. So there is a designated restart zone here, and there's 3 different zones on the Nürburgring 24-hour. So we are restarting at green zone 1 here on this restart, and that is going to be, as I said, just after turn number 10 here at the Nürburgring GP part of this circuit. They get around that corner. There is a line, which is the live timing line that runs across the racetrack. You can actually physically see it. Now with the track starting to lighten up, you might actually be able to see it on the track here, and that line is our restart indicator for our race leader. The race leader is now in control of the pace of the pack, and when he hits that restart zone at any point in that restart zone, he can start that race Now, the trick is for the rest of the field and behind is you have to maintain your position until you've officially passed that restart line in the restart zone. You cannot take a position before that spot, so if you get a run on your competitor, you're going to have to just be slightly patient and hope that your timing is spot on. All right. We're getting very close here as we're getting around in towards our restart zone. You can see our second place driver. He's aware that we are getting very close, and the race leader has started off here right before we got out of Bilstein curve, and boy, Syndicate Racing was on it. He was right on top of that restart there. He did not skip a beat, and it is game on here, and Clockwork Motorsports makes a mistake through the chicane, and it is going to be the Porsche from Syndicate Racing here charging, but he's going to be forced on the outside heading into the Nordschleife sector, and can he hold it hard out there? He does. He is going to take the race lead back from the Clockwork Motorsports BMW team, and called right here by the co-host. Are we going to see that immediate charge from the Syndicate Racing fellas on that Clockwork Motorsports BMW? And that Porsche hesitated not whatsoever. He read that race start, he predicted what the race leader was going to do, and he did not skip a beat. Rewarded with the race lead. So Clockworks Motorsports BMW here now in second place. Not the ideal restart there for them. That's probably not what they were expecting to see happen there, and now he's got to worry about the other Syndicate Racing driver in that McLaren, who has proven to be the fastest driver in stint number 7 on this racing track. The Clockworks Motorsports BMW is in a tough position here right now in second place.
Being stuck between both Syndicate teams must be an anxiety filling experience, I could only imagine. Not only that, a good point that you made earlier is that not only does it take a lot of knowledge of the track to be able to have a fast pace and to be able to complete, but as well as being able to comply with all the rules and regulations, the amount of discipline you must have as a driver will show just how good of a driver you are, as well as in and out of the corners for
beautiful
everything.
Battle there for 5th place between the two Audi R8s there, and Legiside is going to get the job done over Nucardia there. And again, MRL doing a great job there. Was up in the 5th place, just losing a spot there to the CLR Racing Team Audi there, but nose to tail here. Oh, and contact in behind there, and there is a definite incident there. Another driver just getting into the back end of somebody there, coming into the corner, and it was Hot Air there. That was the driver, unfortunately, contacted there, and he's definitely got some damage on his racing car due to that contact. So we're just going to go through our field here. We're going to take a quick look to make sure that we're not going back under safety car conditions here, and that was really unfortunate there. I think that was just a miscalculation, maybe a little bit of overspeed under slipstream conditions there, and that caused about a 3-car accordion effect there. And unfortunately for Hot Air, he looked like he was a big loser in that exchange, and he does have a couple bits of damage there, but again, it's not enough to call out the safety car here, as he's the only car with multiple pieces of damage there. So I'm not sure.
Not the only.
There is one car with
P11 column.
Oh, we just missed it. We just went through. Yeah, P11 has a single piece of damage here on his racing BMW. So only one car currently right now with multiple damage factors, and unfortunately for Hot Air, again, victim of contact from behind there, and very fortunate not to get into the wall and pick up front damage there as well. But we'll have to continue on with the race here and see what happens now. And a lot of that may be cold racing tires as well. The tires may not have been fully up to temperature for the racers there, and just a little bit of miscalculation at speed and braking point and slipstream in such close quarters, and that does create what we like to call the accordion effect, and that is multiple cars bumping into each other going in or out of a corner essentially, and a little bit of a hard contact there unfortunately for Hot Air in that GTR, and that's definitely going to hurt that race car here with Speed Hunter closing in behind as well. Again, not sure who it was that made the contact there, because we don't have the indication of front end damage on any of our racing cars there, so very fortunate for whoever the other two drivers were there that got caught up in that incident not to also pick up some extensive damage there. But our 11th place driver is carrying a little bit of damage as well, a single piece of damage on that car, and that is going to make tough conditions. So we have 3 cars get the wave around here. The 13th place driver is right there on the back of the pack, so he did actually manage to get all the way around and get caught back up to the safety car pack. But our 13th and 14th place driver here are still about 5 minutes in behind the race leader here currently right now. So they got about a third of the track made back up on those wave rounds. So overall, when you're a lap down and you're still about 6 minutes down on the lead lap, that's a total gain of about 15 minutes in time and position on the racetrack for those 3 drivers on that wave around. So that's why the safety car is important in these endurance races, and it does keep those teams that are having not necessarily the best racing days right there and in the fight, because at any given time that safety car can completely change the face of the race. So we do have DMD being called up here again, and the drivers maybe struggling a little bit with the changing conditions. You can see it is getting much lighter on the racetrack here right now, and that means that our track conditions are changing. So our 8th place driver is carrying damage. We do have our 10th place driver carrying damage, but not enough to add them into the mix. And we do have Speed Hunter now with multiple parts of damage here on that Mercedes AMG here as well. We have 2 cars here now under multiple damage here, and 1 car with a single piece of damage. So again, very, very tough safety caution start here for some of our racers. And well, you know, the old adage says cautions typically breed cautions, and we're always hope that that's not the case, but that may be the case here on this situation here in the stint. We had a very good half stint run there without any real complications, but now again as the stint wears on, and maybe it's just due to fatigue from the drivers, maybe it's just a little bit of lack of concentration, maybe it's the changing conditions on track. The wind has dramatically changed here in the last 20 minutes of this race. The wind was pushing directly from the east. Now it is a straight headwind as these drivers head in up this straightaway. So that is a pretty big change here for the racers as well. That's going to affect the way the car handles in and out of certain corners, and that is definitely going to affect some of these cars on this back straightaway and the amount of speed that they're going to carry, especially up the hill right here. The McLaren in the slipstream there gets a run here and is looking to make something happen. So let's get up there with him. It's Polster, pardon me, here getting the run, and Simmons going to move up into first place here ahead of his teammates. So the 2 Syndicate Racing teams here are first and second place, and they've just swapped their positions around here. And the Clockworks Motorsports BMW, he's still right there. He's like, hey boys, I'm still here and I'm still ready to play. So let's go. And the BMW obviously quite a bit stronger in these big straight lines, but when you've got a couple of cars working together, that is a good way to slow down that advantage of these top end cars, and that is 2 cars with a little bit less top end working together nose to tail using a bump drafting technique can most certainly maintain the pace on that BMW in behind. But Simon, he doesn't seem too interested in having the buddy system here right now. He has gotten up into the lead and he is just trying to check out right now. He's like, yeah, you know, I don't think I want any part of this. You 2 battle. I'm going to go this way.
Yeah, it seems like only part of my intuition was right when I said the 2 syndicates were going to work against the BMW. I didn't realize they were going to turn on each other after they made it.
All right, so let's take a look here. We have a little bit of chat stirring up there, so we're going to just make sure that we still are not under safety caution conditions here. 9th place driver, 10th place driver with 2 pieces. Speed Hunter has actually went and fixed his multiple damage here, and again, a call being made by a racer not wanting to take the extra time lost to decide how much time that damage is going to cost them to continue to go around the racetrack. We all know that the suspension and the arrows are super important in these GT3 cars, and these racers know that, and we've seen that a couple of times here in this stint. Maybe waiting for the safety car to come out, but you know what, I'm just going to jump in, I'm going to fix the car, and maybe at some point in the race the safety car will come back out, and that'll just close us back up and we'll continue our charge. So we've seen Simon make that decision, and he's currently leading the race right now, and now we've seen Speed Hunter also make that decision. So a really great third stint there from Speed Hunter, and now not having the exact same result here in stint number 7, but he's still got that AMG moving in the right direction, and they still got all 4 tires turning on the racetrack. So all 14 of these teams still with running race cars, and that is the most important thing here at about the 13.5-hour mark of our 24-hour race now. All right, we do have some separation starting here as the pace of the drivers are starting to settle in. Our GT Finland racing team here, again, another one of our cars stricken with some form of racing damage here, and the car in behind, Hot Air, also with some damage on their racing car here as well. So that could actually work out for these two drivers here if Hot Air can just close in a little bit more here on Fausto Ares. Then they can essentially actually kind of work together as hurt race cars to potentially close up that time that they're losing with their hurt race cars. It's going to be very interesting to see if actually that does happen there. I know if it was me behind the wheel right now, knowing that I'm in the position I'm in, if you see that you're closing up on a driver in front of you and you have damage, and it's a pretty good indicator that that driver potentially has some form of damage on their racing car as well. And that gives the chasing driver a little indication maybe of the situation at hand. So I guess I'm just speculating, I'm just talking chat. But if it were me, that's what I would be thinking right now in that position. You know what, I need to try and close up on the BMW up in front of me here and not battle with them, but help them, work with them to try and make up that time we're losing due to damage.
Yeah, because you want to be able to close into first, but you also don't want to lose too much time fighting and allowing the rest of the pack to catch up, especially since, like we've said before, we do have plenty of race left to go. How much time do you really want to lose trying to battle for a spot that you might not necessarily be keeping for a while?
And that was a great attempt there from Clockwork Motorsports BMW to take second place away from the Syndicate Racing team there. But the Porsche read that call, seen him go to take that outside line, and he just made sure he parked his car on the line there and just did not give that BMW to run, slowing down the momentum of the Clockwork Motorsports BMW. They're allowing the Porsche to maintain its second place position here. So great defensive maneuver right there from pole sitter, and it is nose to tail racing here for second and third place right now as we're getting into a very fast and technical part of our racetrack here. This is one of the fastest parts of the racetrack and also a very technical part of the racetrack as far as the middle part of this racetrack goes. There is a lot of flow here and a lot of speed to be held through these corners, but it is also a big opportunity to make a big mistake coming through these corners at these high rates of speeds as well. And again, we're getting late into the stint. The drivers may be suffering from fatigue. Maybe they're getting a little hungry. Maybe they're feeling a little dehydrated. There's a lot of factors that are going on inside the cockpit of these cars that these racers are dealing with. Never mind what's going on outside of their race cars. And here we go, side by side here for second place as pole sitter sees this Clockworks Motorsports BMW gain that position there and giving tons of room here to each other. Lots of respect being shown by the two racers on track here. And again, just another indicator of the skill set of our racing teams on track here today to be able to navigate side-by-side battling through the technical sectors at the Nürburgring 24-hour and not even touch a tire is not something that is easily done and seen very often. But I gotta tell you, we have seen plenty of great battles and passes like that here today in this almost now 14 hours of racing here from the Endurance Racing Federation. So let's see some more. Let's see some more.
Agreed. The fact, the capability of these drivers to be able to go at speed, being able to get these amazing times and go too wide, like you said, is an absolute spectacle to see. Although, one of my curiosities, again, the fact that it's both the Syndicate teams in the front, whether it's intentional or not, it almost seems like the Porsche is trying to act like a shield for the McLaren, making sure that the McLaren's sitting nice and comfortable in first with that 3-second lead, and basically just kind of being in the way of the Clockwork Motorsport BMW, just saying, you know, I don't want you to go too much further.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
And the attitude and the placement right now of the Syndicate Porsche here kind of almost backs that up. We see him taking slightly wide entries into and slightly wide exits out of the corners, but for the most part, we're seeing the Syndicate Porsche just kind of stick it right in the middle of the racetrack. And on a racetrack of the nature of Nürburgring 24-hour layout, parking your car in the middle of the racetrack sometimes is the best defense you can put out there.
Yeah, I'm going to take my space, I'm going to run my line, but I'm not going to let you pull a fast one if you think you're going to.
I'm very aware.
We're going to make you work for it.
Absolutely. He's very aware of the positioning of that BMW, and that's just a sign of two very high-skilled racers here right now in second and third place. And I mean, Simon is loving this here right now. He is like, yes, keep holding him. Keep that BMW back there. I am checking out.
The Shield Syndicate for the Porsche should be known as the Shield Syndicate for Simmons over here is just now only still going through part of the lap and already have gained a second.
Unfortunately here now, though, for the Syndicate Porsche, the BMW is where the BMW is best. It's in that slipstream, and it is a drag race up the straight, up the back straight here now. The Porsche has been doing a phenomenal job here so far today at actually maintaining straight line speed with these bigger front rear engine cars. It is actually quite surprising to see how well this Porsche competes with these cars in a straight line. And I mean, this BMW cannot get the position here on the Syndicate Porsche, and now we're coming into the final few corners of the lap here. And I mean, the Porsche should just zip around here. The BMW's got to utilize a little more coasting in order to get the rotation in this car to maintain their apex speed to get that exit to stay with the Porsche, where the Porsche really can just keep pushing the gas and ripping through those corners. So that was really great navigation right there from our Clockwork Motorsports BMW to stay that close coming out of that sector. But surprised to see, honestly, that BMW with such a great run coming in. I believe it's the Hasselbeck Straight, if that's I think that's what it's called. I could be wrong. With the run that BMW had, you would have just thought hands down that BMW was going to take that Porsche. That Porsche? I'm saying no way.
The way the Porsche has been contending with, I was very impressed with the way it contended with the Mercedes earlier, and a lot of respect towards the driver currently. Polsetter doing an amazing job driving with poise and standing as that strong shield for Simmons just keep pulling away. But Snowman, I feel like he's been running such a great race here, and he's trying to see if he can catch up, but I just don't think he's able to catch that time quite yet. I don't think Polsetter's slowing the BMW down enough.
Well, and a great placement here. I mean, the GT Finish team was at one point there, upwards of almost 20 seconds in behind the race leader, and now down to just under 8 seconds. So this BMW is now starting to turn up. And I mean, you can see here, it is full day conditions here now again, ladies and gentlemen. The eggs and bacon are on the grills here around the racetrack, and all those restaurants are cooking some of the finest breakfast here in Germany. And I bet you bratwurst is on the menu. Ooh, could go for a good piece of that right now, let me tell you what.
Grab your coffee. It's a great thing to wake up in the morning and smell of gasoline.
Oh yes, absolutely. And great battling here. I mean, Distinct Simmons now starting to open that gap up as we're nearing the end of this stint, and we're just going to hope that the drivers can continue to push at the pace they're pushing here right to the end of the stint. Now, let's not see that statistically factor that we've been seeing here.
No, we're going to know that since we're ending the stint that tires are going to be worn down and cars are going to be lighter, so it's definitely going to be a challenge to see how these drivers handle the cars, especially in these changing conditions as the track starts warming up to the morning sun and we start inching closer to the driver swap here, especially seeing what kind of condition that's going to be in, how our drivers are going to deal with waking up with the morning sun.
Absolutely, and we want to see how our NVR driver is doing. And where is our man here right now? He did have some damage there, so I believe that he has recently pit to fix that damage. So our number 23 NVR driver here is currently sitting in 11th place here for our viewers.
Bit of a
inquiring.
Personal, bit of a personal hurt to see what happened, and the fact that we fell back to the position we were stuck in for so long, and being able to have those safety cars be able to get back to where we were and actually be able to hold a pole position for a while.
Well, I gotta tell you, right now, even with the damage and the extra pit stop here, only a minute in behind the race leader. So it's been an up and down race in some senses there for the NVR team, but they have done a great job at answering that adversity here as well. And like we just heard there, they were leading this race at one point in time here. They started the race in the lead, so they have been as high as the top spot and as far down as I believe 11th or 12th place here so far today. But we still have lots of racing left. We got a little over 10 hours remaining here in this race, and really the race is just beginning at this point here now. We've gotten through the nighttime conditions. We're back in the daylight. The drivers can see the the drivers, the crews are going to start setting these cars up for hopefully some warmer conditions, and I think we're going to see a lot more elbows out racing and a lot more tighter battles here now that the drivers can see a lot better here on the racetrack. So we got a blue flag situation happening here as our Syndicate Racing McLaren is coming through here. Very, very well navigates around the Lexus here, and I mean, great job to our Lexus driver right there, doing all the right things. Just moves off the racing line slightly, and just a small lift off that gas pedal was enough to let that McLaren go through without any incident and without any time lost to both drivers.
Great sportsmanship on all sides, and one of the things I'm starting to get curious about is, especially as we start moving into these next couple of stints, and like you said, the race is really just beginning. Especially with these driver swaps, we're going to start seeing some of the faster drivers of the teams start coming out. I think the fastest lap of the day might start becoming threatened and challenged as we move into the next couple of stints here for sure.
We're definitely keeping our eye on this car right here, the R8 Audi. There are lots of teams here that have definitely in the discussion for top racer of the stint. Obviously, our race leader being clearly the fastest driver out of the group here in this stint. But I really want to give a big shout out here to our number 39 racer because Italia club here in this R8. At one point in time, like I said, in stint 3, they were a lap down. They got a safety car. They got back on the lead lap. They got back to the back of the pack. And now as we're hitting near the end of stint number 7, they're currently running in 6th place here. And this has not been a tidy run here in this 2-hour stint either for the Italian team. So the fact that he's sitting here chilling in 6th place right now, only 26 seconds in behind the race leader, I think that is a very successful stint here for our Audi R8 driver and the Italian team.
For sure. No, as a person myself who had done a lot of work with the R8 trying to get into this race, being able to see our Italian driver here get 807s and be able to really know how to use that R8, because unfortunately for the R8, you know, each car has its own personality, and you kind of have to do a lot more work with the R8 to get it to be able to contend with cars like the Porsche and, you know, like the Simon and the McLaren. So for him to be able to stick around and say, hey, I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna hang around and I'm gonna run my race. It's very commendable and very good racing on his end.
Absolutely.
Especially with all the challenges that everyone's faced.
Let's talk about let's talk about our speed hunter here, our Mercedes AMG. This car has shown that it is very strong here today. But with that being said, just having a tough stint here. He was up in the top half of the field, fell down to the bottom half, went back up into the midfield, and now is sitting in 10th place here currently. He's had a couple of incidents on the track here, but TDR Racing here, do not count this car out. I know it doesn't look good for this team right now. They're 56 seconds in behind the race leaders, but out of all the cars on the track here today in this 24-hour race, this Mercedes AMG has been one of the strongest cars in the field. And now that the drivers have their visibility back, the headlights are going to start shutting off, and they can kind of get back into their comfort zones now that they can see everything more clearly on the racetrack. I am expecting to see this Mercedes AMG team start to pick the pace back up. Clearly the car is good here. Just a few mistakes made by the driver here in this stint has set him back a little bit, but as we heard from our great co-host here, you know, some of the faster, more skilled drivers are going to start sitting into these racing cars, especially as we draw near the end of this race. We are going to see the limits and what these cars can do around this racetrack completely broken and shattered here still today.
No, you're completely right. I agree, and knowing what this Mercedes is capable of, especially with what it's proved throughout the day, knowing that the team is full of very competent drivers, a little bit of slip from hot air. All right, making me nervous, buddy. But yeah. So knowing that the Mercedes team is full of very confident drivers that can hold the pole position just as well as Clockwork Motorsports and Syndicate and Snowman has. The race is still just beginning, man. There's so much that can happen, it's not even funny.
And our Lexus team here, it has been a tough 24-hour race for Team Lexus here today. They have been really facing some tough conditions, some tough, just being at the wrong place at the wrong time in some instances, and of course those self-induced mistakes made by the drivers, and got back on the lead lap there with that last safety caution, and now just going back down a lap here as we get near the end of the stint. So it has definitely been a tough day for Team Lexus out there, but again, the Lexus is a very strong car in Gran Turismo 7 right now. Even especially after the BOP updates, they've actually stabilized it a little bit better now under throttle out of exit, I find. So the Lexus is a strong car and should be very strong here at the Nürburgring. I think it's just maybe the racing team is still coming to grips with the setup and dialing that car in potentially, but I wouldn't count that Lexus out yet either. It's quite potential that you get a driver that get the crew, they get that setup dialed in. The Lexus could potentially be one of those cars that's going to start tracking up through the field here as well. These FR cars are just point in case, typically very strong here at the Nürburgring 24 hours, so you can never discount the front engine rear wheel drive cars here.
Of course, and actually the shout out, the fact that Philo, we're running under his BOP and his settings, and the fact that I feel, especially coming in, sort of experiencing what it's like to race under his qualifications for the first time and seeing how it affects the cars, I feel like it really brings a different light to where each car is able to truly play to its strong suit and really show what that machine is capable of doing, and allowing not only the driver to wield a capable sword, but also for it to be just monstrous machine.
Absolutely, and of course having available amounts of tuning allowed during the stints for these racing cars as well, that really allows the teams and the manufacturers to work out some of the disadvantages in these racing cars. And I guess now that I think about that, just saying that, I'm sitting here questioning how the Porsche is so strong in a straight line against, say, a BMW or the Mercedes here today. Quite possibly just in how they've got this car set up coming into each and every stint. They've clearly figured out what to do with this racing car to find some speed on exit with it, and I gotta tell you what, these Porsche drivers, the Porsche teams, are making these Porsches look fantastic here at the NERP 24 hour today, that's for sure.
Of course, you know what, and I'm going to say the same for the BMW drivers, because from personal experience, I've never been a big fan of the BMWs. I know some people are going to cringe at that, but to each their own. But the fact that these guys are able to hop into these cars and know exactly what to do with them and to get them to operate at such a peak performance is a beautiful, almost artwork to actually see unfold.
Absolutely, and I know for all the tuners out there, you guys are absolute legends, magicians. I'm fairly in tune with how a race car works and tow camber and all that stuff. And when I go to try and tweak a car here to get it to settle down or be a little more, say, efficient in a corner here on Gran Turismo 7, it is confusing. It is very confusing. Just the extensiveness of what is available to be tuned. And it's tricky as well, because if you're in a lobby where you have only certain parts are allowed to be tuned, or certain aspects of your suspension are allowed to be tuned and certain parts are not, sometimes an adjustment you make on one racing part is going to affect 2 or 3 other racing parts, and you need to tweak those parts around to get that adjustment or that setting to really take effect. So the fact that these racers are able to just kind of snap their finger, wrap their head around that and go, okay, well, I can't tune this, so if I touch this, that's going to affect this, so how else do I get my desired result out of this? Well, we take this and we do this and we lower this. Kudos. I mean, huge respect to the crew chiefs and behind the scenes here, because it is no easy task on Gran Turismo 7 to figure out the tuning demographics within the game, because it is extensive. There is a lot of different things you can make adjustments on, and a lot of different parts you can buy for the cars as well. So huge shout out to our setup guys, our setup members in these teams, because it has provided us with some spectacular racing here today. It really has.
You're completely right, as well as deliveries too. Every part of this takes a lot of work. I said it before and I'll say it again. The amount of preparations that go into these races is insane, and I want to shout out the Lexus team, because it's not always the fact of, with tuning being such an overwhelming and daunting task, a lot of it is just taking the time and actually having the time to be able to work the car over multiple days, you know, especially on the NBR side of things. Like I said, we've had this race on our mind since Bathurst and have been working with the GTR for months and trying to put it through the forge to see exactly what we can do with it and how much we can actually get away with. And even through all that, things still happen. Sometimes you just don't have the cards play out for you. So I feel bad for the Lexus, but I commend them for being able to run a good race and still stay in here and have great moments and be able to contend. And it sucks that they haven't had the greatest race, but still doesn't mean that don't get too down on yourselves, because the fact that you were still able to participate in this race and be able to hang in with the rest of these guys still shows exactly how much work you guys put into this.
Absolutely. And I mean, I know in my community, obviously a regular content creator over on Facebook and YouTube, running championships and just doing random stuff here, definitely a lot of sim racing content. I know my community and behind the scenes, we have a phrase at GT45 Gaming, and that phrase is stay winning. And what that means is exactly what you just said. Even though things might not be going your way, or you seem like you're being kicked while you're down, the point is don't give up, keep moving forward, and finish the task at hand. Because even though a racer may be having a really bad race, and I understand it's discouraging, sometimes it can be very deflating on confidence in our racers, but the most important thing is that valuable seat time. And you are going to get more respect, and you are going to get so much more commendation from the community and the fans for just sticking it out, because you just don't give up. And it's that determination and that drive that speaks volumes. So
exactly,
don't give up attitude, and we have that saying over at GT45 Gaming, is stay winning, and that's exactly what that phrase is for. It is that I'm down and out, but it is not over, and I am going to keep fighting, because at the end of the day, 14th place or first place, points are points, and with multiple races in the season, every point matters.
Exactly. You can lose the battle, and that might be okay, but you can still win the war, and I know that's a tough.
And speaking of great battles here, we've been kind of keeping our eye on 3rd, 4th place here with the GT Finland Racing Team and the Syndicate Racing portion. A beautiful side-by-side battle coming into turns 1 and 2 there. The Porsche just cutting a little too tight, just trying to give lots of room to the BMW in that side-by-side battle there, and clipping that wall. That just absolutely stunned the momentum of Pole Sitter's Porsche there, and unfortunately for him, he's going to lose the position. He doesn't pick up any damage, though, so that is very important here as we're getting near the end of the stint, and it's going to cost him a little bit of time in a position here, but all in all, it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, and that's great to hear that he didn't pick up damage, especially when taking these cars at such high speed. Sportsmanship can be such a fine line between ruining someone else's race or ruining your own. And kind of speaking on what you said earlier as far as the stay winning, I absolutely love that your community has that, because I can speak for NVR in saying that we have a very mental health focused team. We actually have a few things on our car in the livery incorporated to mental health, and a lot of the things is like having that positive mindset of, it's very easy to be down on yourself or get angry, or even just making a mistake and getting flustered and having that kind of come back to bite you karmically later in the race, just because you're not centered or at your full attention during the race. And being able to have that mindset, I said it earlier during while Jaeger was commenting, is that racing isn't only just about having the physical performance, but the mental capabilities of it, and being able to recognize those things.
And in all honesty, when you really think about it that way, racing is 20% your crew, it's 20% your car, it's 20% your driver, and it's 40% your mental stability, the way that you handle situations and the way that you process those situations on the track, and how you handle those situations as they arise on the track. So I tend to agree with you. I think that the mental aspect of sim racing and real racing alike is the largest part of the sport. I mean, there are legendary racers out there, racers that are just so hard to beat, and a lot of that comes from the sheer confidence from those racers, and they're that confident because they trust in their outright ability to handle whatever it is that is in their hands.
Yeah, one of the things that I always grew up with, because I used to do some light dirt track racing when I was in like middle school. One of the things that my grandpa always taught me was that if you respect machinery will respect you. It doesn't have a brain, but it will do exactly what you tell it to do. And being knowledgeable and respectful of the car's capabilities, but also knowing how to tell it exactly what to do and put the car exactly where you want it, the times will come.
Absolutely, and it's very well said. That's actually really great advice. And a lot of the drivers really kind of showing exactly that here today. And we got our current race leader here. He has not slowed down. Currently on a purple sector here right now, as he's halfway through this lap here on the Nürburgring 24-hour, and that's going to take us into our final lap of the stint here as well. So we are winding down in towards our 14-hour mark here, and that means we are going to see another set of commentators come in and take over for everybody here for the next couple hours. So sad to see everybody go, because this is a fantastic race. But with that being said, I will be back at the end of stint number 8 to take over for stint number 9 here. So we'll be in there watching with you guys to keep an eye on the action here on the racetrack, because I got to tell you, when it comes to 24-hour endurance racing, I have been a part of a few 24-hour endurance race events over my 4 years of commentating here now on the platform, and this has got to be the closest best action-packed 24-hour race I have been a part of here so far. So huge credit to all the teams and race officials involved behind the scenes, because very well professionally ran organization. I'm very impressed, and it is hard to impress me when it comes to working with other organizations and groups, and I'm actually in awe with how well that the Endurance Racing Federation has this series dialed in, and how well that the racers are in tune with race control for the series. When you have those two things, you have a great championship.
Boris, you're exactly right. And you got to give yourself some credit too, because you have been doing some amazing commenting. And as a person who was really just a newbie who was fresh and watching Bathurst, watching my friends do Bathurst, and sort of had this twinkle in my eye, now being able to, try to be very humbly appreciative of the fact that you guys are letting me kind of sit here in the booth today and really get into the mix and be able to really see exactly what the 24-hour experience is truly like. I can't wait until I can get myself in the mix of this.
Absolutely, and I mean, we appreciate it too. I mean, it goes two ways. Even as commentators, it's when you're on a 2-hour stint, which is what we're running here for this particular race, thankfully for us today, we have had a great race in our hands here for the whole 14 hours so far. The commentators have been quite busy. There hasn't been a lack of things happening on the racetrack, so to speak, for us to continue to entertain everybody watching at home with. The racers have been doing a great job of doing that, but in a normal sense, we do see points in races like this where it is very dry, the cars are very spread out, everybody is kind of just doing their thing in their motions and following that strategy, and that's the time when it gets very difficult as a broadcaster to continue to entertain and keep it exciting. So it is great to have a secondary set of eyes and another experienced racer in the booth, whether it's a commentator or a racer. I actually prefer having the racers with me in the commentary booth as opposed to other commentators, because it gives a secondary point of view to the commentary. I am a racer myself, but obviously I spend a lot of time commentating as opposed to racing, so there's a lot of factors that I'm not necessarily 100% accurate on or 100% sure of. But when we have the racers in the booth with us, they can confer and either confirm or deny the fact that what we're talking talking about is exactly indeed the case. So we have a MD called here, so we do have our 6th place driver with significant damage. We have our 9th place driver with some significant damage here as well. So we have 3 cars here. A Lamborghini also with significant damage here on the racetrack, and again 4 cars here with significant damage on the racetrack here, and all within the last minute here of this lap or so. So we'll be waiting on race control here to see what that call is going to be, but we do have Simon coming into pit lane here, and I'm not sure if this is a scheduled pit stop. I think that with all the early battling after that safety car, I think that Simon just used a little bit too much fuel in that McLaren there, but the Clockwork Motorsports BMW also coming into pit lane in behind here, and that is an interesting call. Maybe there's something I'm not catching there, but very late pit stops happening here on the end of lap 14, and maybe this is a call by race control, as we do see the double screen coming up here now on the stream. So Tunix is going to be taking over here for us on stint number 8. And of course, we're going to hang out with everybody until our next great set of broadcasters jump in here and take over. But I think that's what we're seeing. We're seeing race control call this stint early here. So 1 lap earlier than we would normally see here. And I think that, again, is just trying to get that time back into the track's timing that we need. And we have our 6th place driver, Eric's Racing, coming in. We have the 7th place driver coming in. And I got to tell you what, Welsh did a great job here in this stint. Very quiet. Didn't see too much of him. We didn't talk too much about him, but had a fantastic stint and kept that team exactly where they started this stint, right there in 9th place. Speed Hunter had a great finish to the stint there, and I said it. I said when these drivers can start to see a lot better on this racetrack, I think that Mercedes is trouble for this pack, and he grabbed 3 or 4 very quick positions here in the last 3 laps of this race. Now, with the track conditions starting to go in the driver's favor on the visibility side of things anyways.
For sure, we're starting to see some of the drivers take off in stint 8 and getting confirmation from HQ that they're not going to throw in a safety caution in the middle of the driver swaps, and that we're just going to keep on pushing.
Yeah, I mean, the drivers are, that might be why we called it, why we've seen the lap early come in. Instead of calling the safety car, let's just bring them in a lap earlier. We are behind by 20 minutes. That'll make up 8 minutes around the racetrack as well. And let's do our driver swaps. Let's get this race on. Let's keep going. So we have seen our race leader come in, make that pit stop. So we only have 3 drivers remaining here. We have our Lamborghini driver, who is just coming up the big straight here right now. So we'll see our 12th place driver, the Italian team here with that Lamborghini Huracan, come in, and we'll get we will see, of course, the Lamborghini head on out in the second lobby. So up on the screen in front of you is the side-by-side action. So what we're seeing is the drivers from stint number 7 coming in, and the drivers from stint number 8 in a different lobby coming out, and that is the driver swaps. So as soon as these drivers come in, what happens is the driver waiting in the secondary lobby gets word from race control. They can start changing their tires, taking their fuel, and then there is a mandated pit time as well for each driver, and they have to sit there for that time. And then once that's all cleared, they are cleared to get back out on the racetrack and continue on with their race here. And that is what we're seeing right now on the screen in front of you, is exactly that transition to driver swaps. So we have our Italian GTR team, and you know, we talk about the Lexus team not having great resilience and a no-give attitude. Our 13th place driver is here as well. This car has been a little up and down here so far in our race today, has had a very tough stint number 7 here, and himself as well, just continuing to push forward. It's all over for him when he comes around on this one. He gets to get out of this car, he can go think about what happened, he can debrief with the team, they can work through all the things that went on with the racetrack, and then he can just calm down, debrief, go through his motions, get some grub in the belly, and turn it over to the next guy and see what he can do with the car. So sometimes you just got to shake it off and trust that your teammate can recover for you and get it up the track a little bit more efficiently. Sometimes you just have a bad stint. It's racing. Things happen. We can't always win every race, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know that's definitely kind of what NVR's headset's probably going to be. Our mindset coming through here with, I'm assuming Dude's probably going to be taking, or either Dude or Patriots are going to be taking our next stint. So we'll be seeing what happens here and what we can do as far as 11th place goes. And today has just been some spectacular racings on all sides, and it's been challenging for everybody. No one has skated through unscathed or without challenge. There's been issues for everybody in different volumes, and to see how each team and driver combats those and works around those issues really shows, again, just how much work these guys have put in and just good these guys are. How good these.
Absolutely, and again, you know, as a racer, it gets tough to have maybe not a run you were looking for before you start that run compared to the end of the run, and sometimes you get deflating. But this is team racing, ladies and gentlemen. This is a team event. This is multiple drivers in the same car running the same race. So with that being said, it is just no give attitude, and you know you can trust on your friend next up in line to take over and continue on. So there is no give up attitude because this is a team game here today, and we would like to welcome in Tunix here, and he is going to take everybody off here for the next 2 hours of our race here. So welcome in Tunix. It has been a great race here, and we hope that you get to enjoy as much great action as we did here over the last couple hours in your next couple hours here as well. So welcome in, and it is all yours, my man.
Thank you, gentlemen. As you all see, the sun has risen over the Nürburgring 24-hour layout. At this current moment, it is SR Shadow Chef, part of Syndicate Racing in P1 in the McLaren 650S. And it looks like all of the driver swaps have started making their way through the field, and everybody is about to start their 8th stint for this honestly very long and physically and mentally taxing 24-hour race. You guys have done a wonderful job with commentary, and it is an honor to share a booth with gentlemen of your caliber. I've been honestly at the edge of my seat just watching the 7th stint go down, and it's really been a sight to behold. This first 24-hour race I've been a part of, have a little bit of commentary background myself, and I think doing work for the Endurance Racing Federation is indeed a great way to get myself prepped and really involved in the prestigious act of 24-hour racing. And you did make some very good points. Some might say, oh, it's sim racing, how hard can it be? Okay, come do it. Yes, the drivers might, the real life drivers might have to go through more physical training and stuff like that. The amount of mental fatigue might not be there to the same degree as real life drivers, because there is no physical harm that can befall you. And you know what? It's still stressful in its own right. So sim racing, not easy. If you have a Logitech G29, a Fanatec DD Pro, and anything of that nature, it doesn't matter. You're still having that resistance. It's still working your muscles. And my condolences to anybody that's on a Logitech G Series wheel that's not like a G Pro, because that brake pedal is going to be the death of you.
and just on a note, I just want to add to that. Sim racing also allows something that real life racing just now started to be able to have happen, and that is people that have disabilities, that are physically challenged and cannot properly drive a car because maybe they don't have use of their legs. Or sim racing allows that group of racers to get involved with their friends, get on track and behind these awesome cars, and participate in a great sport that potentially in real life they may never ever get an opportunity to do. So sim racing has massive advantages for every type of video game player worldwide, whether you're just a racing fan or you just truly enjoy playing video games, or if you're just looking for that social aspect of video gaming. Sim racing is the place to be. It's very quickly growing, it's becoming a very booming sport, and the lines between sim and real are blurring. And with that being said, it's only a matter of time before it gets hard to tell which is which anymore.
You know, you guys could not have said it any better, and I completely agree and feel some of the same sentiments, because a lot of what you guys said has drawn me personally into this league, into basically this realm of racing. You know, especially I appreciate you guys. You know, this is basically being my first shot at commenting and or commentating, and you guys letting me sit in the booth here. I've greatly appreciated just this experience on its own, but also as a person who is trying to learn how to use a G29 in practice for this, and was working for months trying to get into this race to try and be a part of it as a racer. You guys are right. Come and do it, because you'll find out real quick it's not that easy, and you'll learn exactly how good these guys are and just exactly what caliber these guys operate at when you're trying everything you can and still can't catch them.
Absolutely, and I mean, just recently starting a sim racing team here with my page as well, community co-owner with another great member of my team. But we've seen that in some of our new racers. We're not just out there looking for A+ S-rated drivers, the best of the best and the fastest of the fastest. I mean, obviously every racing team needs to have one or two drivers like that, because you need somebody to instruct, to help teach, to help get things kind of moving. But we have a lot of Pro-Am style racers over at 1010 Sim Racing, and that is the one thing we see. They come in unknown, very unsure, very unconfident, and just a little bit of family mentality and a little bit of instruction and a little bit of free time passed down from their teammates. It's night and day for racers, and what you see from that is drive, ambition, fire, desire. They want to win, they want to keep trying to push, and they want to keep getting better. And because of those things, they have so much fun. And some of these drivers have more fun than they ever realized they could here on a video game. So, just a great shout out to the sim racing community in general, because the sim racing community is what is made it what it is, and it really is a top level community in the video game market.
For sure, you're completely right, but I also don't want to take up too much time from Toon here. I want to give him his chance to be comfortable in the booth here, and I don't want to take up too much time. I appreciate you guys letting me sit up here with you guys, and I hope you guys will have me back. I had a lot of fun up here.
You're more than welcome to stay as long as you want.
We will leave it with Tunix here. We'll let him get on now, and we'll see everybody in a couple hours' time for stint number 9. Appreciate you, and have fun out there, my man.
Thanks so much.
You guys
for your
as
time,
well.
Now, it looks like we have a driver that's already got mechanical damage, E8. That is unfortunate to see, but luckily there's still plenty of racing action left, and there's honestly time to shake it off. So that is the first of our mechanical damages for the moment. Let's move back on down to our battle for P9 and 10. These two are right behind each other. We've got Car 9, Car 10. They have been pretty much right on top of each other since the driver change finished, and hopefully they're bearing in mind their fuel and tire, because lest they wind up with needing to make an unplanned pit stop for anything of that nature. Moving our way on up into the field, we can see that Shadow Chef does have a about an 8 1/4 second lead over P2 for the time being, but that is highly subject to change. One thing that should be noted is there is yet to be any rain on this race yet. So it's not a matter of if, but when. It could be this stint, could be the next one, could be 3 stints later. Who knows? Either way, there's going to be rain, and if this is your first experience with the Nürburgring, when it rains, it pours, and it doesn't cover the entire track. There might be one section where it's bone dry, the other where it's sopping wet. It's really anybody's game. Moving on over to P3, looks like everybody's in a comfortable position, so I will take us on back to the battle for P10. Looks like car number 57 has been able to put a little bit of gap over his competitor in P10 at this current juncture. But how long will that last? Because that delta is just chipping away, but it's also, in a sense, moving away. There's a lot of give and take in this, and one thing that people cannot forget is this race is not a sprint. It is not even a marathon. It is a 24-hour race. It is a race unlike any other. Le Mans, Spa, the Nürburgring, you name it, it's nothing like your standard run-of-the-mill 5-6 hour endurance races. There's opportunities for cars to be down for the count at one moment, and then they'll be back up into racing condition not even a couple hours later. It's too unpredictable for anybody to tell. And speaking of unpredictable, we have this unpredictable weather of the Nürburgring. We'll keep an eye on P9 and 10 to see if any more developments unfold. If the delta gets a little too high, we'll jump on over to... Actually, this is a good time to go check on the back of the field. Alright, so we have NVR Patriot, part of Team NVR, sitting very comfortably in P11, nothing to really worry about, just got to work on getting the consistency down, getting into the rhythm, and these deltas will definitely start changing. As we make our way over to car 12, seems there is a pretty substantial lead over P13, so looks like the driver change went smoothly and without a hitch. That's something you'll always want to have when you are racing in something of this nature. And this grid has had a lot happen so far. We've had driver changes, we've had incidents, we've had a multitude of safety cars. And speaking of safety cars, let's go and take a look at the car that received the mechanical damage earlier, see how they're faring. Looks like they are still able to drive comfortably for this segment of the race. And yeah, we'll ignore the Lamborghini driving in midair. Lamborghinis are they're Italian. They're built in a funny fashion. Looks like that front right damage might be playing a slight factor when it comes to turning, but when your car has trouble turning one direction, it'll be a breeze turning the other. And looks like the car in P8, MRL, I do not know how to say that. The MRL driver is not letting it slow him down one bit as he comes through the mini carousel and just absolutely flying. Going and taking a look at P9 and 10, it looks like they've fanned out just a little bit for the time being. P10 is definitely on the hunt to make an overtake on arguably one of the most difficult circuits to overtake, running a little bit wide but keeping two tires on track and keeping the car pointed in the right direction. Hats off to you as they come onto the straight. This is definitely a section of the track where the slipstream will be the most advantageous, as it allows you to really make any last-minute overtakes. It could be a do or die section of the track depending on the lap of the race. So it could honestly play a factor later on in the closing moments of this illustrious 24-hour race. Looks like car number 10 will not be able to close the gap too terribly much, and we have the MRL driver going into the pits to... Okay. We have the MRL driver going into the pits to get that damage taken care of. Good call from the MRL driver. Making our way over to P9, getting a placement, gaining a place for the time being, and hopping onto the GP circuit and getting a little squirrely on the exit. That could have been quite catastrophic, but as you heard from the NVR gentleman earlier, and I think all the other teams feel the same way. They have been thinking about and practicing for this race for ages. So they've had time to get comfortable with their car. They've had time to understand what it can and can't handle. They've figured out ways to optimize their times to the best of their abilities with their setups and utilizing the undulations and overall structure of this circuit. We might see cars that might be better at the GP circuit to make some quick moves than certain sections of the Nordschleife. Every car in this circuit is built different. They're on different strategies. And that is one of the beauties of a race of this nature. Moving on up into P3, we take a look at Max Out Finn just to see how they're faring. Comfortably holding on to that podium position with a 22-second lead over Stig. And going purple by quite a substantial margin. Already set the fastest lap and off to set another one. I wonder if race control's keeping track of who has the overall fastest lap so far for this entire 24-hour race. Because it'd be really interesting to see just where everybody is in terms of how the track temperatures differ and things like that as the Finn goes up by 4 4/10 of a second. We're definitely going to be seeing yet another blistering lap from this BMW. Make no mistake about that. Moving up into P2, it looks like the driver is making quite the rally towards P1. We've already seen, I'm getting word from race control, we have seen some 759s already. That is absolutely staggering. So that just goes to show we've got some fast drivers in here. I'd say up there with possibly World Tour drivers, and they've all taken time out of their busy lives to be a part of this magical race. That, as the other commentators were saying earlier, is part of the beauty that is sim racing. It's an experience unlike any other. If you watch any form of motorsport, if you do any sim racing yourself, if you know somebody that's interested in sim racing, you can, first of all, go find those people that are interested and want to learn about sim racing and get them in here. Get this community growing. Give it the recognition it deserves. We have tournaments, well, not this tournament, of course, but there's World Tour drivers for Gran Turismo getting paid almost $1 million. Like, it's rapidly growing. It's, for the most part, all-inclusive. No community can ever truly be all-inclusive, because there are those that, well, they are negative and they do gatekeep the some of the community at large, and they have no business in communities such as this, or really any, if I were to be frank. And as we move over to P5, the Italian looks like might be gaining on Stig up ahead in P4, so we might see a battle coming on up ahead. It's a very interesting race that we're seeing unfold. Everybody's kind of getting their bearings, and we're seeing that field start to close up just ever so slightly. And
Me too, by the way. I just thought I'd join you in the booth for a little bit of chatting, because I need to stay awake.
Hey, what?
I need to stay awake. I need to talk to someone now to not fall asleep.
Oh, yes, of course. You're more than welcome to hang out in here, Jaeger.
Yeah, definitely. So.
Sorry if the commentary was putting you to sleep.
No, not at all. I need something to keep me busy, because now it looks like the race has settled down a little bit.
It has for the time being, yes, but we're only not even a quarter way through the stint, so there's still time for stuff to happen.
Definitely. How this event is going so far, you never know.
Yes, and this is an amazing event.
Definitely. So many, I don't know. It changed so much with what we already witnessed, like the safety cars. We even had a red flag.
Yeah, that red flag.
We're back to racing.
That red flag was really unfortunate. I don't know, earlier I saw my power starting to, I saw my lights dim a little bit and then come back. I'm like, don't you dare. I don't want my apartment to red flag me. It would appear, though, that the Italian in P5 is very much closing the gap onto P4. And I should throw out that P5 is on the racing medium tires. So it doesn't matter the tires. If your car works for you, you can do amazing things with it. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody in here is just rocking a good old controller. They come onto the back straight. He's definitely within slipstream range. I'd be thinking about how I'm going to defend my position if I were Stickster. Because, this is getting a little too close for comfort. And that gap's rapidly closing. Coming into the uphill section towards the end of the straight. Will the Italian be able to make
39. That 39 car is using the mediums the entire weekend. So they made their setup work with the mediums probably. So they don't use the softs at all, by the looks. Just have a really strong setup on mediums.
That is, yeah, that 39 car, because that's the Audi, is it not? That's a car that's also a little greedy when it comes to its tires. So honestly, getting the car set up to be able to handle such a by comparison to the racing softs, such a harder compound, and just setting a purple, there might be by 13 thousandths, but that's still a purple on medium tires. That is absolutely insane. These drivers are of just a rare breed.
Yeah, I said it earlier, lap times cannot compete with. It's crazy to see.
There's honestly, everything on paper can't even compare to what you'll actually see when all this stuff kicks off. You could lead yourself to believe, oh, this car's on medium tires, oh, it's gonna get absolutely butchered in the standings. And here it is in P5 on the 8th stint and catching up to one of the syndicate drivers who's in a Porsche running racing softs. So it leaves me almost speechless as the Italian is within a quarter of a second of the Porsche, coming through the chicane, staying right on the tailpipe. Will the Italian be able to get the overtake done before the Nordschleife starts narrowing out? Only time will tell. And finally on to the Nordschleife proper. Gap only increased to about 0.3 of a second, and there it goes. It's back down again. But I think P5 might want to start focusing on P6 as well, because I saw them in the rear view for a moment, and they're starting to gain some ground as well. Oh,
yeah.
And the Audi got onto the dirt, but was able to keep it in tip-top fashion. Well done to the Italian.
At Porsche in P6, the number 10 car is racing here with the fastest lap of the race so far. And here we go.
R39 makes the overtake stick. Congratulations on your hard-earned P4. But you still have to defend it. How long will you defend it for? Who knows?
Although it looks a massive run. Look at that.
Yeah, that is oh my goodness. Yeah, that is an insane run. What? Do we need to get race control to inspect that car? That is flying right now.
Yeah, they have bought the supercharger and installed it.
Is that legal? That is going way faster than I thought it would.
I mean, they had a great run there through Flugplatz and then carried the speed all the way through Schwedenkreuz, and now, yeah, just a massive run there. Nothing Porsche could do at that moment. Don't think it's every time that Audi is that much quicker, but yeah, had a massive run.
Oh yeah.
And also like the number 10 Porsche is getting closer, right? So in the distance briefly.
Yep. Number 10 Porsche is catching up to the one of the syndicate Porsches, and I don't know how I'd feel if I was caught in between this little sandwich. Just had a car have a massive run on you, and you can't focus on trying to overtake them and get your spot back because you're far from out of the woods, because you have the number 10 Porsche right behind you and gaining it at really a mesmerizing pace.
Mhm. And it's also the fastest car on track at the moment, judging that fastest lap so far. So yeah, probably not the best situation that the number 7 is currently in.
Yeah, this is definitely a bit of a rock and a hard place if you're car number 7.
It also looks like the number 10 now with a good run. We might see a move before the Bravery corner, so we are just approaching Bergwerk then for the long run uphill. And yeah, that gap is close already. Wow.
I'm sitting here with bated breath trying to see the interaction between these two because, yeah, that number 10 Porsche has the fastest lap. They are too wide right now, folks. Too wide on arguably the most difficult circuit to overtake in the world, and the number 10 Porsche makes it stick like clockwork.
Smart driving there.
Oh yeah.
Number 7 not fighting it. It's still, you see the timer, over 9 hours to go, so you don't risk it at that moment.
Yeah, that was an excellent showcase of respectful driving, of sportsmanship. And now the number 10 Porsche probably has P4 in his sights, because with the pace that number 10 Porsche is on, it's going to probably start slowly climbing up the grid. As we jump, actually speaking of moving up the grid, let's take a look at P2 and 1. P2 is able to hold on to their position for the time being. Nothing really to worry about except just making sure they hit their apexes, follow the driving line, and ensure they keep all 4 tires on the tarmac. Same can be said for P1 at the moment, the Syndicate Racing McLaren, car number 64.
It's the chef driving with that. But
Yep.
also just spotted DC team. Festina with the fastest lap of the race at the moment, 8:02.777. So DC team back in the race. I think they're still a couple of minutes down. Only in P13 or 14 maybe.
Yep. They're P13. They've still got about just over 3 minutes to the car in front, and they've got about 3 minutes of a lead to the car in P14. So they're running their own race right now, and that fastest lap will definitely benefit them if they can continue to push results of around that same ballpark, because they'll have that consistency to, little scrape on the wall, but nothing major. I did hear a little clinkety clank. Well done to DCT in the Nissan GTR. We jump back on board with car number 4. Looks like having a 4-second lead on the number 10 Porsche for this moment onto the long straight. Let's check on in with the number 10 Porsche. Number 10 Porsche is really leaving that number 7 Porsche in the dust right now. And it looks, and it looks like
5 seconds already.
Yeah. This is going to be a game of consistency, folks. This isn't okay, we need to send it. It's, you have to run the repetitions. You got to build the muscle memory. I wouldn't be surprised if every single driver in this 24-hour race was seeing this circuit in their sleep whenever they would try and rest after a hard days of practice.
Pretty sure that you will be dreaming about the Nordschleife and all of the corners and how scared you are.
Honestly, I wouldn't call that a dream. I would call this a nightmare.
Some of the drivers, definitely. But I know so many drivers that absolutely adore this track, and they're just, I don't know, show some amazing skill around this track. So they absolutely love it. It's probably the most challenging racetrack in the world, but I think if you get into the flow, it's really, really good. And I also heard you cannot get the perfect lap on the Nordschleife. It's impossible. But still,
So
still
the
you
perfect
try.
lap doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. There's always a little bit of improvement in that lap. But yeah, such a challenging one. And
Yeah, I respect this circuit for what it is. I respect that it can lead to some absolutely amazing and historic racing. I just don't want to drive it. This circuit has been the bane of mine and many other drivers' existence for a very, very long time. But to those that put in the effort, put in the dedication to get this track as close to mastered as they can, my hat's off to you. I respect you and your effort, and I hope one day that I can dance around this circuit as well as even these drivers here. Speaking of the drivers, let's go and check in on some other drivers as we jump on board with car number 2 in P7 at the moment. Make sure I got that number right. Yep, alright. And Roadrunner is currently up on their fastest lap, which is an 8:07.988. Has about an 8-second lead over the car behind them, but does have a bit of an uphill battle to catch up to the number 7 Porsche. But we still have a ton of racing left. There's nothing to worry about. Just keep running the race and the chips will fall where they may. Checking on Stigster, by the way, the number 7 Porsche looks like has a lot of clean air ahead and a lot of clean air behind, so it's hard telling what's gonna happen, but, and we should knock on wood, everybody's keeping their race running nicely, run smoothly, racing cleanly, and that's all we can ask for as the sun is rising ever more over the Nürburgring, Nordschleife, and, well, the full 24-hour layout, if we want to be frank about it. Checking in on the number 10 Porsche. Slowly making some ground on the car ahead. And, yeah, as this race progresses, we'll have to keep double-checking on that one. Making our way over to car number 9. Looks like we might have a little bit of a battle going on here for P9 between the MRL driver and the NVR driver. So we'll keep an eye on this action for a little bit. The gap is under, actually just under 3/4 of a second. So we might be seeing a bit of close racing on this very, very difficult circuit. Went into the braking zone, staying in third and belting it out using all the track available. Looks like the NVR driver just ran a tiny bit wide, but nothing really to worry about.
using all of the track width there. That's how you do it.
I'd say taking all the track width and getting an IOU for a little bit more extra track. That was, ooh. I'd be lying if I said my heart didn't skip a beat when I saw him almost use that much of the circuit.
That's commitment.
Yeah. That is trusting the car and trusting your abilities. 2 things I could not do.
That's
like,
really it, Jet. You know the lobby is slow when Christina is the fastest. Burned.
I mean, I'm just here to talk. I'm not. You guys can leave your workplace politics over there. But this gap is now to just slightly over half a second. So if the MRL driver doesn't shake the NVR driver before that long back straight, there might be an overtake for positioning by the end of that. But it looks like the MRL driver is defending very nicely at this current moment. Oh, and it also would appear that the NVR driver is not trying to get greedy and poke his nose where it shouldn't be at the moment. They're both giving each other ample room, following lines. It's honestly some great racing. And that's also one of the things that's beautiful about motorsport and, you know, sim racing as a whole. To the untrained eye, this looks like two cars just driving around, but once you've watched enough racing, you've participated in enough races, you start to understand what's actually going on here. So to the untrained eye, or to the younger audience, it's just, oh, this car's driving, that car's right behind him. It's not as simple as it looks, because that car behind is paying attention to what the car ahead of it's doing, what they're doing, and where they might have an opportunity to, ooh, the number 10 driver touching a little bit of the, ooh, that was a little scary. But anyway, also trying to keep note of where they might be able to get the overtake done, just so they can start to defend themselves. And keeping it very nice and neat on the carousel bit. It looked like was on the top for just a little bit, but was able to get onto that correct racing line, and that gap is now just 2/10 of a second. They're gaining on each other, and they are gaining quickly. That number 23 car is just absolutely flying right now.
Yeah, and we were talking about earlier, like how challenging this track is just driving on your own. And now imagine, like what you said, driving behind another car, trying to study the lines, trying to find a way past without like losing the track out of your sight, where to brake, how to drive. So this is definitely the next level there, with being that close to another car there on this challenging track. So good stuff, definitely, from the NBR team, the 23 car there, chasing down the 33 MRL BMW.
Honestly, with how intense this racing has been in sections, it hasn't even felt like we've been on this stint for as long as we really have. Time's really just been flying by, and that's honestly really refreshing to see. Now, it should be noted that the NVR driver did lose a little bit of that time that they were gaining on the MRL driver, but they're rapidly gaining it back. So as they are nearing the long straight, we're going to be seeing a bit of defensive driving and possibly an overtake. It's all going to really be decided by how this next few seconds go, as we see the NVR driver gaining quite rapidly on the MRL driver. Lost a little bit of time leading up to the straight, and it looks like the MRL driver is actually pulling away at the moment. I wonder what happened there.
It's just the GTR being a giant brick. You can't get that out of that car, no matter what tune you apply. It's just not quick on a straight line, on that long 2.2 kilometer straight. It just suffers.
Oh, so the straight's not going to be where the number 23 is going to want to go for the overtake. It might be in the GP circuit, where there's plenty of wide turns that they can maybe do a cutback or something of that nature. Heading into the braking zone for turn 1 of the GP layout. Let's see what the GTR has in store for the MRL driver up ahead. Getting, a little squirrely, but was able to hold on to it nice and neatly.
Yeah, so I think the biggest challenge is for the GTR driver to stay within that half a second coming on to the start-finish straight to actually go for a move.
And the thing is about this little battle for P9 is it's so much of a game of cat and mouse that I'm worried if I swap over to check on another driver, I'm gonna miss a beautiful overtake. As the number 23 goes purple, this is shaping up to be a great little battle, and there is indeed no rain so far. Knock on wood that our drivers in this stint won't have to deal with it. I do not envy any driver that does have to deal with the rain, but it's looking pretty, looking like perfect conditions for a good race such as this.
Yeah, so far, but the longer we talk about the rain, it will definitely happen at some point. And
Well,
we
I mean-
just need to keep talking about that rain. It's possible on this track. It's possible in real life that German Eifel weather is like so unpredictable. So yeah, it will rain. It has to. Come on.
I don't think there's ever been a. Actually, I don't think there's ever been a Nürburgring race without rain. It's like a spa race without rain. It's pretty much impossible.
Last year's real life Nürburgring 24-hour was dry, completely dry. The best conditions ever.
Wow.
Yeah,
And then
but this was
this
like
year-
once in a lifetime thing.
And this year's Nürburgring got red flagged 7 hours in due to fog.
Yep.
How about that? Yep, looks like the number 23 car has substantially closed that gap and has an amazing run right now on the car ahead. And now it's just a matter of where can the overtake be done to where it'll stick. Looks like we see car 23 trying to get a peek around the sides to gauge the opening. But it looks like it won't be right here. Actually, that would be a pretty interesting spot to at least do a cutback if they ran a little wide.
Yeah,
and
if you can force the car into a mistake, then yes, but outbraking a car into that corner is so difficult.
Oh, I have no doubt. Overtaking a car on any part of the Nordschleife is extremely difficult. And looks like the gap has increased a little bit to actually about 0.4 of a second. We're going to do a quick check-in on some of the other drivers, and then we'll get right back here. So, looks like P2 is slowly gaining on P1 through what I could only... Yep, looks like just some consistent lap times. So the consistency is coming into effect. And making our way over to the Italian P4 has been able to shake off the number 10 Porsche and also set the fastest lap with an 8:02.475, and that's the fastest lap at this moment. We move on down to the number 7 Porsche. Looks like there's nothing but clear skies and open road. That's kind of the conditions I'd want if I was in a race like this. Making our way over to P8 and P7. They're both just minding their business, having a nice Sunday drive. And now we will jump back and quickly check in on the 2 GTRs. Oh, I'm sorry, a BMW and a GTR. That is totally my mistake. Yep, looks like the gap has increased just a little bit, and we're gonna go take a look over here. All right. P11 is having a nice Sunday drive, as is the Lamborghini NP12. P13 and 14 respectively are relaxing, but P13 just did go purple up into the Schumacher S's. So, if Pastina can keep that momentum going, we might see them take the fastest lap yet again. Making our way back over to the I'd say the war for P9 at this rate, because they've been at this for quite a while, and if I were either of these drivers, I'd hope that well, I'd be having the time of my life right now. This has been some impressive racing, like through and through.
Yeah, you see the different setups and different car characteristics, like that BMW being stronger on a straight line, while that GTR is catching through the twisty parts of that track. So very interesting to see if that... I think the GTR 23 car is a little bit quicker, but needs to find a way past that BMW without having that top end straight line speed. Challenge, definitely.
Yeah, that is indeed a huge challenge, especially because depending on where you get the overtake done on this in that GTR, if it's anywhere remotely close to that long straight, you could lose that position you just fought tooth and nail for, unless you do some absolutely perfect defensive driving. Those tires are screaming and hanging on for dear life in that BMW. I think the number 3 car is definitely trying to shake off that GTR as much as humanly possible.
Oh, yeah, we're probably looking at 7 to 8 laps on a set of tires. So maybe the Gulf in that 33 BMW is just hoping to stay in front when they perform their pit stop during their stint. But then again, we see not a long straight and just desperate for that GTR ride to see that gap going up, 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 up.
Yeah, it seems no matter how hard that GTR tries, it just does not have the top end to be competitive on that straight. So, ooh, that adds a whole other level of difficulty to driving that GTR and to this race for anybody that is in the Nissan GTR, just because of the fact that the straights will do you no favors and they're more of a hindrance. So you have to find the most perfect opportunity in a bend in the GP circuit or on the Nordschleife to be able to get the overtake done, and you have to hope it's nowhere near any sort of straight where it could compromise your position. Now, as we jump over towards E10, just to make sure we keep eyes on that 23 car, looks like the gap has increased back to 1.6 seconds, but my God, that car is still giving it everything possible. That driver is putting their entire heart into this race, and it's inspiring and it's beautiful. As we see the number 23 coming up towards the Schumacher S's, running a little wide, kicking up a little bit of gravel, but nothing to really be concerned about. Still gaining on it.
And we have a new fastest lap, 39 car, I believe.
The number 39 car, that would be in 4, coming and setting a blistering 801 in the Audi on the mediums, folks.
Here we go.
The medium.
The medium.
2 words you wouldn't think you would hear in a race with soft tires. The fastest lap, comma, with mediums.
With everyone else being on softs.
Everybody's golden tire. This car, these drivers defy every sort of thought and law of physics, because there's no humanly possible way the mediums just did that. But I have to eat my words. Very, very well done to that Audi car number 39. My goodness.
Yeah, it was running a very good balanced setup. I think they maximized like their downforce, their ballast weight positioning, transmission and suspension, like to make it a rocket on mediums.
I believe that that does raise a question. So what tuning options were available to these drivers for this race? Was it every single thing they could get their hands on?
So you basically don't are not allowed to run any aftermarket turbos or stuff like that. But there is a custom BOP in place, so that I can quickly open the rule book and give you the exact numbers for that. So it's based on, of course, power, weight, and then the GT7 performance points. So we have now a 502 brake horsepower limit and 1,300 kilos of weight. And you cannot exceed the 708 performance points with that. So everything you find to get as close as possible to those limits, it's up to each driver, up to the teams who have a good setup with it. So usually you want to probably maximize the aero package, because it also helps with tire wear, of course, and we all know that Audi is very harsh on tires. So maybe also that was the thinking behind the 39 car. They wouldn't like benefit on soft tires, because putting on the soft tires versus the medium tires will raise the performance points immediately by a couple of points. So that's why if you want to use then the softs, you have to sacrifice downforce handling, and the tire will get worse. So maybe they found a really good compromise there with having the maximum of downforce and freedom for weight positioning.
Oh,
and then
we have
with the
something
mediums.
interesting here. Looks like there has been a shakeup in the positioning. So Shadow Chef has fallen into P2 for the time being.
Yeah.
And this is now this is going to be an intense race for P1. We'll have to keep an eye on this one for a while. My goodness, I didn't even see that one. I didn't even see that coming. I was so focused on just listening to how much depth and freedom the drivers had for their cars for this race. It looks like the McLaren is starting. Yep, the McLaren is gaining ground on the car ahead. So we might be seeing these two go back and forth for just a little bit. If I were a betting man.
Yeah, we saw that McLaren was really, really fast in a straight line. And yeah, gaining massively. Again, so it should be an interesting battle for P1. And also just see the gap to P3.
Oh, and Shadow Chef caught some air going into the pits!
Ooh, what a way to enter the pits!
Oh, we gotta get a replay of that. I'm sorry.
I mean that's like cheating, right?
Oh, that's
jumping
definitely
right over the wall.
We're driving here, not flying, and it looks like I accidentally went a little too far on down. Oh, actually, that might have worked just fine.
Oh, yeah, it's good.
All right, so here we have Shadow Chef coming into the pits and airborne. Shadow Chef
Someone please clip it.
Yep. Looks like Shadow Chef has traded in his racing license for a pilot's license. That is wow. And now Shadow Chef goes into P3. So making our way up to P2 as we wait for the cameras to warm back up. There we go. Oh, hang on. Nope, that's right. That is definitely the Audi. For a second, it looked like Shadow Chef's car. But now the Audi is all the way up into P2, but definitely has a bit of an uphill battle to catch up to the number 56 car. And is already going purple yet again. Has the fastest lap at an 8-minute .271. This Audi still has so much time left in it, and there's still so much racing left that, yeah, it's hard telling how much time it'll be before we see this lap, or the fastest lap, reach into the 59 territory. But if that keeps up, then something tells me it's not going to be that long. Well,
he's purple.
Yeah, he's purple again. My goodness.
On mediums.
On mediums.
On mediums.
Folks at home, take a drink every time we say on mediums. My God. This car beggars belief. I swear. And purple again. On mediums. This number 39 car, I think it needs I think it needs inspected. My goodness.
Yeah. So, Mr. G, if you're listening, also Philo's in the chat. This can't be real, right?
This
We
can't.
knows that times are mediums. Tell us.
You're right, B Racing. It is too early for a drinking. Actually, for me, it's not. But yeah, I'm sure it is too early for a drinking game. But then again, it is Sunday, the Lord's Day. But I digress. Let's go and take a look at P4, who now has the opportunity to get a podium spot from Shadow Chef if he keeps closing the gap the way he is, because that time is going from about 3.37. Oh, never mind. It's going up ever so slightly. So we might see a bout between the McLaren and the BMW here in the relatively near future. Now, the most heated battle of this race. Let's see what's going on here. What happened over here?
Right, see in-depth info from the BOP creator himself, Philo. Mediums was only 0.5 seconds slower in my testing in ultimate pace. Look at that. So it's possible, like as I said, with the freedom, with the setup, so with the soft tires, you need to sacrifice a little bit on drivability, I guess, compared to using the mediums. So it's close. Nice to see.
Yeah, only 0.5 slower. I shudder to think what that time would be and where that car would be if it was able to run this circuit on softs. Ooh, getting a little squirrely coming out of the Nordschleife, but keeping everything nice and neat. Patriot went into the pits. My apologies for missing that, folks. So it looks like Patriot might be able to have a nice little battle for P10 in the relatively near future. But we shouldn't count out P12, who is still within a minute. And, well, if something unfortunate happens to any of the drivers up ahead, knock on wood that it doesn't happen, of course, it might be a little different. But let's go and see what's going on with Shadow Chef, who flew into the pits, literally. And the most miraculous thing about this, there was no penalty for literally flying into the pits. Yesterday during qualifying, we had a car catch air. Today we saw a car catch air. I'm starting to think the tagline for the Nürburgring should be where racers become pilots, because I'm detecting a pattern here. But it looks
Sponsored
like...
by Red Bull gives you wings.
Literally gives you wings. But it would appear Shadow Chef, for the time being, doesn't have too much to worry about, is revving the ever-loving heck out of that McLaren. And it's interesting because isn't the McLaren a car that you want to short shift to get the most optimal pace out of?
That's the Group 4 version of the 650S. The Group 3 rev the hell out of it.
Rev the hell out of it. Got it. See, it always trips me up between the Group 3 and the Group 4 cars, because one car you want to short shift, the other you want to rev like there's no tomorrow. And it's hard to keep track, especially with so many cars in this game. And again, I really don't have room to talk. I really only drive Aston Martins.
It's just easy then. You know where to shift.
Yeah, barring the DBR9, because that thing doesn't like to turn whatsoever. It's literally a boat.
But it sounds good, looks good.
Oh, it sounds good, looks good, but making it a Group 3 car was a huge mistake. That's a GT1 car through and through. But it would also appear that Shadow Chef will be able to hold on to third place for the time being. And it looks like the Finn in the BMW won't have to worry about anybody usurping P4 from them. So, really, everybody's mellowed out a little bit. They're looking to just find their groove, and depending on how pits go, we might see some more shakeups.
Yeah.
I just heard quite a bit of tire squeal, though. Ooh. Oh, and we have a yellow flag up ahead. Let's see what's going on. Car 2, Car 1, and it looks like Car 2 has some mechanical damage. Let's see if I can catch what happened.
Yeah, the Audi.
The Audi has mechanical damage. Let's take a look. Got a little squirrely, caught some air, and just skid against the wall. Oh, that is unfortunate to see, but was able to get back on track and, well, really freaking quick, if I'm honest. My goodness.
Could have ended worse. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Could have been so much worse, and hats off to the driving abilities of the number 39 Audi driver. Oh, and it looks like our race leader has opted to go into the pits, which means it raises the all-important question. Will the Audi go into the pits to get the front and rear damage fixed? And, well, actually, I think they might have to regardless because they need fuel. But the question still remains, will they get the damage repaired, or will they run with the damage for a little bit? Because that is front and rear aero damage. And Shadow Chef
would do so, because we are within the pit stop window like the schedule, so 1-2 laps. It's all good. So
all right.
I would do it. I would do it, but I'm not driving, so.
All right. So the Audi does keep the car planted on the tarmac going into the pits. That is a great start.
Yeah, that fuel was very low.
Oh, the fuel was giving me borderline anxiety. But it looks like Shadow Chef is now within 4.5 seconds of the number 56 car, but also does have the Finnish driver in P3 at just under, well, slightly over, about to be under 2 seconds behind him. So it's going to be tricky to see what happens. Also, it looks like the number 10 Porsche is staying out, and the number 10 Porsche and the cars in really positions 5 through 8 have all came into the pits for the pit window and to get some fuel. So Jäger, with the Shadow Chef pitting early, doing essentially a form of an undercut, and given that given most of the tires during this race haven't really had too much degradation, is this more of a fuel saver? Because there's so many factors going on here.
So fuel is definitely a factor because we have like a very slow refueling rate. I think it's 3 liters per second, so the slowest you can actually like set. So that's why if you can save some fuel, don't have to put in that much fuel, you gain a couple of seconds in the pit lane. But I think on pure pace, Shadow Chef is unable to keep up with and max out. So that's why it's just a matter of time, in my opinion, for BMW, the 66 car will get ahead.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like that number 66 is gonna get an overtake done, but I do know how Shadow Chef drives. I've also raced in his Super Formula League. He is a very, very good driver and knows how to defend a position for as long as humanly possible. So I don't think Max Out's gonna get any handouts when it comes to positioning, as we see Shadow Chef start to put more of a gap between the two of them, leading up into almost a second, coming into the braking zone, maximizing as much of the track as possible. BMW following that line like a copycat. That was a perfect following of that racing line. Now
it was, and if I can remember correctly, I think in one of the earlier stints it was written in chat that Max Out was one of the quickest Finnish drivers in GT Sport and GT7. Had like several medals, trophies, whatever. So he's like one of those drivers, those really, really quick drivers. So it's definitely a challenge for Shadow Chef there to keep them behind.
So Max Out is a pure blood Finn, because Finland produces just top quality racing drivers.
Yeah, we were talking earlier that those are just like some kind of acronyms for it's Kimi and Vika and Valtteri racing for GT Finland racers.
Ooh, Shadow Chef got a little squirrely on that corner exit. That definitely compromised a lead, and it gave the Finn plenty of opportunity to give him a little tap on the shoulder saying, hey, I'm here. How's it going? You enjoying the race? You're about to not enjoy it. It looks like Shadow Chef is starting to peel away, but just... Ooh, never mind. Oh, too wide, and it looks like the Finn is able to get the overtake to stick. Has he in... Oh, no, the outside line. My apologies.
Is it early? They're braking now for the right-hander. Uphill we go. Was it too early? That McLaren is quick on a straight line with the slipstream. We will see. Looking good for the BMW.
At what point will these two drivers not fight for position, but instead work in tandem, try and catch up to the race leader to give their teammates, when the driver handoff happens, a better shot when Stint 9 rolls around?
My feeling says that Max Out will be opening up that gap very quickly and just dust off, so Shadow Chef won't be able to actually work together with them.
Okay.
But just a feeling at the moment. We saw like how Max Out was catching Shadow Chef over the last couple of laps, and now he's got ahead and is slowly increasing the gap.
I do see what you're saying. That gap is now just over a second, but Shadow Chef is trying to close it where possible, so I don't think Shadow Chef's gonna let the BMW out of his sights without, making... Ooh, and the BMW getting two on the dirt, but able to hold on to it just enough, really. And I think Shadow Chef is within the slipstream range for that BMW coming on to, or heading towards the straight. So if Shadow Chef can maintain this pace,
it's on the edge, but I think he just dropped out now, 1.7. That's outside of the slipstream range.
Okay, so what is it, about a second and a half is slipstream range?
Yeah, so it's not really like you can say it for sure, but usually it starts with 1.5 seconds and then it gets stronger when you're within like 0.7 and then really strong 0.3, 0.2. So okay. Yeah, now over 2 seconds now, so definitely outside of the slipstream or a little of dust for Shadow.
Yep, it looks like Max is now just flying away. But Shadow Chef still has plenty of racing action left ahead of him to bounce back and take P2 for his fellow Syndicate racing driver. Moving on up, that Finn has that number 56 car locked in his sights. My goodness. And I thought the Italian was driving like a man possessed. My God. Speaking of the Italian, let's go take a look at how they are faring as the track loads on in. Has about a 16-second gap between themselves and the number 10 Porsche, and has about a 22.5-second gap between themselves and the number 7 Porsche. So nothing but clear skies and open road, which, sitting in P5, really not a bad spot to be in. If I am 100% honest, making our way through the grid, it looks like the NVR driver was able to get the overtake done on the car in P11, and now can work on going back to war with the MRL driver. And with 5 laps left, there's still tons of time left to get that done and make it stick. And we've got some people in chat showing some love and support for their teammates or just for their mates. So it's very good to see people having those near and dear to them tune in to watch them do some racing. Like NVR Patriot is 8 seconds and yeah, roughly closing on MRL Yelf, I think it is. Ooh, we saw something interesting happen over here. We've got 2 wide action for P7 between Roadrunner and I do not know how to pronounce that name. Sorry, I'm car number 2. Ooh, so we've got car number 2, and we have car number 57 having a nice little bout right now for P7, having really a grand old time, if I'm honest. A half second coming into the GP, 4 laps left. Those brakes have to be just about ready to go. Thank goodness it's not like ACC where you have to have your brakes changed out and stuff. Otherwise, it'd be an entirely different song and dance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but good stuff there from D7 to stay ahead. So I decided to call them Mob. I couldn't pronounce the first part as well, so I just said Mob.
Alright, Mop works.
And Roadrunner's easy, right?
Yeah, Roadrunner's easy. If I remember my flags correctly, that is the Belgian flag, is it not?
No, that is German.
Oh, that's German? They always trip me up.
I'm deeply offended now.
Es tut mir leid. Hey, Jäger, es tut mir leid. I only know a tiny bit of German, I'm sorry. Alright, so I made a cultural faux pas and I've just been cancelled. Thanks all so much for tuning in. Alright, but Roadrunner is keeping that gap to under a second for the time being, but also getting a little bit squirrely. I hope the car still want to cooperate, otherwise this could, oh, nope, and, oh my goodness, mechanical damage for car number 2. Oh,
Not again for Roadrunner. No.
Oh.
That's at least the 3rd time for this car. You do the exact same thing, losing the rear end. I think getting
that Mercedes is a bugger of a car. Making our way up the field to Shadow Chef. Has about a 4.5 second gap between himself and Max. Max has about a just under 5 second gap between himself and Tim. So I think Max is definitely gonna push this car to the absolute limit over the next 4 laps. And
yeah, definitely looks like he's catching up P1, right? Can we have a comparison for lap times between P1 and P2?
Yeah. So right now, looks like P1's last couple laps have been in the 18s and 820s. So 2 slower laps.
Lap, yeah, get lap, okay.
And
then
then
2 of 4s, 2 of 5s. Yeah, he's definitely a little bit quicker, I think, over the last 4 to 5 laps.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. And the fin goes purple.
On softs.
Yeah, on sauce. We should throw that out there. On sauce. For a second, my brain almost said on mediums.
Yeah, but still with the mediums, so it's the fastest lap of this lobby.
Yep, and the fin is no longer purple, so the Italian in P5 Still on the mediums. My goodness. I wonder if that's the same set of mediums, because those things degrade way slower than the softs do.
Yeah, that's also something Philo said in chat, so probably over the entire stint the mediums are quicker because of the tire degradation. So you can drive it more consistently.
Alright, as we see, the Finn is 1.2 seconds up on their fastest lap, and also slowly bridging that gap between themselves and the number 56 car. It's looking like towards the closing moments of this, they're going to be saying hello to each other. And it's not going to be a, oh hi, I'm in your mirrors, flash flash, honk honk, hi hi. It's more, hey, I want that position, and it's looking pretty nice. And the Finn goes purple yet again, just gaining time left and right. Finland, what are you giving your citizens? My goodness, as we see
cold weather actually helps driving fast.
Yeah, that does. And back to blue, but something tells me we're going to be seeing a purple here in the very near future. I wonder how the drivers would feel knowing that the fastest lap was set by a car on mediums.
We still can't get over it, right?
No, we can't. That is, it shouldn't be possible. This is why they're in the car and I'm in the booth, because I can't I can't put that to, I just can't wrap my brain around it. It's inconceivable. But it looks like the Finn is in blue territory right now. Will still set themselves a new fastest lap, and it looks like I think they're making their presence known to the number 56 car at this moment. And while they play a game of tag, let's take a look at the number 10 Porsche. Seems to be off in a little Sunday drive. Can't go wrong there. Same with the Audi. So if we move down towards Roadrunner and the MRL driver, looks like, well, really, I don't think the damage has affected Roadrunner too terribly much. Just some front left quarter damage, but still has an 18-second lead over the car in P9. So everything seems to be in order as the track renders in. Alright, there we go. Yeah. So looks like the MRL driver still has a few moments to catch their breath from the NVR driver that they were having an amazing bout with, by the way. And making our way further down the grid, let's check on P11 and 12. Okay, so looks like they're able to just relax and drive, and with how long this race is, I think these drivers deserved a moment to relax and kind of catch a break. Making our way down to P14 and 13, they are also off just relaxing, so their teammates can come in and give it everything they have when the next stint arrives. Yeah, all in all, there has been action, but it's also been a good respite for these teams. But I don't think the 56 car is going to be able to enjoy the respite much longer, because that gap to the Finn is looking a little concerning in terms of retaining that first place position at the moment. Let's see here.
Yeah, under 4 seconds.
Yeah,
This is catching a little bit.
It looks like Roadrunner has opted to go into the pits to get that damage rectified. That is definitely a wise call. Also, I'm noticing something, Diego. There's a distinct lack of a certain something that was.
Oh no!
I'm not saying the words. I'm not saying the words, but I just want to make note. This is
You want to make a note that we haven't seen a certain color.
A certain
in
color,
Stint.
yes. Yep. There's an American
We
soda.
are not referring to blue flags, right?
Right. There have been no blues. There's not been a lapped car yet, and that is absolutely fantastic to see. Now, the gap to P2 and our current race leader is still at about 3.5 seconds, so nothing to really be concerned about, but a few missed apexes could definitely send a cold chill down the leader's spine, because, yeah, that fin is right there. They eat chains and comes out carbon. Yeah, I could definitely see that. That gap is now decreasing ever so slightly. Oh boy. We might see that gap get to about maybe just under 3 seconds by the end of this lap, depending on how P1 and 2 handle the upcoming circuit, because you really can't even take a deep breath without seeing that fin somewhere on the TV cam. Making our way over to Shadow Chef is sitting very comfortably in P3, mind you. And yeah, Shadow Chef's looking like he's in a very good position to set up his fellow teammates to go and do a little bit of shaking up in the standings come Stint 9. Making our way through the grid real quick, just want to double check and make sure everybody is feeling okay. They're relaxing. Ooh, looks like Roadrunner might not be able to relax for too much longer, because NVR Patriot getting a little squirrely on the exit, but saving it. That definitely costed him a little bit of time, but he's definitely not out of the contention for P9 just quite yet. NVR is a very interesting and a very determined team from what I can gather, given what their one of their representatives, I guess you could call him, was stating earlier during Stint 7. And it's definitely great to have the folks at NVR come in and give us a chat, and really just have anybody that has a teammate or a friend racing in this come in and give their insight, and let us get to know more of the people behind the wheel, as opposed to the car and where it's sitting on the grid.
Yeah. Totally. It's always nice to hear.
P12 has mechanical damage. Ooh, and severe mechanical damage. Let's take a look at what happened. Alright, so there was slight wheel damage. That must have happened way earlier. And coming across, getting squirrely, and ooh, just looked like understeered off into the wall or got unsettled. That is very unfortunate to see. So,
Typical at Hatzenbach.
We got what?
This section called Hatzenbach is so typical to miss that braking point and understeer into that barrier. So many times. Hatzenbach, yeah. Why not?
Hatzenbach.
That's how it's pronounced. Yeah, sorry.
No, that's all right. I'm trying to make sure I'm saying it right, because it's been a while since I practiced German, so I'm trying not to do any more offending.
Yeah.
You Germans are great, but also very angry people.
Das ist korrekt. Yeah.
I think that's just in the way that they pronounce their process aggressive, playful at the same time.
Yeah, you got a good point. But honestly, German is a very fun language to learn. Actually on my bucket list to finish, or to pick up learning it. Always get too busy. But that's a discussion for another time. Looks like the Finn has lost a little bit of pace onto P1, but not by too terribly much. Maybe just about a second. And with 3 laps left of a race that has 8-minute laps, there's still plenty of time. Nothing really to worry about. Yep. Down by 1.4 seconds on their fastest lap, so this will be about an 8:02. And if we go and take a look at the number 56 car up in P1, it's looking like the Finn might be able to catch up by the end of this just on pace alone. As I'm looking through the discrepancies in lap times between these two, yeah, the Finn
Might
is
be
definitely
close, yeah. But we had to remember end of lap 14 where the drivers pit, so 2 more racing laps.
Oh, we
to
do
go
have.
when they cross the line.
All right. Yes, that is absolutely correct. End of lap 14 will be. Yeah, this is the penultimate lap for racing then, so they'll have to really give it the beans if they want to make a sizable impact for their teammates. Otherwise, some drivers might be having a bit of an uphill battle. But whether you're in a good position or you're having an uphill battle, doesn't matter. This race is for fun. We're all just here to push past our limits and enjoy some great racing. So, really, there's nothing too much to worry about.
And we still got 14 teams on the racing track. 14 teams started, 14 teams still here after 12, 13, 14, 16 hours of racing now.
You know what you did there, right?
The stint. Yeah,
you know
it. It's getting a little bit late here. The brain is trying to go on shutdown mode, but we'll wake it back up here.
Yeah, I had to get me a cup of tea to keep myself up for this. It's 2 a.m. on my end.
It's quite easy when the racers are putting on such a great show, though. 2/3 of this race now. I mean, it has been spectacular racing all the way through, mile by mile, turn by turn.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. I didn't expect to see some of these overtakes that I've seen. I also didn't expect a car on mediums to still have the fastest lap. Jesus Christ!
Well, the thing is with the soft and the reverse tires is that the softs point, the softs are going to wear down, and they're going to wear down 1.5 to 2 times faster than the medium tires. So the medium tire potentially on a full stint with the way the settings are set are not really going to have any pace drop off. So you have consistency on your side with a medium tire as opposed to the soft tire. At some point, that soft tire is going to start to fall off. You are going to start dropping lap time.
Yeah, that is a very, very true point. Now, if it was a car on the racing hard tires setting the fastest lap and maintaining the fastest lap, I think I'd have to check to make sure my T wasn't spiked. Otherwise, I think I'm in a fever dream.
And, you know, that just it goes to the testament of the amount of work that the drivers put into figure these things out as well. That was one of our racers in the YouTube chat that was actually discussing that just a little bit earlier in the chat there. So, again, you know, the amount of time that the drivers take to prepare for these races, that amount of time while you're testing teaches you those subtle details that it can really make a difference in a long distance race.
You heard them like so the previous race at Bathurst was like 2 months ago, and is that right when they finished Bathurst, the Nürburgring 24 hours on their list, and they practiced and killed with the setup and try to maximize everything they can get. So yeah, this is the amount of time and effort they're putting into this. And then also, like, very interestingly, so the GT Finland racers, they joined quite late for this event, but they came up with a great car, a great squad. So everything is possible, right?
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Like a checkered flag.
And that is so true.
Now, as we
I've seen Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry, I was just going to let the audience know that the gap between the Finn and the number 56 car has dropped to under 3 seconds now. And we're on the penultimate lap, so I think the Finn's going to be giving it everything he has to retake P1. My goodness, that is getting much, much larger in the 56 car's rear view mirror. I can guarantee you that. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, all good. Just some good banter for the viewers watching live, and very steady hold on viewers here so far for the first 16 hours of the race. So we want to just give a big shout out to all the support from everybody viewing, from whether it be at your home or at the office or wherever it is that your favorite content creating watching is happening. We do appreciate the support. Keep it up. You guys are legends out there. Can't do it without you.
Exactly. Deploy a like, subscribe if you haven't, all that good stuff. And also like a big shout out to everyone. So we are on 1.9k views at the moment for the second part, so nearly where we left with part 1, where we had 2.1k views. So amazing to see the support, to see you
absolutely, and that's
jumping into the streams.
That's all you guys and gals at home. We appreciate that support. And again, that's huge, absolutely massive support out there from our racing fans. So keep it up. We still got 8 beautiful hours of racing here, and it is getting very gorgeous out on the racetrack here now as well. So the track's going to heat up, and the racers are going to start moving a little bit quicker as that grip is going to become very optimal here, I think, over the next couple hours.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. As the sun finishes rising over portions of this track, there's going to be grip that the drivers didn't realize they had. And to those of you watching at home, thank you all so much for coming and tuning into this miraculous race. It's been an honor and a privilege to have your company. For those of you just tuning in, we're nearing the tail end of stint 8 of 12. I am Toon, accompanied by Yega, and the commentator extraordinaire for stint 7 and 9 that I know of, GT45. So we've had an absolutely, honestly, a race that no words can do justice. And we hope that you will continue to stick around and watch this as we get on with stints 9, 10, 11, and 12. Each stint is about 2 hours in length. Now, after this stint is over, we will be jumping to part 3 of 3, which will have stints 9, 10, 11, and 12. And you can always come back later on to catch what you may have missed, because just because you saw how the race ended, you might want to go see what happened during the race, because that will tell you the full story. And speaking of a story, we've got a nice little story here between the battle for P1 with the number 56 car and Tim, and Max out, the Finn that is driving and making, honestly, his country proud. My goodness. It also would appear that the number 10 Porsche was able to make an overtake on Shadow Chef, so let's quickly go and take a look at what happened. Ooh, there was a yellow. Ooh boy, did I miss a yellow? Oh boy. Ooh. We'll get to that in just a moment.
It is very hard to catch every single moment on the racetrack. Don't fret.
Ooh, a little bit of a bump, but they both made it through completely unscathed. Well done to both drivers. Yeah, hectic could indeed be a word. Let's quickly take a look through the field and see what happened. Still on mediums. All right. Let's see. Car 10, 12. I wonder where that yellow came from. Nobody seems to have damage at the moment. So maybe it was just a little bit of a spin and no harm done. That's actually that's an amazing thing to see. You may trigger a yellow, but getting away completely unscathed, that is, well, a rarity is an understatement. It's a miracle in the grand scheme of it, as we jump onto the final racing lap for stint 8 of 12 of the 24-hour Endurance Racing Federation Nürburgring race. It's been an absolutely memorable event so far, and for those of you just tuning in, the driver we are watching, Shadow Chef, had really a little bit of a history-making moment himself towards the middle of this race. So if you missed that, you'll definitely want to go and rewatch not only this stint, but the stints before it. As we see, Shadow Chef is starting to close that gap once again. And let's jump back on board with the Finnish driver up in P2. Has just under a 2.5 second gap to the number 56 car ahead of it. So this is do or die for a lot of these drivers. Anybody that's currently kind of buying their time, waiting for their opportunity to strike, the curtain's falling. It's about go time if I'm to be blunt.
It will be a great start for the next stint as well between the top two drivers.
Oh my god,
that close.
Right?
And the same car as well. I mean, same manufacturers, that BMW M6 Endurance model car here as well. So really it's going to come down to the pilot behind the wheel of these cars here in that early part of the stint as well.
That is all very true. I should also throw out the Finn just went up by 0.069 for a purple. Nice. Carrying on.
He won't be getting that fastest lap because it's in lap.
It is end lap, true. So that means the Italian gets to walk away with the fastest lap for this stint on the mediums.
There's something to say about consistency in racing.
Yeah.
Consistency wins races and it wins championships. You don't need to win every race to win a title, but you do need to be very consistent in each and every individual round you enter in. Consistency will win you a championship.
And speaking of consistency, let's take a look at the Audi's lap times, because my goodness, are these consistent. We've got an 805, an 805, an 804, an 841, which was probably a pit. An 828, don't know what went wrong there, but we'll gloss over that. An 8 minute, an 801, an 802, an 804. Yeah, that is dangerously consistent. This goes to show what repetition, hard work, and a solid understanding of your racing fundamentals that it will have. This is a masterclass in consistency.
Absolutely, and currently sitting fifth on the racetrack with 8 hours remaining here. It's time for this team to continue that consistent charge up the grid here as well.
Oh yeah, and speaking of charging, it looks like the Finn is making a charge onto P1 because that gap is now just over a second. And they haven't even made it to the start-finish straight, so it's a battle of the beamers now. That gap is actually closing to almost under a second. Nope, it seems to be pulling in the number 56 car's favor for the time being. But looks like that slipstream is already coming into play. Now, I'm pretty sure. Yega, Juppe is one,
yeah.
Juppe
Yeah,
is one.
of course I did.
Yep.
Someone has clipped it.
Oh,
That's all I can say.
My goodness. That gap is pushing almost under a second, so this will be the battle we will want to keep our eyes on for the remainder of this lap. There's 3 minutes left, and that gap is just teetering on a second. These next series of corners and that straight is going to be the definitive answer on if the Finnish driver... Oh, and the gap is now under a second. It looks like the Finnish driver is just gearing himself up to be able to overtake and get a last-minute P1 placement for his teammates. I do not want to take my eyes off of this. This is amazing.
It couldn't get any closer for the end of that stint and then starting the next one.
And remember, folks, we're 16 hours into a 24-hour race. untypical to see such close battling all race long to this nature that we're seeing here today. So these drivers have most certainly come prepared to battle for a win here today. And not just these two drivers, all 14 of the teams involved here on track this weekend.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. Also, should throw out that this gap is now just slightly over 3/4 of a second, and they are nearing that all-important long straight towards the end of this. So, if I were in the number 56 car, I would probably be sweating and sweating profusely, because this is doing a spot of rally crossing, but able to keep it safe. Oh, wait a second. Look at the... If you take a look at the fuel... actually, I'm terribly sorry. I just remember there's a graphic covering that. The American in the lead car is really pushing running out of fuel. So this is going to be... Ooh, this is a very unpleasant position.
It is, yeah. And
running a little bit wide and onto the start-finish straight. Can the Finn pull off the last-minute overtake? Will the American have enough fuel to get him to the pits? This is where it all comes to a head. The gap is starting to close a little bit, but not enough to really make a drastic difference. So it looks like the American will be able to hold on to the position for the time being. That gap has now fallen to 0.6 seconds. Oh my God, I really don't know how this is going to go. Oh, and the gap is now just slightly over half a second. The Finn is flying right now, folks. And
nose to tail into the pits they go.
Nose to tail into pits. And it looks like the American will hold on to P1, but just making her way down the order to P3 in the number 10 Porsche. Holding on quite nicely to their position, it would appear, but Shadow Chef is giving it one last hurrah, leading up towards the pits. That gap is now under a second, folks, so we're going to be seeing some battling from different angles towards the beginning of the next stint. 1.8, 1.7. Yeah, it's rapidly falling, but unfortunately, it looks like it started falling a little bit too late. But luckily, the Syndicate Racing driver coming in will be able to really come out in a very advantageous position as we move on to the Italian in the Audi, heading in towards the start-finish straight. Could be able to hand the car off to their teammate in a very nice fashion. Going down the grid and taking a look at car number 6 and Mop. Coming onto the start-finish straight into the uphill section. Won't have too much to worry about from what I can gather. But if we move a little bit further down there is a little bit of Huh? Oh, it's a blue flag. Huh. My apologies. I didn't think we would see one of those.
But we got away with no safety car. No
safety car.
GG, guys.
It is possible. No safety cars. It happens. God is good.
Gotta love that. There we go. The first stint of the race where we didn't see the virtual safety car.
Best stint.
Stint number 8.
Best stint of the race. No safety car. We win. Stint 8. Perfection. All right. Moving on to P8. Let's see how Roadrunner is doing. Had a little bit of a rocky run on this stint, but was able to hold on to a very respectable P8. Moving over to P9 and NVR Patriot. NVR will be able to bounce back from this, I have no doubt, and it looks like the MRL driver will be right in tow. If we jump over to the Lamborghini in P11, seems like had a pretty quiet race, and honestly, at this hour, and how long this race has been going on, a quiet race was very much needed. And heading on into the pits, no drama. Actually, it seems there will be no drama from any of the cars. The Lexus is just, ooh, wow.
The Lexus has been having a little bit of a tough day here today, so a little bit behind right now.
A little bit, yeah. But a valiant effort, no less. And I should also throw out the MRL driver entered the pits with 0 fuel.
So we will be switching the audio now to GT47.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, give a big shout out to Tunix and Jaeger here for our stint number 8 coverage. It was a beauty of a stint. Welcome in. I'm going to be your host here for the next couple hours, and again, I am GT45 Gaming. Welcome back. We are in hour number 16 of 24 here, and if you were just tuning in, you missed a battle right down to the driver swap pit stops here, where Team GT Finland Racing overtook Clockwork Motorsports BMW Racing Team Orange and White Team to grab P1, leading into the driver swap, which puts them out half a second in the lead here now as we continue on here this 24-hour race, starting stint number 9. So as we go through the field here in this stint, we are going to see some names that are definitely recognizable here. There is 4 stints remaining left in our 24-hour event here. There is 4 racers per team involved here on the track. So now it is strategy to which driver is going to do which stint to the checkered flag. Obviously, the teams are going to keep their ace in the hole, their all-star, their superstar, their top dog for that final stint for the big push to the checkered flag. But that's not the most important stint right now. This stint right here, number 9 and number 10, are the setup stints for the final 2 drivers here in this 24-hour race. It is sunny on track. The track is warming up. Grip is going to become very, very abundant here on the racetrack, and we're seeing that now as we have a side-by-side battle for the race lead here between Clockwork Motorsports and GT Finland, and this is for the race lead here, and it is going to be Clockwork Motorsports getting the job done. Now, with that being said, we did see GT Finland just check up a little bit there, give the position coming into this sector, maybe just aware that it was a tough spot to be side-by-side and deciding it wasn't worth it this early on in the stint, risking both these racing cars here in a battle for the lead. Again, the clock is winding down. Here's to chase now for the checkered flag with 8 hours remaining, and heading into the carousel here on the first lap of our 9th stint. It is a dogfight here for the race lead. All right, let's keep rocking here. We got GTP Neutral here in the ERF Porsche Racing Team here as well. Definitely recognize this name myself. Very quick racer, and in a car that I do see this driver in quite a bit, so should be a comfortable situation for this racer. And I feel like ERF Racing here has put one of their top dogs in to set up the last 6 hours of this race for this racing team, and Syndicate Racing here as well. McLaren's still right there in the fight for podium here, and goes in really hot into the carousel. We had a little bit of a lag spike in the lobby right there. Hopefully everybody survived the spike in the lobby, and we still have 14 drivers on track. That's the important thing, but it did cost them a little bit of time on GTP Neutral there and the ERF Racing's Porsche up in front there with whatever happened in the lobby there, but very early on in the stint. And these drivers are only now just starting to get these tires to start feeling good underneath these racing cars. So that now takes us up into, I believe this is Gran Turismo Italia here, the RA Evo team. And this team has definitely faced some adversity early on in our 24-hour race here today, and now up into 5th place. This is potentially one of the...
Just a little heads up, I'm gonna have to switch to part 3 of the main broadcast in a second.
Yep.
So...
All right, I'm watching.
Stream ready. Yeah, so you can just continue. I will end the stream and open up the next stream, so we are in under a minute for you.
Perfect. All right.